What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on Cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents. before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS TDRS.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future.
Well, good morning. I don't know whether, is this on? Yes, it is. I hear it now. My name's Mark Roberts. I'm the chairman of the Air and Space Power Association, and it gives me enormous pleasure to welcome you to this conference. I hope the conference will be slightly different from other space conferences that you've attended. We've tried to make it less about preaching, less about presentations, and more about conversation. So please do engage. There will be, during the various sessions, there will be mics roaming the room. But if you would prefer to use technology, then please use Slido. You need the code DS23, cunningly. And if you need to get to Slido, there will be a QR code on the screen during those sessions. And you can also get to it via page 5 of the brochure. So please do engage. The sessions will be very boring if you don't. I would like to offer my thanks. I'll be doing it again later today, but I offer my thanks to those in the background who've done a tremendous amount of work to bring this conference together. The team at Space Command, the team at the Freeman Air Space Institute, all of our partners, sponsors, and our friends in the media, and also my own team, which is quite small but perfectly formed in the background, who've pulled this together. Thank you all very much indeed. Finally, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our moderator for the day, far better than me, listening to my droning voice. And that is our esteemed broadcaster, presenter, and financial analyst, Susanna Streeter. Susanna, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I'm really looking forward to welcoming Mark back to join some of the panel discussions a little bit later today. So yes, welcome to the 4th Defence Space Conference in partnership with UK Space Command. Now, this really is the UK's premier primary platform for really sharing and shaping what we want to talk about as far as the UK space domain is concerned, particularly to do with strategic thinking and operational delivery. And once again, we have brought together senior UK government officials, international military commanders, leaders of industry, academics, and also leaders in disruptive technology from the UK and overseas. So we really do have a packed agenda for you today. We're going to be looking at how best to deliver the national space strategy by collaborating together with government agencies, industry, and defence. We're also going to delve into the latest innovations in the pipeline and how growth really can be unlocked in the space sector, I should say. And we're going to examine diversity in space and why a diverse space workforce is absolutely crucial in delivering the best security outcomes. And we're going to be looking at the best ways of attracting and retaining staff in the UK space workforce, which of course is essential if we want to propel all of these innovations forward. So, to set the scene, please do welcome Air Vice Marshal Paul Godfrey, who's going to lay out a little bit about what is in front of us. Welcome, Paul.
Good morning, everyone. I've got actually a question first. What on earth is Taiki doing on the stage? Where's Phil? Shouldn't that be in some sort of testing, getting ready for launch? I don't think we're in a clean room. It is fantastic to be here again at this year's Defence Space Conference, which you'll note is only a day. We've done it 2 days over the last few years, but we have just had, clearly most of us, I recognise an awful lot of people in the room. There's probably most people that I've met in the last 3 years in the room here, but we were in Belfast just a couple of weeks ago for the UK Space Conference. But amazingly, it was 18 months ago, it was over 18 months ago that we were last in here at the Defence Space Conference. UK Space Command was just over a year old, well into our terrible twos at that particular point. But now approaching our 3rd year, we are definitely onto the solid food. Some thanks first to Roberto, to Clive, and the team at the Air and Space Power Association, Catherine, Debbie, Kate, and Carol as well. These things do not organize themselves, and they've just done some outstanding work. To the IET for what is all, I've spent half of my life on this stage in this particular job, but it is an amazing venue, and we're so glad to be able to get it. To the UK Space Command team, to Charlie, to Serena, who has departed, and to Steve, who's taken over from her some big shoes to fill on that particular front. And finally, to Susanna, who does, as Roberto mentioned, bring some much needed professionalism to the stage that clearly we can't match. Last year's conference, as I say, was held amazing this, just 3 months after the illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And it was a valuable opportunity for us to discuss operationalizing the space in what I know it was VCDS, Gwyn Jenkins, who'd mentioned that this, and I think a lot of people have taken it on, is a dangerous decade. And so it does seem a long time ago. And just to jog your memory, we did discuss the operationalization of space, difficult for me to say, the evolution of UK Space Command, Defence's role in implementing the National Space Strategy, and we'll get an update today, international collaboration on space and delivering science and technology to unlock next generation capability for the Ministry of Defence. So 19 months later, it's more important than ever for us to engage and learn from each other and discuss the challenges that we've seen in what is a rapidly changing defence space landscape. I mentioned many of us were in Belfast, one of the most significant events in the UK's space calendar. And I'm really glad that we are also joined today by the UK Space Agency team, who were the prime sponsor of that event a couple of weeks ago, and our partners in delivering the National Space Strategy. Today is an opportunity to have a deeper dive into the defence matters that we discussed when I chaired badly, you'll be glad to know, Susanna, a plenary session in Belfast with representatives from Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Australia, and I said them twice, and New Zealand, underscoring the crucial need for working with international partners. Slightly less of an international engagement today as we get close to Christmas, and you'll see in a second why, as we had a big get-together in Berlin last week. So we were there last week for what was, as a biennial combined space operations forum principles board, and several like-minded spacefaring nations from defence, primarily UK, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, France, and Germany. But last week, it was made significantly stronger as we were joined by new members from Italy, Norway, and Japan. And as I looked around the conference room last week, I could see just how important that group had become with 10 spacefaring nations, member states in the room. And General Saltzman mentioned in his opening remarks last week, that coming together as an allied coalition is the asymmetric advantage that countries like Russia and China just cannot hope to match. And today, we brought some of the leading minds, that's you guys, in the space industry to discuss, as Susanna mentioned, a few of the critical things that we're facing. Firstly, delivering that national space strategy together. It underpins everything that we're trying to achieve in the United Kingdom as we strive to become a meaningful actor in space. Its goals require a shared endeavour across the entire UK space ecosystem. Well, it's so great to see all of you in the room today. The strategy is over 2 years old. You'll have seen the National Space Strategy and Action document that came out just a couple of months ago, and we're keen to hear your thoughts. It is about engagement. It's about telling us what and how we can do things better. After that, we'll discuss collaboration and innovation with industry. You guys are key to unlocking the UK space potential, but turning innovation into capability remains a challenge. I think we all know that. It's vital that we engage with each other open and honestly, and that's the big thing. It's the trust, it's the openness, and it's the honesty, and how we can improve the ways that we work together. Certainly, we have not got this right in UK Space Command, but I think all of you know that we are trying to bring some agility to the system, and we're trying to get together with all of you. And we can only do this through a conversation with everyone in the room. In the afternoon, we'll discuss diversity. We all know how rapidly the defence context is changing, much more rapidly than we'd considered even 6 months ago, and how rapidly the space domain in itself is evolving, especially the cutting-edge space technologies that are being developed across the sector. Now, groupthink, driven by a lack of diversity, is one of our worst potential enemies. And our panel will address why diversity is so important and what we can do to improve it. Then we'll look at the workforce challenge that we all face. One of our most pressing challenges is attracting, developing, and retaining the UK space workforce across the commercial, government, and military space sectors. And it's critical that we share our ideas and experience to attempt to address this challenge that I was reminded last week. We do not face this challenge alone. All 10 nations in that room last week in Berlin share the same challenges across not only the space sectors, but a number of other sectors as well. And finally, you'll get to hear from me again, you lucky people, as I reflect on the Space Command journey so far and how we might look in 10 years' time. Avril Jolliffe from the Ministry of Defence made an excellent point when she opened the with the UK's comments in Berlin last week. She had been speaking with a group of 17 to 18-year-olds. And she made the point to them that they are the generation that have never had a day without humans in space. And their children may be the generation that never have a day without humans on the moon or Mars. Just consider that. And I thought that was a really, really stark comment in terms of how quickly we are evolving in space. But then we'll have a final panel after that before a reception upstairs where we can have those face-to-face conversations that we don't often get to do because of the tyranny of the diary and the fact that my team are trying to kill me by trying to put too much in there on a daily basis. That's my fault, not the team's fault. So the challenges we face are significant. We should all be proud of how far we've come. With every passing year, the UK's status and reputation in space is growing, and it was abundantly clear last week amongst those 10 nations as we participated in a tabletop exercise that was a scenario set in 2026, an escalatory scenario in space, you can imagine, that is a real possibility. But it was clear the UK has a respected voice amongst the international community and is already, and has been for a while, adding real value, which was excellent to see. Finally, I'd like to thank the sponsors of the Defence Space Conference 2023, and again to ASPA, through Roberto and the team who've made today possible. A huge thank you to all of you for your time and effort in coming here to attend today. Please engage, please ask questions. Back to the Slido point again. I stopped the panel in Belfast a couple of weeks ago until we got the first questions in. It seemed to work, so Maybe Susanna can do that again. We'll just sit in silence until we get a question. Because we want to make today as valuable as possible for everyone in this room. You're not just listening to us. We want to engage in that conversation. And with that, I'll hand back to Susanna for the first session of the day on space strategy. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Paul. And I look forward to finding out a little bit more about this chap, Tyche, and what the plans are for him over the next 18 months, a bit later, because the Air Vice Marshal will be revealing a bit more about those plans. So yes, we are going to move on to this first panel session of the day, delivering space strategy together. And so we're going to really delve into, do a deep dive, as the Air Vice Marshal was saying, into really how the private sector should engage to support national space strategy. So over the next hour, we are going to look at cross-government relationships and the responsibilities of departments, think tanks, and other organisations, and get future perspectives on the government plan. So please do, first of all, welcome Doug Liddell, who's the CEO and founder of InSpace, which has launched 2 satellites and has several more in stages of design and build. And previously, he was at Surrey Satellites, and before that, at the Defence Research Agency. So welcome to you, Doug. Lovely. If you'd like to take a seat.
I'll take a seat first. I'll do the...
Just to start off with. And next, please do welcome Group Captain David Keeley, who's Assistant Head Space Policy at the MOD. And during his 33-year career at the Royal Air Force, he's amassed over 20 years of space experience in areas like ballistic missile early warning, space domain awareness, space tactics and training, and space policy and strategy. So hugely qualified to be here with us today. Also, a welcome to the panel, Joshua Broome. He is Head of Space at the UK Department for Business and Trade. And Joshua leads the department's space engagement with UK companies looking to export to global markets. Welcome, Joshua. Lovely to have you with us. Thank you. Also welcome Juliana Zeus, who is the research analyst and policy lead on space security as part of the military sciences team at RUSI. Welcome, Julia. Julia is also the host of the podcast War in Space, an excellent listen, so please do take a seat. And last but certainly not least, Mark Bacon, Deputy Director of Space at the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Mark leads the strategy for delivering the national space capabilities referred to in the National Space Strategy. Welcome. So, to kick off this panel, and this is a similar format that we'll have for the other panels of the day, we're going to get a short kind of impulse statement and presentation from the lead panelist, which is Doug Liddell. So Doug, please do take it away and provoke some of our thoughts to kick off our discussion.
Thank you very much, Susanna. I'll try not to be too provocative, but unfortunately I can't probably help myself. So, delivering the space strategy together. And actually, the important thing here, in my mind, is that we're not talking about looking to government and saying, come on, crack on, build a strategy, and we're ready to follow. It's about us working together. We've got a lot of the really strong technical capabilities currently in the industrial sector, in academia, and we need to be working with government, not waiting for government. I thought I'd start with the view from below. So looking at the defence enterprise, sort of encompassing everything that's happening in the UK around defence. So I've got just coming up on 30 years in the sector. As Susanna mentioned, I was at DERA, Surrey Satellites, and started my own company in 2015. Starting and growing a company is absolutely not for the faint-hearted. I can see some people out there that, similar to me, look about 30 years older than their biological age. And it takes a lot out of you. And after a few years of pivoting and repivoting, or as a friend of mine said, you know, in England, dear boy, we call it changing our minds. We started developing multi-use platforms for hosted payloads to look at tech demonstrations and low-cost access to space. And this took us down the line of developing software-defined satellites. In those early days, MOD, in the shape of DSTL, actually provided really strong engagement with us, and they were highly supportive of what we were doing. However, getting on contract, that was the fun. And it's a challenge, and it still is for the smaller companies and the larger companies. You know, either directly accepting the DEFCONs or being onboarded by a larger organisation who's priming whatever it is you're doing, where you as a lower tier subco, is really hard. It takes a lot of resource, and it's really difficult as a small company to access this. Despite this, at InSpace we persevered, and we were eventually onboarded by several primes, including BAE and Airbus, and the Serapis Lot 2 framework. And we also, along the way, secured 2 capability demonstration missions in Prometheus 2 with Airbus and Titania. Now, the quandary I have here is, there's every part of me that wants to pull the ladders up behind me and say, well, we managed it, why can't you? However, by making it so hard, I think MOD really misses out on a lot of really capable SMEs who could bring some game-changing innovation to the sector. My request would be to MOD, keep creating programs and streamlining the T's and C's that allow you to access the SME capabilities. And industry, we've got to keep working to make it easier to bring those SME capabilities into the fold as part of our solution, particularly the big primes. Now, ultimately, in 2021, as we grew our software-defined satellite capability and we started to develop the tech around software-defined clusters, we approached BAE looking for investment. We had a tremendous meeting of minds as we realised that our vision was very similar to their vision and the stuff they'd been developing internally. And not long afterwards, we were acquired. And in September 2021, we became part of the BAE Systems group. So what was exciting about joining BAE Systems was how far-reaching the vision is. It wasn't a few million to build a CubeSat demo, it was tens of millions to develop, build and launch and operate the first generation cluster of multi-sensor satellites in this newly named Azalea system. There were substantial internal R&D investments that followed, developing space sector specific secure comms, SDRs and on-edge machine learning, leveraging where BAE already had domain leading capabilities in these areas for terrestrial applications. There's been external investment too, as well as the acquisition of InSpace. BAE invested in ICEYE and is incorporating their novel agile SAR capabilities into the Azalea system. Simply put, the Azalea system will deliver a reconfigurable, resilient space ISR capability across RF, SAR and optical and provide machine learning both on ground and on edge in orbit to securely put assured intelligence in the hands of the soldier in the field or the decision maker in the office at the speed of relevance. The scale of this investment, having done the sales pitch for it, it's so wonderful, but the scale of this investment is reflected in an ongoing ramp up in how to deliver change to the UK defence enterprise. Focused internal investment by industry in light of uncertain and evolving customer requirements is creating a stimulus for models of engagement between industry and government, where a range of partnership models will deliver much more value and capability than traditional procurement. This is industry and government working hand in hand. So, final slide. So, don't worry, there will be conversation soon. Looking at how you leverage the investment, we want to see ongoing supply chain growth in the UK. We want to see that resilience and capability growth that the UK is already starting to stimulate inside industry. Wherever possible, we need to be folding innovation into the supply chain, encouraging primes and government to seek to continue to simplify onboarding and contractual conditions to encourage SMEs, many of whom have received large amounts of private investment into the sector. Growing UK capabilities and providing the UK with freedom of action will enable the UK to meet its sovereign needs and collaborate and share from a position of strength. Indigenous capabilities procured by UK government also create strong export potential for UK PLC. In addition, the vast majority of space capabilities are inherently dual use in function. We need to make them dual use by design to ensure we can address the UK's civil requirements alongside its defence needs. We also need to increase the speed of adoption of assured space, ISR, EO data in the UK. As a species, mankind is facing urgent questions around climate change. As a country, the UK has a pressing need to better understand its adversaries, control its own borders and waters, and monitor its critical national infrastructure. Space provides the global reach and resilience to do this. In fact, I would posit that only space provides that global reach and resilience. And finally, as mentioned, the operational capabilities to be delivered from space are no longer things to be done in 10 or 20 years. We need many of these capabilities now, like yesterday, if we are to adequately address the pressing needs facing us. As such, we need government to join with industry. We invite you to let us work alongside you to understand the problems, develop the solutions, and start accessing extant capabilities, with the ultimate goal of moving with urgency and pace beyond demonstration and into operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to put some of your points to the other panelists in a moment, but first I want to get a bit of an overview from the defence side. So, Dave, I mean, let's focus a little bit on the threats and considerations the UK needs to address and what types of initiatives are really underway to address these.
Yeah, thanks, Susanna. Always good to start a panel discussion talking about the things that should be keeping us all awake at night. So lots of familiar faces in the audience, and you've probably heard us talk about something called the counter-space continuum before, and it's just a way that we use to describe the sliding scale of space threats that are out there. So this can be everything from electronic warfare systems that can create jamming effects through to lasers, cyber attacks, directed energy weapons, hostile satellites on orbit, anti-satellite missiles, all the way up to very extreme options such as high-altitude nuclear explosions. And if that's not enough to worry about, then space systems are also vulnerable to a range of more kind of traditional threats as we describe them. So that could be physical attacks on ground infrastructure or on key personnel. It could be espionage or supply chain disruption. And when you talk to audiences outside the space community, they think these are things for the future, but these are threats that are around today. Just as examples, the Air Vice Marshal mentioned the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Since that invasion, so since February 22, Russia has conducted widespread satellite communications jamming over Eastern Europe, including of commercial systems such as Viasat and Starlink. It's conducted GPS jamming in the Kaliningrad Oblast, which has created issues for civilian air traffic in the Baltic region. It's taken possession of 36 UK-owned OneWeb satellites that were due for launch from Baikonur. I think I saw Chris Moore at the back a second ago. It's conducted cyber attacks against ground infrastructure targets as well, and also conducted multiple suspicious satellite maneuvers very, very close to other nations' satellites. And they've even stated in the UN that they reserve the right to openly target what they describe as quasi-civilian infrastructure, i.e. commercial targets. And that's just Russia. And we shouldn't forget that China has probably got an even more potent counter-space arsenal. So the threats are very real. The threats are today, and they affect the entire space ecosystem. So what are we doing about them then? Let's start with kind of the very top level responses. So MOD currently is working with the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office on shaping international narratives around responsible space behaviors. So that's trying to get everyone to understand what a bad action looks like in space, so we can call it out and understand and respond. We're also significantly enhancing our space domain awareness to improve our ability to detect, attribute, and respond to threats. So you might have heard recently in the press about us partnering with the US and Australia to deliver a ground-based network of deep space surveillance radars to improve our tracking of the geo belt. Space Command and UK Space Agency have recently partnered on a camera telescope as well, also looking out into geo. And we're trying to improve our data analysis functions within our UK Space Operations Centre, as well as evolving it eventually into a national space operations centre that will then bring together military, civil, and industry partners to assure our space security. Then we move on to things like trying to make our systems more resilient. So obviously we are developing now the next generation of secure, highly resilient satellite communications to replace our Skynet fleet. And we're also looking at options to enhance the resilience of our positioning, navigation, and timing networks. One of the other areas which can be seen as a little bit controversial, but it's something that we need, is we're developing the ability to do our own space control effects. So giving us the ability to be able to punch back and respond in the space domain, but also across other domains. So space control doesn't have to be something that only occurs in space. And of course, would be applying those effects in a manner consistent with international law and norms of responsible behavior. And then also working with academic partners to try and close that skills gap that the commander mentioned earlier in terms of building a space academy that will bring in cross-government partners, industry and academia to try and close that gap and so we can try and develop that workforce for the future. So a key takeaway, I guess, is that there are sector-wide threats out there that require sector-wide responses. Doug has alluded to this in terms of we need academia to help us horizon scan, understand the context, and stimulate informed debate. We need a thriving scientific community that can allow us to explore the application of new technologies, but also bring in existing technologies into the space sector from other sectors, an industry that can bring those technologies to life to meet government requirements. And of course, we need government cohesion where our interests align. Easy to say, a lot harder to do, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. And you mentioned there academics who are horizon scanning. Let me bring in Juliana now. Obviously, Dave talked about the current threats that we're facing right now. You've been looking at future threats as well, haven't you? And what's your take on that?
Yeah, so Dave, sorry, it's the last conference of the year, so I've already lost my voice. Dave's already talked about what's keeping us awake at the moment, so I'm going to try to horizon scan what's going to keep us up for the next 10, 15, 20 years. So I think in the short to medium term, we are going to see a continuation of the threats that we're already seeing, so sub-threshold activity, primarily in the non-kinetic domain. So we're talking about cyber, electromagnetic, non-kinetic physical, so laser dazzling, for example. And I think that will continue, for example, especially if we're looking at what the Russian doctrine says on this. Russia is very well aware that its space capabilities are not on par with the West, but it actually also sees that the US dependence on space as a vulnerability. And it's going to try to use asymmetric advantage to disrupt, potentially destroy these space capabilities when it can. The potential for kinetic attacks, where I see it, is in the realm of miscalculation. That's where I see the danger of potential kinetic fallout. I think also the development of less destructive weapons, whether they be kinetic or non-kinetic, may see a sort of lower threshold in conducting these kind of maneuvers. And we already talked about the close maneuvers that Russia is conducting. We've also seen China do quite a range of these, specifically also in geostationary orbit. So that should definitely worry us, which I think in turn could then again increase the risk of miscalculation. If we can't see exactly what's happening, specifically when talking about geostationary orbits, I think that's where it gets really dangerous. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Juliana. Get more from you in a moment. Mark, let me bring you in. We talked there about current and future threats. Let's talk about it from the government perspective. I mean, how many government departments work on space at the moment, and what initiatives are underway?
There's more than you think, which, before everybody's hearts sink, is not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's a sign of success. So if you look back at space some years ago, we had the UK Space Agency, we obviously had activity inside defence on Skynet, we had research activities, but there wasn't that presence in the central government departments that you have now. And that's partly because of the nature of space. What is space? Is it just a technology? Is it an enabling function? Is it an actual place? There are so many different aspects to space that it's not surprising it hits a number of different departments. But the fact that it's now recognised as being important to have in those departments at senior levels is a big sign of how far we've come and the maturity with which we think about space. It shows that we're starting to take it seriously. We're discussing it at the right levels. So if I give you a quick rundown, we've now got something called the National Space Council, which is where the Secretaries of State for a number of departments come together to talk about space matters. That's really interesting because it puts it on their agenda. They have to come and discuss the different space issues that the different departments raise. So it's a really effective forum to have the conversations and raise awareness at that senior level in government around what we need to do in space. In terms of what the different departments are and what they're involved with, my own department, Science, Innovation and Technology, quite new, but we sponsor the UK Space Agency. We've got spectrum policy within the department, the PNT office, so looking at defence time, they're within the department as well, and also the research community. So we do a lot of R&D money with academia and the research sector. Josh's department's got a key role in supporting space as a trade or a commercial sector. So bringing in companies into the UK, helping UK companies export. We would like the space sector to use those mechanisms a lot more. They don't always need to go to the UK Space Agency for everything. They can use all the other mechanisms across government. You've obviously got MOD. MOD's got a key interest in this, and Space Command is a huge step forward in terms of the capability within defence. FCDO works on those global norms, the UN processes, trying to set the standards for behaviour in space. There are a few other ones that you might not expect. Department for Transport runs the licensing. So if you want to launch something from the UK, then Department of Transport would do the licensing for you. And Cabinet Office. So Cabinet Office does the National Risk Register. So a lot of the threats that we just talked about are starting to appear on the national set of risks. Every time they're refreshed, more and more space risks go on there. So I would expect the next review, which will be 2024, to include even more, but that process is just underway.
Is there enough signposting, do you think, for those companies who want to get a foothold and want to be heard to know where to go to, given there are so many departments involved?
I think it's fairly clear what they do. We've tried to set it out in the National Space Strategy, but I can imagine it's confusing. If you're a small company, you may not understand where to go to. So the Space Agency has got a front door service where it's trying to direct people towards the right parts of government if you're interested in getting some R&D support. It is confusing, but I think it's partly the nature of space, and I think the responsibilities are fairly clear. But if people are not clear, let us know.
Well, let me bring in Josh, because I think he could provide some clarity as well. So from the Department for Business and Trade's perspective, how do you see both the industrial base, defence, and the government really working together? What interventions are needed, particularly when it comes to the export policy side? And perhaps you could respond as well to Doug's point that he really feels as though SMEs need a bigger voice at the table.
Yeah, so I think the industrial capability is what really binds all of these departments together. We can't deliver national space capabilities, defence capabilities without the industry, without companies like In-Space Missions or any of the many companies that are in this room. It's what unites the civil side, the defence side, our objectives that sit under the National Space Strategy that align to the Defence Space Strategy. We've got initiatives like the Space Partnership, which brings together the government, industry, the academic side of things as well, to agree our shared objectives as to how we deliver on the National Space Strategy. I think as the sector continues to grow, and it has had really strong growth over the last decade or so, we do need to continue increasing the priority of space. As Mark says, the number of departments now doing space is a reflection of the priority. Only a couple of years ago, the Space Directorate in DCIT, previously Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, and my department didn't have dedicated space teams. Now we do, because we recognise that there are more levers that we should be pulling in order to grow the industry, in order to bring SMEs to the table. My department, for example, has a number of initiatives that specifically target SMEs in training them up in how to export, in how to access international finance or domestic finance. And we know that there are increasingly more ways that the SME voice is brought to the table in trade associations and in forums that, for example, the new science minister is now running out of the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, as well as in my department. We have forums that my department also runs, specifically looking at how to increase the number of SMEs that have a voice, have operational capabilities, and not just shiny things that on the shelf. And so, but we do need to go further, and we've heard a lot about resilience, for example, and supply chain resilience. That is a key focus for my department in particular. That economic security is specifically tied to our economic growth in what is an increasingly contested and complex geopolitical situation globally. Economic growth and economic security go hand in hand. In a sector like space, where it is inherently dual use, that it is absolutely critical that when we're thinking about where we're exporting, where we're inviting investment from, that we are thinking about that threat landscape and those geopolitical complexities that we have to navigate. And so we are evolving our export policy. We are evolving our investment strategy to make sure that we are partnering with the right people, that the industry know where is a suitable place for their space technology and their space services to be exported to, and for where investment should be sought from, whether that's domestically or internationally. There are routes that we are now exploring to increase that economic security, that resilience within the sector, but at the same time, continue to grow it in what is an increasingly complex landscape.
Yeah, it certainly is a complex landscape. And let me bring back Doug. Obviously, we've talked about the many threats and challenges ahead. There are way more challenges, not least climate change, for example, where actually space will play a critical role. How do you think that the private sector can really be best utilised, and what extra support do you need?
I think it's the thing that's been touched on by several of the panel. You know, it's this idea that the government should start federating its needs. It should have a transversal roles in government that can say, actually, look, these are the capabilities out there. We can buy those capabilities. In fact, we get together, we get more buying power because we all need sort of the same stuff. And you know, industry working with government to try and get those messages across is important, because it's not just about adding capability, it's also about reducing costs to government. And I think we sometimes get lost in this idea of space being exotic and expensive. Actually, it isn't. When you compare it, you know, replacing some of the activities we do from space with people. Actually, space is a great way of automating a whole bunch of stuff that we currently spend a lot of time and money doing. I think, you know, the other thing there is that by federating those capabilities, it allows industry to have a clearer horizon to invest against. Because at the moment, it's quite challenging. And I think I mentioned it earlier, in light of fairly uncertain national requirements. Now, you know, as somebody in industry, I pick up my newspaper or digitally look at my newspaper, and I'm very aware of the things that are out there, that what's going on, what's urgent, and where space could address that. We don't always get that feel coming back from government. So this is part of the sort of narrative where industry gets a little bit lost and says, but hang on, we're building these, you need these now. And government says, yes, and in 10 years' time, we'll be buying them. But after some studying and approving and doing some business case reviews. And it's stuff like that. I think we can get a bit disjointed. So I think getting that message of urgency and also the benefits of space, not just in capability, it's not exotic, it's not expensive, it's a real thing that we can actually deliver now, and government could go out and buy a lot of the capabilities they need tomorrow, in fact.
Okay, well, I'm going to take that thought and put it back to Mark. Obviously, you've got to weigh up delivering for what's needed now to what the need will be in, say, 5 to 10 years' time for national space capabilities. How do you make that? How do you weigh that up? How do you try and attain some balance?
I'm not sure it's a question of weighing it up so much as the problem of government procurement. So it's taxpayers' money, and there are all sorts of rules in place that make it difficult to procure things, particularly buying things in advance of them actually being there. So for government to contract for a service that doesn't yet exist because the spacecraft are not in orbit is quite a tricky problem for our commercial colleagues to work through. I think the good news is that there's a recognition that we're not doing enough on capabilities and we're not doing it quickly enough. So one of the main challenges we get from the national space strategy from the sector is that we've got a huge range of ambitions, and actually it's not very clear which things we're going to move on first. So we've had the sector challenge us on that quite a lot, and we're going to try and address that early next year by setting out which capabilities we're really going to focus on in the short term. So that we're almost trying to do all the capabilities at the same time. And they're advancing, and there's a lot of activity going on in the defence side. There are a number of programmes that are delivering the capabilities we need. But on the civil side, we're doing a lot of R&D across a number of areas, and they're not necessarily as well coordinated or directed. So the idea is that next year we would issue the space sector plan that would set out 5 or 6 areas where we're really going to try and have a national ambition for capabilities and try and coordinate all the different levers we've got across government to actually accelerate or increase the ambition, or actually do it in a genuinely dual-use way, because dual use is quite tricky. Almost everything in space is dual use, but to actually make it genuinely dual use, it's really difficult, because you've got to have people around the table at the start having very difficult questions and conversations around what you want to achieve. A colleague uses the analogy of it's really nice and easy to give somebody a lift to the airport if you're already going to the airport, but if you had no intention of going to the airport, that's when it actually becomes meaningful, because that's when you've adapted your behaviour and you've tried to deliver what they want. So having those conversations up front around what does the civil side need and the defence side, and then building it and designing it, that's proper dual use. And that's where we need to get to. But at the moment, we're not quite there, I would say.
Well, actually, that was one of the questions that's come through on Slido, just how do you improve the kind of procurement process? Josh, how can we really improve the prospects and access for the UK space sector in particular?
So I think Mark's touched on it already, but fundamentally we are already starting, but we need to go much further and quicker in joining together the investments, the exports, the program delivery, the policy developments, and the procurement agendas across civil and military. Now, as I say, we're already starting to do that. For example, my department does support both civil and defence exports and civil and defence investment, which means we are speaking to the Ministry of Defence on a regular basis about how investment into the UK space sector can serve not just civil purposes, whether that's for commercial opportunities or civil requirements that will start coming through in the government side, but also the military side as well. And so, and vice versa, we've worked hand in glove with the Ministry of Defence on procurement recently to ensure that procurement that is run through the MOD does help grow the sector and make it more resilient, not just from a national security perspective to deliver the defence requirements that they have, but also that wider economic agenda of economic security and resilience within the supply chain. So we're already starting to do that, but we do need to do more of it. So one area that we're increasingly trying to work with the Ministry of Defence and UK Space Command and MOD Space Policy Team have been great at embracing this, is on the exportability of UK space capabilities. So we know, for example, that Skynet is a program that we collaborate with international partners and allies on already. There are multiple countries that are already using Skynet. Technically, it's an export, so I'll put a big tick in my box for that. But that's the kind of thing that where we have future programs in the defence space portfolio, that we're now having a discussion with the Ministry of Defence and with DSTL, for example, on where their procurement strategies and their procurement approaches will not just lead to delivering a capability they need for their defence requirements, but also help the sector grow, help bring more SMEs into the supply chain, help attract investment into those companies, and potentially, eventually become an export that the UK can genuinely say, we have put not just civil and military effort into this, but we are now a genuine world leader in this capability. We can sell it around the world, because ultimately, at the moment, if you take out the direct-to-home TV slightly distorting figures in our revenue generation in the sector, the majority of our income comes from exports. That demand domestically is there, but it is not where the space sector is getting the majority of its revenue. That's globally. We are seeking those opportunities, those contracts, that collaboration with international partners to make money. Obviously, I support that, but we want to, and we are already starting to work more broadly across the UK government to do that together, to grow the sector together through both support mechanisms that my department has, that DSIT has, the Space Agency has, but increasingly the Ministry of Defence. So it is starting to happen. Those discussions are already happening across government, but we recognise we do need to go further and faster.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Josh. There will be sure to be some more questions about this coming through, but I've got a couple more that I want to put to the panel. Now, we talked about the current threats and future threats, Juliana, but your research also looks at adversaries' action in the space domain. What can we learn from them?
Yes, absolutely. Now, I just want to clarify who I'm talking about here, because I think it's quite important. Definitely not talk about Russia, because if you want to learn how to be the first space power, but also potentially the first one out, look no further. I think someone that we have been watching in this space is China, because we've seen very continuous development, continuous thinking and investment into space. And it was actually Blethen Bowen who said to me, what we're seeing now in terms of what China's doing in space, that's all plans from the 90s that are being fulfilled now. So if we're talking long-term thinking, that's really what we've seen from China. I think that all that being said, I do think that there's still agility and flexibility in that system, because we have seen China really prioritize some of its investments, specifically in the LEO space, where they've started, they've clearly seen the success of Starlink, but also OneWeb, and decided we also need a LEO constellation that can do this, which is why they've built up a program called Guowang, which will basically mean that a lot of its sort of current LEO constellations will be built together to form one consistent one. I think where both Russia and China are losing out, though, where I think our strength lies, is the sort of innovation that comes from the private sector. neither Russia nor China have invested much in this or paid any particular attention to this. Specifically Russia, I think if we look at their actions over the last 30 years, even when the Soviet Union fell and sort of private sector could even open up, there was not really any real sort of motivation to actually open up and have a private sector. They very much wanted space to remain under central control of the government. And even though China has sort of tried to unlock some private sector growth, specifically with Document 60 in 2019, this is still sort of slow going. And I think we're going to be able to, really monitor this over the coming years. Apologies. I think something else, and that's my sort of second point, long-term thinking, but also this is something that Josh mentioned, and that's the export of infrastructures. Digital Silk Road, Belt and Road Initiative, China has been really good at sort of investing, but also engaging with, for example, Africa. More than 70% of 4G infrastructures in Africa are Huawei built, which I think is a shocking figure when I read it for the first time. But I think it also gives us a sort of overview of what the next 10 or 20 years might look like when these infrastructures are built upon, because it might just be easier to plug into further Chinese infrastructures, given that the sort of basis is already there. So I think the export of infrastructures, the sort of space cooperation, I know that we're very good at forming alliances with our existing partners through structures such as CISPO, et cetera. But I do think we sometimes struggle to look a little bit further. So I think the export of infrastructures is a sort of second thing I would argue that we can learn, of the limited things that we can learn from.
Okay, Julia, thank you very much. And talking about forming alliances, Dave, can you talk a little bit more about the UK's relationship with allies in respect of the space realm?
Sure, yeah. I think it's been clear from what's been discussed just here that we can't do it alone. The UK can't solve international geopolitical global issues when it comes to the space domain. And obviously working with allies and partners is critical to that. I like to think that the UK does have a long and distinguished history of working with allies and partners in space. Recent example of that would be, for example, Royal Air Force Fylingdales. So you may have seen in the press that it recently celebrated 6 decades of combined operations as a joint enterprise of the UK and US governments. Similarly, we've had SATCOM sharing agreements in place with NATO for many, many decades. But on the NATO point, we've been supporting their more recent efforts to try and operationalize the space domain. So we've been embedding UK personnel within the NATO Space Centre at Ramstein, and we're soon to have someone joining the newly established Centre of Excellence in Toulouse. We've influenced their NATO capstone warfighting concept, and we're now helping them to develop their core NATO space doctrine revision. And we've configured our UK Space Force elements to enable us to better support NATO operations. And also working closely with FCDO again, we've also influenced top-level NATO exercises where they're now starting to play out space and cyber issues at that kind of grand strategic level as they try and reflect on NATO's deterrence and defense requirements. But NATO, of course, isn't the only multilateral forum we've been part of. You've mentioned CISPO, Air Vice Marshal Godfrey mentioned CISPO as well. I was actually involved in the initial stages of CISPO when it set up in 2011, so it's great to see, in those days, 4 nations now turning into 10 nations. We've also been part of Operation Olympic Defender, which is a US-led operation to strengthen our deterrence against hostile space actors and to be able to respond collectively to some of those threats that we've been hearing about this morning. And that's another example of kind of operational federation, and Doug touched on the concept of federation. But to Juliana's point about it's not just about these multilateral relationships, it's also about the bilateral ones. And one of the things we're finding right now is everyone wants to come and speak to us. So it's quite tricky because it's outstripping our capacity to talk to everyone. So we're having to prioritize quite carefully how we do it, but without shutting any doors, because you never know what that one nation might bring to the party when it comes to capabilities, knowledge, and those sorts of things. I guess the key takeaway is allies and partners are critical to what we do. They strengthen our influence, particularly in terms of things like influencing the international rules-based order. So we've discussed influencing the UN and norms of space behavior, and they enhance our collective defense and deterrence as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So still a lot to talk about, and the questions have come in thick and fast. We do have some microphones around the room as well. And I'll first, though, go to a couple of Slido questions, but do raise your hand if you'd like to pose a question from the floor. Now, first question which has come through: could defence and government better leverage civil developments if civil space has longer-term budgets? What can the sector do to make a case for this? Doug, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Actually, yes, we struggle with the annualised budgets coming out the civil side. That there have been some improvements recently, and we hope that will continue. It does underpin a lot of the R&D work that's done on the civil side, and we do need to, I think, look at a national space programme for civil applications now. You know, we have a number of R&D things, but nothing operational. So we're very keen that that happens from the civil side of the world. Then obviously, as we say, and to Mark's point, yes, there is a challenge around dual use, and you have to do it by design. You don't build something and then go, oh, I could also use that over here. You start with that in mind. So we should start to look at, when we're developing some of these civil capabilities, absolutely building in the ability to manage the data securely, to do with things that we need to do to satisfy secure defence requirements. But absolutely, if there were better, longer term, more robust budgets that industry could plan against on the civil side, that would be a huge help.
Mark, what's your take on this?
So I think it's a really good point, because we're coming to the end of a funding cycle, and it depends on the election, but we may be looking at spending review of a year or 3 years, we don't know. But a 1-year horizon or a 3-year horizon isn't long enough for a lot of these space projects. But we're seeing in other sectors, so quantum and AI, that they are achieving these long-term strategies and these long-term funding pots from government. So other sectors are managing to have that conversation, but it's not quite landed yet in space. I think we still bump up against the problem. People don't fully understand space. They don't fully understand its enabling function for all these other technologies. There are examples where space is still regarded as risky. So the Mansion House pension funds announcement, for example, doesn't allow the pension funds to invest in space because space was not seen as mature enough. It flies completely against everything we understand, but we didn't manage to persuade them that that was the case. So there's still a perception, I think, that space is different, more risky, special, and people are not fully understanding that actually it's fundamental, is a key enabling technology, and we do need to invest in the long term. So we've recognised the problem. We need to keep pushing the answer, and hopefully we'll get there. But I think it's a good point.
So is that a lack of communication between your departments and the Treasury?
There's definitely a bit of that, but we've got people in Treasury who are, they understand space very, very well. I think it's the problem that lots of different parts of government are making these decisions and they're not all up to speed. Because space is still relatively new. I mean, I know AI is relatively new, but space is still relatively new. So there's still a bit of a journey to go on in kind of terms of convincing people.
Okay, thank you. Another question's come through. Sophie Antrobus, Group Captain Keeley, painted a rich picture of space threats. Given this, why is the UK not accelerating its space domain awareness programme?
Great question. Thanks, Sophie. All right, so listening to what's been said before, particularly what Mark was saying about things like Space Sector Plan and about money, it's a fight for money and it's an educational challenge. What do I mean by that? Well, firstly, different government departments have different budgetary cycles. So how do you align those for dual use capabilities? When it comes to fighting for money, we've got to put it in the context of wider defence. So this is a space audience. So of course, we're all interested in investment in space capabilities, but at the expense of what else? And then the educational challenge comes in that we've still got the challenge that we need to educate senior officials within all parts of defence, and not necessarily at the top level, actually within that middle area that have decision-making powers and financial delegations and decision authority over one capability versus another capability. Because of course, each of the single services frontline commands are going to come to the party and say, we need more of this in order to meet this defence objective, and the space community needs to do the same, but it needs to make sure that it gets its point across so that they understand the criticality of space, because as it is predominantly an enabler for other people's activities, sometimes it gets put a little bit down the priority list when it comes to funding investment.
Would you like to see a minister for space? Do you think that would make a difference?
Inside defence or
just generally?
government?
I mean, you know, if there were to be a new government, how would you like space really to be recognised within government?
I think it goes back to what Mark was saying about the National Space Council. If we can give that National Space Council, or if it use the teeth that it's got, not give it teeth, use the teeth that it's got with that Secretary of State function, which then filters down in a coherent manner into all of their respective departments, I think that could be a very powerful tool.
Okay. And Josh, how do you think you could improve communication then? Because as Mark was pointing out, perhaps you haven't achieved all the goals that you were hoping to do.
So I think given this panel is about how we work together on the space strategy, we do need to kind of acknowledge that the space strategy is only 2 years old. As I said, my department, Mark's department, didn't have a huge amount of dedicated resource 2 years ago. Now we do. The upcoming spending review, potentially change of administration through an upcoming election, those are opportunities for us to come together and communicate better to people like the Treasury, with our Secretary of State, that we didn't have 2-3 years ago. So we are in a different world to where we have been at any time in history, really, in how coordinated and collaborative we're already working together. So as we look to a spending review, as we prepare for an election, that is an opportunity for us to come together, work across our departments, work with industry and the academic sector as well, to cohere our narrative much better than we have ever done before. And we're already starting to do that. Like I said, I've already mentioned the Space Partnership, which is intended to bring together those different parts of the sector across government, including all three of the departments represented here and the Space Agency, the industry, academia, to cohere that narrative and put forward a case for space. I think the point that Dave was making about how space is an enabler is something that we as a sector have previously not been able to make that strong case yet. The fact that space now sits across so many departments means that we are able to access more levers, more policy areas that we can show and convince space has a place within those sectors, within those programs, within those forms of support, again, in a way that we have never been able to do historically. So we're already pretty well set up to do it. And there are functions being stood up now to prepare for the spending review across Whitehall to make sure that we are all thinking collaboratively, because, yeah, as we know, spending reviews can sometimes become a fight for departmental interests and individual budgets. But already, as a space community within Whitehall, we have said we're not going to do that. Yes, we will have to play the game within our departments, but under the National Space Council, under the National Space Board, at officials level, we are going to work together to coordinate all of our business cases to make sure that we are saying the same thing and we're referencing each other's objectives and drawing on each other's levers, so that as we put that case to the Treasury, to ministers, we are speaking with one voice and putting the case for space forward better than we have ever done before.
Okay, it's good to hear. Let's go to a question from the floor, if there's anybody with a hand up. Not yet. Well, I shall go to Slido again. So another question. The space strategy internally aligns government, but interfaces for industry are complex. How can government better join up and provide a brokered front door? I mean, you did allude to that, just now. But Josh, is there any other initiatives you think where it could be easier actually for private sector to be knocking on the right door, essentially?
So I think we do recognise that there is, as we've been saying, it's a great thing that more departments and more teams are working on space, but that does make the landscape a little bit more complex. There is recognition within government that is a challenge. For example, in the National Space Strategy in Action publication that came out earlier this year, there was a recognition that we do need to be better at aligning our messages that are coming out of different departments to industry, and for industry and the academic part of the sector to be able to come to government with the ability to access the right people in government at the right time. it is the case that each department has its own remit, and so maybe we do need to be better at communicating exactly what each department is responsible for. For example, it's a little bit more straightforward for me in that any company that's looking to export is my responsibility. Any company that's looking to come to the UK, set up and expand in the UK is my responsibility. And there was reference to that in the National Space Strategy itself, but that's 2 years old and departments have changed. So maybe we do need to be better at signposting, as you said earlier, to which department has responsibility for what. If there has been talk of kind of one single front door that sits across the entire government, I'm pretty sure that doesn't exist for any other sector. So that would be quite difficult because it would just get caught in a system. There are lots of us working on space, which is a good thing, but we're all working on the bits that we should be working on. And we probably do need to be better at communicating which bits exactly each of us are working on.
Okay, great. Yes, go ahead, Mark.
So I think there are a couple of things to add to that as well. So the Space Partnership is an innovation. So the sector has come together with academia to act as a sounding board and a partner for government to work through some of the issues that we're trying to do. So that's a useful mechanism we've got as well. The other thing I think that I mentioned earlier is this lack of clarity, perhaps in the National Space Strategy, about what we're going to move on first. So the idea that we publish next month, February or March, the idea of a space sector plan, where we start to set out what our capability priorities are, that I think will also help, because one of the things the industry is asking for is a clearer sense of where we're going to move or what we're going to accelerate on. So that alignment should help the sector.
Okay, thank
you. Just to add,
yeah.
I think from industry side, we also have the trade bodies with UK Space and ADS, who are, we kind of accept on the industrial side that government's always going to be complex. And as such, the trade bodies play a really valuable role in providing that mapping and providing that support to help people get to the right person or the right department.
Okay, thank you. A question from Chris McIntosh. Given the increase in dual-use systems and investment into space systems by other countries, how will the UK ensure that key capabilities remain under UK control? Dave, do you want to take that?
Yeah, but actually I'm going to defer back to Mark because it refers to the space sector plan.
Okay.
So part of the space sector plan will be identifying what we call highly assured capabilities. So those where we want to keep them within our own national security environment, development in-house, and then deploy them as part of either defence, dual use, or wider government purposes. Mark, I don't think there's anything else you want to add on that.
I mean, the National Space Strategy in Action document already set out a number of areas where defence has decided that certain capabilities need to be highly assured. There are 4, so kind of those are already made clear. And then in addition, you also set out the priority technology areas where you want to be able to source from the UK specific technologies, and they're not all yet available in the UK, but then that helps departments steer R&D towards developing those capabilities, or even if necessary, bringing in those capabilities to the UK. So it feels like we've gone quite far in understanding exactly what we need in terms of onshore capabilities.
Okay, thank you. So another question come through. Primes still act as the gatekeepers to MOD contracts. What is the MOD government doing to make sure that SMEs are given more opportunity to get a slice?
Is that back to me again, is it?
Well, perhaps you or Josh.
Well, I'll take a shot. So firstly, for example, UK Space Command has run a series of engagement events to do with capabilities that are within their portfolio. One of the other things is articulating cross-government requirements, so industry knows what the demand signal that's out there so we can then bring them in. One of the hardest parts, though, for SMEs is sometimes we need to talk to them about the application of a new technology which might be at a higher security classification. So I think there's a tension there. If the SME doesn't have the ability to handle secure information, how do we bring them in for a realistic conversation about how we might use their technology? And maybe some of that goes back to the gatekeeping point about the trade associations, or maybe the primes partnering with smaller SMEs, which I'm not sure is everyone's cup of tea. I'm looking at InSpace here who have done that, and whether there's advantages in doing that or not.
I think it's worked very well for us as a model. We have a big brother with BAE Systems who have supported us and given us the ability to access ListX facilities and push our clearances through so that we're able to handle things. And that was always part of the deal with the engagement, but we'd already achieved clearances, etc., before we were required. And I think it goes back to my comment earlier about pulling up the ladders. We worked really hard to get all that stuff, and we got the reward was that we secured some contracts and we did a bunch of things. But actually, there are people out there with some excellent technologies who probably maybe don't know how to navigate the process the way we did, and don't recognise the reward at the end. So they're not willing to put the effort in now, or are just hitting a barrier. For whatever reason, there are a number of reasons they may not be going through that. And I think it's a loss to the sector that we haven't got some of those people and those technologies in. I think it works well with things like the DASA programme in terms of the R&D, and that is a great programme. And as an SME, we never secured one, but a lot of our colleagues did, and they were really powerful programmes. It's the next step after that, really, that's where it becomes operational, or you're doing an actually higher TRL activity, that are the things where the barriers are for SMEs.
Yeah, and I think it's easier for that engagement within the R&D/scientific community, as I say, before it reaches something that's more mature that you can roll out there.
Yeah. So yeah, rolling up the TRL is very important, and I think there's a role that industry can play there of working well and engaging with SMEs. And I know BAE do, I know Airbus and Lockheed and a number of other primes that actually do go out there and run engagement sessions with the SMEs. I think it would be really good to then go back a year later and see what actually happened following those engagement sessions.
Yeah, but of course our interest is in early stuff as well. So we do have strategic investment funds that we can use for exactly those sorts of purposes, to catch the technology early in its development and then try and help it pull through into something that delivers a capability at the end.
I just wanted to expand on Doug's point around the role of primes. It is something that DCIT, the MOD and DBT are looking at through the Space Sector Plan, about how we work with companies of certain sizes, of strategic importance within the sector, and because there's a lot that industry and the academic sector ask of governments, we want to start putting some things back to industry on what the expectations of government are of big industrial players, so the primes. What are the expectations that we have of the primes if you want to operate in the UK, if you want a government contract, and if you want an MOD contract, if you want to access R&D funds, what are the expectations that we should be increasingly putting on the sector? And so we have already started some of these discussions with some of the companies that Doug mentioned around what are the expectations of the primes in terms of skills development, for example, as well as the amount of SME content that they have within their supply chain. And this fits into the narrative around supply chain resilience. If we've got primes that are here or that want to come here, they need to acknowledge their role in increasing the resilience within the supply chain and bringing SMEs into that supply chain in order to make the sector not only grow, but more resilient. And I think that is something that will be further expanded on in the Space Sector Plan. It is something that many of the companies in this room will already be aware of, that we are considering. But it is worth emphasising that through the National Space Strategy, the National Space Strategy in Action, Defence Space Strategy, the Space Sector Plan, government's thinking continues to evolve, and we are now at that stage where not only are we acknowledging what we need to do, but we also want to be much clearer in terms of what we want industry to do with us. And so that just those discussions that we're having with primes right now will be part of that move that we take to ensure that SMEs have those opportunities, more of those opportunities in future. And that's in addition to various frameworks and commitments that already exist across government, in government procurement. And we're also looking to best practice in other sectors. So SC21, Supply Chain 21, is a commitment in the aerospace sector that we are exploring how we can apply that framework that is focused on supply chain resilience, improving access of SMEs to primes, how we can apply that to the space sector.
Okay, thank you. We've got lots of questions coming through. We won't be able to get to all of them, so I'm going to focus on the most popular ones right now. And I think this is something, again, for Josh. You've spoken of the challenges and need for integrating innovative technologies. What proportion of awards have gone to the lowest cost bidder, however? I think that's very tough for him to say what proportion right now. But, you know, what would you say to that type of question? How do you make those assessments?
I was going to take a leaf out of a politician's book and say, I'll come back to you on that question. So as I mentioned earlier, in terms of how we increasingly use government procurement and government programs to support different objectives, whether it's defence requirements, growing the sector, making the sector more resilient, we are seeing an integration of our objectives across different programs more and more. As I said, my department and with support from BEIS at the time played a particularly key role in informing the certain Skynet decisions that resulted in order to achieve all of our collective objectives in a way that probably hadn't been done before. As we go forward, those through the space sector plan, we are agreeing across governments, departments, and delivery organisations, agreeing how, for example, an exportability criteria can be factored into a programme or a procurement route, so that companies that can prove they have if they are given a contract or given an R&D grant, if they can prove that there is an exportable market that they can address by accessing this funding, that goes towards eventually goes towards their score and it determines how well they do in that program. Again, that's not the kind of thing that has been commonplace in space programs previously. That's just an example from my remit, where I am extremely grateful to the UK Space Agency, to UK Space Command, MOD more broadly, DCIT, and others for taking on board the feedback that we provided, that actually we may not be supporting companies of the highest growth potential globally because it hasn't been part of the consideration. That's the kind of thing that, working across Whitehall, we are able to do more to ensure that our different objectives come together in a collective way.
Okay, thank you. Good answer. So, Dave, this is a question for you. How will military balance transparent engagement with industry on future requirements versus security class of vulnerabilities without giving unfair competition advantage?
Sorry, read that again?
Yeah. So how will the military balance transparent engagement with industry on future requirements versus vulnerabilities without giving unfair advantage to the competition?
One thing I'd say on that is we've already started to publish clear cross-government requirements. So, for example, we recently released the cross-government SDA requirements, space domain awareness requirements, and I'm sure more of those sorts of documents will fall out of the space sector plan once it gets finalised early next year. So that's the first thing, is what are those requirements? How do we get those pushed out? And then balancing transparency. Really, that comes down to what is the discussion about? Is it about a particular capability? Is it military only? Is it dual use? Who should be involved in that discussion? And it comes back to Josh's points about how do you balance primes versus SMEs versus security requirements. Doug's point about being on List X, in terms of being a List X company, having all of the security infrastructure in place. It is a challenge, but we've got to be clearer with that demand signal first before the conversation can start.
Okay, thank you. Question perhaps that you might be able to answer, Mark. What's the current UK government position on a national launch capability? And that's Dave. Both of you.
So we had the launch in January, successful launch from our perspective in the sense that all the regulations were in place. It wasn't easy to do it because it was the first launch from the UK soil, but the CAA did a brilliant job, the Space Agency did a brilliant job, and unfortunately, I think kind of, Doug, one of your spacecraft was two of the spacecraft was some of the victims that are living merrily in the Atlantic. But from a regulatory government point of view, we've now proven that we can do it. We understand it. We've proven that we can operate launches from the UK. The next launches are towards the end of next year from Scotland, so it's an active programme. Phase 2 of the programme, where we're looking at understanding how we really stimulate the commercial market in the UK, is going ahead. We're working through the business case for that now. So it's still a government commitment. It's still a programme that's being delivered. It's still a capability that we want to have from the UK.
Okay, Doug, anything to add?
I think launching the UK is really important. I think it's not just for the direct reason that somehow this makes a direct economic sense. I mean, there are benefits in having it. I think it's what it creates around it. And we saw this in Cornwall over the period and the ramp up to the launch, the growth of an ecosystem in Cornwall. Now, unfortunately, it didn't sustain afterwards to the level that everyone hoped it would. And partly that was probably because of the launch operator and the troubles they got into and the fact that they didn't really leave anything behind. But I think the idea of a sustainable launch capability in the UK is really powerful for embedding space into the UK and into our thinking, start to recognise it as something that we just do in the UK. And I think the costs of doing that are dwarfed probably by the benefits, because I think the benefits, not only to employment and the ecosystem, but also in a national, almost inspiration level and a less tangible level, are huge. And from my point of view, I love the idea of being able to put my satellite in the back of a van and drive down the road with it. So.
Okay, Dave.
I don't know what road that is to get to some of these launch sites.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sure.
We won't talk about Shetland.
Yeah, no, launch is great in terms of not just obviously the ability to attract inward investment, but also from national prestige perspective, because obviously there's a race going on. Norway say they're going to be the first. We don't know yet. Let's wait and see what happens. But it's one thing to consider is that UK launch as it stands with the planned spaceports and the capabilities isn't a panacea for every launch capability that you might want. So for example, they can only go to LEO right now, and some of our future requirements, certainly in defence, will be beyond that. And so our policy in defence right now is just we need assured access to launch capabilities. We're not saying where those might come from. That will depend on the maturity of those launch capabilities and services that are available. But between now and 2039, we've only got the potential of maybe 10 satellites that we want to launch. So that's not a lot. So people often look to defence to say, oh, you could be an anchor client to kickstart UK launch ambition. Well, actually, we don't have that many things that we want to launch. So as those satellites start to mature, then we'll look at which launch services we need to procure.
Okay, thank you. Now there's two questions come in that I'm going to combine. The first one is, do we need to brief the shadow government to ensure seamless space action through an election year? And also, with the possibility of a new government next year, do you think it's possible to ensure a consistent space strategy? So what's going on behind the scenes, Mark, in terms of trying to ensure that there is this consistency? Because, of course, we've had a pretty turbulent political scene over the past few years. How do you ensure that the capability remains and the vision remains intact?
I mean, there are tried and tested processes. When an election is called, government moves into a phase of ensuring a smooth transition to the next administration, whatever it might be. So there's a tried and tested mechanism where seniors engage with all of the parties to understand what their manifestos mean, how government might deliver them, how you prep them, because the last thing you want is a government coming in and you needing to scratch your head for 6 weeks about what does it mean and what do you really want. So that will happen. It will cover spaces, it will cover other things, but it all relies on an election being called. We've got no sense when the election would be. I think there's a role for the industry side. Industry has access to politicians as well. So if the industry side is also kind of engaging with all of the different parties ahead of a possible election, that would make sense as well. I mean, you're deputy head of UK Space. I don't know if you want to say...
Yeah, I shouldn't be wearing that VC hat today, but yes, I am. Yeah, and UK Space ADS will continue to engage with the shadow cabinet as well as, the cabinet direct. So the preparatory work is in train.
Okay, thank you, Juliana. Anything to add?
Yeah, just kind of touching on to the point that I made earlier about sort of Chinese consistent thinking on space, which obviously isn't hindered by things like government changes. So sorry. So there's obviously bigger structural things at play, but I think something that is key for us to do, and I'm talking sort of us in this room, is to consistently communicate the importance of space. And I think it's a point that Dave made earlier about, space being primarily used as an enabler, which is why it sometimes gets lost on the priority list. But I think we do need to make the case that, yes, space is primarily used as an enabler for defense especially, but without that digital backbone, you're losing out on a lot of capabilities. And I think that sometimes gets lost in sort of bigger political discussions. So I think if we consistently communicate that point, then hopefully we can see consistency in seeing space as a priority as well.
Okay, thank you. Another question has come through, very popular. When will we prioritise the fostering of UK talent and company growth over foreign companies setting up shell offices and being seen as an equal for UK capabilities? pulling no punches here. Who would like to take that one?
Gladly, I can say it's not me this time, which is great.
I can talk wearing a small part of my UK space hat, which is to say that we do see a number of companies being incredibly grumpy that large companies are being encouraged over who aren't filling necessarily a capability gap in the UK, but in some cases are replacing indigenous capabilities, and that's always a concern. And I think we need to get better control over that, because all that happens is they land, they steal all the people from the nearby companies and torpedo a lot of growth that we've actually been supporting. So it's a left-hand, right-hand thing, right? So having a clearer vision as to which companies we want to attract to land, and then conditions around them landing, which aren't all about here, have some geo return from ESA, or please access our new defence programme, but also, and if you do this, you set up, you invest in training of new people, you invest in infrastructure that can be shared by other companies. I think messaging like that, I think it's important that we're not so desperate tripping over ourselves to get big names to land here that we sort of screw up what we've already got.
Josh, how are you approaching these concerns?
So it is the case that in our foreign direct investment approach, we try as hard as we can to integrate new entrants to the market in the right places, whether that's in terms of capability or geographically, in order to make sure they don't massively disrupt the supply chain, that they don't massively disrupt the workforce and the accessibility of talent in the areas that they land. Now, that's not to say that, for example, my department and my team support every single company that comes into the UK. We can't, and we don't. So the ones that we do, we try to think strategically about where they go into the supply chain, where they go into, which cluster they join, for example. Going forwards, we've already referenced that as part of the space sector plan, we will be changing our approach even further, so that when we're particularly looking at bigger companies coming into the UK, there will be those expectations that we set on them from the outset. And there are companies that we've already done that with that are starting to do it, which is really welcome, but we need to do it better and be even more strategic about it going forwards.
Okay, thank you. Juliana, you mentioned earlier that even though obviously China, the way that policy is pursued in terms of space, no change of administration, yet on the other hand, the fact that we don't have a flourishing private sector involvement, how does that kind of balance out effectively?
That's a good question. I think in the case of China, it's sort of government-led, sort of what priority is sort of led. And I know that there's specifically when it comes to space companies and them seeking out sort of a place to actually build their business, it's often the municipalities who sort of give them financial incentives to actually settle down. So there is still that sort of top-down, I would argue, sort of control or at least influence into who gets to flourish. And obviously in the case of Guowang, what we're seeing now is these companies sort of being put together to then build what the government sees as a priority. At least that's what we can sort of tell, obviously from the outside looking in. But having seen the way that the companies are being sort of put together to build this constellation and sort of their original plans being changed, that's at least what we can tell.
Okay, thank you. Now we've just got time for one more question, so I am again going to go for the most popular. If UK Space Command is supposed to be the protect and defensive arm of the nation, why is the government not providing a separate funding line rather than being dependent on air?
That's actually a misnomer. So it's allocated space funding, which is managed by the air top level budget. That's an easy one.
Okay. Lovely. Well, we might have time for one more then.
Sorry. And I'm sure my Space Command colleagues will stand up and correct me if that's not right. But yeah.
So what lessons have been drawn from the Russia-Ukraine war, and how has this shaped thinking on space strategy? I mean, we did allude to it a little earlier, but is there anything else that you would like to add?
Only that within the Ministry of Defence, we're kind of not necessarily reorganising, but we're putting more focus on a campaigning approach. And so from our perspective, what we've done is made sure that any lessons that we're learning are re-injected back into our strategic planning and campaigning processes, so that we obviously don't make any mistakes moving forward, and making sure that we understand how our potential adversaries are using space in a way that could undermine our strategic advantage.
Okay, well, thank you. Now, lots more questions we didn't get to. We will, of course, have lots more opportunity in the later panels to put some of those questions. So what I would do is, if your question wasn't asked, put it in your back pocket, because we have overlapping themes, and also we'll be coming together for kind of a wrap-up panel session later. So that's another opportunity to pose some questions. But thank you very much for all of the interaction. And I'd really like to thank the panel, Doug, Dave, Josh, Juliana, and Mark. It is time for coffee. Please do, though, be back promptly, because we've got lots more to discuss. But I'd like to thank the panel very much, but don't go anywhere because we're having a photo.
All right.
Thank you.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space developments.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS T-Drift.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
An 8 spot.
what does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space developments.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents, before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS T-Drift.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. You're go for deploy.
And 8 spotted.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on Cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
1.
20 seconds to LOS TDRS.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Here's go for deploy.
Thanks very much. If you could start taking your seats, I'd be most grateful. Thank you. So welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee. We're going to move on to our next session, which is industry and innovation collaborating for success. So over the next 40 minutes, we're going to focus on unlocking growth in the UK space sector and how industry can turn innovation and new technologies into world-leading space capabilities through collaboration and cooperation. So as part of that, we're also going to be looking at how to best deliver the national space strategy by working with government bodies, defence and international partners to really try and unleash the UK's potential. So I'm really pleased to be joined by experts from right across the space spectrum. Please welcome, first of all, you heard from him a little earlier, Mark Roberts, Chair of the Air and Space Power Association. Mark is a retired Air Commodore in the RAF. He was the Director of Air Staff with responsibility for space and cyber policy in his portfolio, and also Head of Capability for Deep Target Attack. He became later Project Director for Spaceport One, and now runs a space sector startup, Gravitolab Aerospace Services. So Mark, do you want to take a seat, first of all? Thank you. And we'll hear from Mark at the top of the panel. Also, please do welcome Dr. Matthew Broadhead. Matt is the Technology Strategy Leader and Chief Consultant for Space at the Defence Science and Technology Laboratory, DSTL, which is based at Portsdown West near Portsmouth. He's published research on cross-cutting issues such as deterrence, mission assurance and space warfare. So please do welcome, do take a seat. Lovely to have you with us, Matt. Also, Michael O'Callaghan, Dr. Michael O'Callaghan is Head of Future Programmes for Airbus Defence and Space UK. He has a lot of experience across a diverse range of roles within both the public and private sector, working across industry and academia, because for 15 years he was at the MOD's Defence Science and Technology Lab. So do welcome Michael O'Callaghan. And David Pyle is the Regional Director of the United Kingdom, Europe and the Middle East for Northrop Grumman Space Systems. He leads the connectivity between customers and suppliers with business delivery teams in the United States. He's a former British Army officer as well, and he's held various other roles right across the aerospace sector. So please do welcome David Pyle. Thank you. But first, to kick off this session, as we did for the last session, we're going to hear a bit of an impulse statement from Mark Roberts, just to kind of set the scene and get the conversation going. So please do, over to you.
Thank you, Susanna. It's a great pleasure to introduce the industry session, and I should probably point out that I am wearing the hat of somebody who runs a 25-strong SME in terms of this session. Forgive me, I am script-bound, but I will hopefully make it as painless as possible. It will not surprise you, perhaps, because the last session strayed into a lot of the industry issues, that there's a fair amount of repetition here. I'm going to sort of slightly put a positive flavour on that and say some common themes are appearing, but let's see how we go. So the last session, correctly in my view, advocated that a joined-up collaborative approach to strategic delivery of space is important. I would actually argue it's essential. It was very pleasing to see the government departments talking the same language, and I take great heart that there is a genuine will to seek a coherent strategic future for this vital sector. This session is intended to link directly to the last by offering an industry view and essentially underline our deep desire for greater collaboration going forward, and that is a theme I'll keep returning to. I'm also keen to perhaps challenge the conventional wisdom about industry's motivation, role, contribution to the collective drive for success in the space sector. In the context of defence, it would be easy and rather typical to simply focus on procurement and make the rather hackneyed point that traditional acquisition processes are woefully inadequate at providing capability at the pace of contemporary need. However, while this is true, I would like to open the box a little more and discuss how industry, especially in the space sector, is genuinely desperate to support national space endeavour and its successful delivery. I'm going to argue that industry has a crucial role at every step of the capability cycle. We can solve problems if those problems are shared. Indeed, industry may already, and this was alluded to earlier, industry may already have solutions to some of the challenges we face, and we can certainly deliver at pace. I will also posit that success can and will be born of truly symbiotic relationships between government and industry. So I'd like to start talking about working collaboratively. Now, this may cause some in the room to bristle, but I would reflect that until relatively recently, the government's interpretation of good collaboration on strategy with industry in this sector has been defined by delivering one-way seminars and consultation surveys. Take the development of space legislation and regulation as an example. Government refused wider industry support, choosing instead to periodically brief on industry on progress. This was not a discussion. and the responses to industry challenge were routinely inhibited because of legal concerns. I argued at the time and continue to hold the view that this denied legislators the very expertise that they needed to access. Whilst the skills to actually pen the legislation and regulation rightly sat with government, the knowledge of space did not. And not engaging with industry, for example, to scenario test the regulation was a missed opportunity. Now, I am not knocking those who staffed the work. It was a fabulous effort you'd be surprised how small the team was, a very small team to deliver such complex work. I'm merely highlighting that convention prevented the type of collaboration that would have benefited both sides. So why do we want better collaboration? Each of my fellow speakers will offer a view, I'm sure, but I would highlight the following. Most of industry in this sector are innovating, whether that is capabilities, systems, processes, components, operations, or the manufacturing methods used. Does government really know what it has access to? Indeed, does industry truly know what the government sees in the future, especially when it pertains to resilience and/or sovereignty? I would contend that we could and should be doing better. This is an oft-cited issue, and it was mentioned earlier several times, but there are systemic barriers to SMEs engaging, and this effectively denies the strength and true depth of the space sector to the government. I will leave it to others on the panel to comment, but I wonder if the primes also find the process of pushing new and novel capabilities unnecessarily tortuous. My point is that deeper engagement and collaboration at all levels will reveal and stimulate exactly the type of innovation that all strategies call for, while offering mutual benefit and a much better direction of travel towards growth and prosperity. Now, I would reflect that DSTL have made a cracking start on this, but I suspect that bandwidth almost certainly prevents the depth and breadth that I believe is available and wanted. Industry can and indeed wants to move at pace. Again, you'll have heard this before many times, but why is the comparatively agile UOR process the exception? Sure, huge geostationary satellites and systems are not delivered overnight and are arguably able to exist in the sluggish acquisition process. But what of smaller, agile and adaptable capabilities that could be placed in orbit very quickly, perhaps in response to events, and with the latest technological advances on board? I was fortunate to do some work with the Pentagon a few years ago at the end of the noughties on the concept of responsive space, and our conclusions of that work might help make my point. We sought to understand whether capabilities could be launched very rapidly after the need was identified and a capability specified. In other words, and by way of example, could a commander issue an order to have an EO system with specific sensor capability, providing coverage of a specifically defined area in a few days? The answer, we believed, was yes, but that required an extremely close collaboration with launch, satellite, and component suppliers to ensure that the right systems and assembly capabilities were on the shelf. We also recognise that we require a very imaginative acquisition approach that supported a near total reliance on industry for contingent strategic capability and the needs to continuously seed R&D. Putting aside the acquisition element, the key points were that the customer collaborated closely at every stage of the capability lifecycle, with the quid pro quo that industry provided interoperable systems that were bespoke to the requirement. Also, through continuous seeding of R&D, the capability delivered was not only up to date, but collaboratively considered at lower TRLs. While perhaps an extreme example, hopefully this has hinted at the potential value and power of collaboration at all stages of the capability lifecycle, and how industry can be vital and an enthusiastic contributor to delivering capability at pace. Now, you might not buy this, or those in industry will, but I would advocate that the space industry is innately altruistic when it comes to future success and growth. Yes, we have shareholders. Yes, we need to make money. But of course, we all see the value of a vibrant, growing and enduring space sector. and these motivations are completely compatible with our commercial goals. I would add that the space industry already collaborates internally, perhaps more than is understood. Many companies, especially in the SME realm, share knowledge, concepts, and solutions. An industry is configured and comfortable to work collaboratively and would welcome that collaboration growing to truly embrace government. Industry also recognises the benefit of overall sector growth, primarily because growth means opportunity, and when the space sector as an ecosystem of companies, when there is growth within the ecosystem of companies, that's likely to bring benefits to others. Put another way, growth works for us just as much as it does for the wider economy. In summary, I'm firmly of the view that for real and optimal success in the space endeavour, industry needs government and government needs industry. Therefore, our noble aim moving forward is to find that symbiosis that gets affordable capability to the front line, but at all times drives growth. Industry's contribution is PV, knowledge, and the skills to provide the innovation, technological developments, and manufacturing to provide fieldable capabilities our nation requires. Government's contribution is to define the strategic need, the ambition, the priorities, and provide handrails to guide industry towards our collective goals. Now, even as I've described it there, I fall into the trap of making it sound like a transactional activity, but I'm not advocating that at all. We can develop strategy together. We can define roadmaps together. We can work hand in hand on investment, and we can iteratively develop capabilities together, and we can certainly operate capabilities in a symbiotic way. Some might call that dual use, and we've been doing it for a very long time. The bottom line is that industry is up for this, indeed has lobbied for greater collaboration in the space endeavour for years, and in my utopian world, it would be great to see this conference as a firm step in the direction of making that collaboration happen. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. So, Matt, it was great to hear Mark refer to the fact that you've been doing a cracking job in some respects, but he also talked about the fact that it's a bit of a one-way street in terms of the government briefing industry and not the other way around. What do you make of that?
I see that picture, and I was reflecting on the level of conversations we've had with industry, specifically through a technology lens, I suppose, as I've seen it since about 2015. And we started from a position of almost a level naught of conversation in certain areas. Certain areas were more mature than others, but it was a case of industry would say, what do you want? And mob would say, what have you got? And it was almost a broken loop because there was very little capability in DSDL, no program, there was no Space Command, no Space Directorate, little capability in DNS outside of SATCOM. So that was the first level of conversation. Moving forward to sort of where I think we are now, and I'd be interested in the perspective of the industry participants here, we're sort of a level of conversation where it can feel like a broadcast type situation. And three things were mentioned in panel one. Effectively, information that already exists out there, things like the cross-government space domain awareness requirements, a lot of effort went into that. They're available now on the internet, and it's a conversation. Yes, it's just information broadcast, but it's something we weren't doing 2-3 years ago. And it's completely outside any specific procurement, which is an interesting approach. I think we can do more like that for things like ISR, for example. The highly assured capabilities list, what needs to be sovereign, what needs to be assured, what needs to be accessible in the UK from a defence perspective is a good start. It's sort of squirreled away at the back of the Defence Command Plan refresh, but that is a start and that will evolve, I think. That's another important one. And the third one is how Serapis has developed under Lot 2. I remember starting to write the technical framework for Serapis back in 2016, and to see that evolve and grow and pick up more and more SMEs and more partners across a massive wide range of industries has been very good, very heartening, and is delivering very well under BAE leadership. So I think that's a positive for a conversation with industry on the technology side. And the final one I want to mention, because I always bang on about this, is DASA. It's great to hear Doug Little talk about it as a good way of SMEs getting access to defence. We have 7-8 years worth of defence and security accelerator calls for space going on. All that information, all those technical challenges, all that detail of what we think the problem are for mod in space technology are out there now. So just because the calls are over doesn't mean the technical detail of what we think the challenges are and what we want. That all still is on gov.uk, and those challenges aren't changing. So if you want a history of where DSTL think the challenges are for mod, that's a really good resource to have. And so looking forward to the future, where does the level 2 conversation lie? And I suppose if I look around this room and I aggregate PV, the internal research and development activities of all the companies here, it probably dwarfs mod's investment by at least 1, if not 2 orders of magnitude. So how do we have a more sensitive, more nuanced and focused conversation with those internal research activities in a sensitive environment, which is where DSTL is well positioned to do, to aggregate that in a focused set of key technology areas to benefit mod's future ambitions in space? That, for me, is where the future of the conversation is.
Okay, thank you. We'll hopefully go further there in a moment. Mike, you moved from DSTL into industry. So what do you make of what Mark pointed out? And just in general, what are your reflections on seeing these challenges from both the industry and government perspective? And what do you make of the pace of change?
So I think it's fair to say I've learned a lot in the last year. It started on day one with a bit of disappointment on a bus in Spaceport, Cornwall. So it's left me plenty to reflect on. And I will swipe with pride as well from other conferences this year and the excellent speakers that we've heard over the course of the year. And whoever's doing this panel next at DGI, Space Symposium, MIL SSA, Space Ops Summit, Spacecom Expo. I think we've got too many conferences, but anyway, that's for a different time, but it's good to continue the conversation. So reflecting on Roberta's comments, I'll start with talking about growing and about collaboration. And it's true, the barriers do make it really hard. Moving from a position of being at the end of that hosepipe of information to looking at how that is disseminated to industry, it is very difficult, and that's why we're often all here. If you miss the event, miss out in terms of the information that's presented, which is you can't guarantee you're going to see that later on down the line. And maybe that's security, maybe that's procurement regulations, maybe it's connectivity from official sensitive to top secret with industry, maybe it's just culture. Mark Bacon talked about this earlier. But there are some really good examples. We've heard about them already. I think that I've seen this year. The SSA requirements have been mentioned already. Some things that are not space, but the D&S organizational design activity that industry have been involved in. I think that was a really powerful thing to invite industry along to. Some of the multi-domain integration activities, for instance, again, have been very open. And of course, the space partnership, as we've already heard about. So there are some good examples of where defense is willing to open up and really share some of the deep thinking that's going on about the future of the organization. But what I see in industry, and Mark talked about this already, there's a lot more pragmatism, there's a lot more openness than perhaps I realized, because the pace is driven by necessity, it's driven by the time needed to respond to a statement of requirement, to an ITT. And often those are, orders of magnitude shorter than the time taken by government to actually write the requirement. So that pace has to be much faster. And, I might have been one of those in years gone by who's perhaps criticizing companies like Airbus for how they engage with small and medium-sized companies. And there's lots of initiatives going on right now that are trying to improve that. We just received funding, £3.9 million from the Space Agency for an innovation catalyst at Stevenage as part of our community for space prosperity. And actually, what that's all about is recognizing the heritage that Airbus has and owns on behalf of the UK in bringing that community together. So really very much more of a community model for engaging with SMEs, which is perhaps different to how we've done it in the past. And it recognizes the UK doesn't have the luxury of duplicating specialist staff or specialist facilities that have been there for a really long time. We need to make sure those are open and available for people to use. And we heard General Gutlein at the National Security Space Week in the US talking about the deterrence of partnerships as well. And God has mentioned this in his opening speech. And that's why we've been partnering with companies as well, like Northrop Grumman, good to be on the stage with David, to bring sort of the best of both worlds, the UK expertise in Airbus to grow the ecosystem, but also the additional benefits of leveraging all of that allied investment in space capability as well. And we need to continue to look at how we can rapidly accelerate UK capability through the own collaborate access model that we hear about so often, whilst bringing that joint expertise to bear to deliver at the pace that's needed. The second thing I want to talk about, reflecting on Mark, is supporting the strategy. How are we doing that? How are we making it work? We do spend an awful lot of time talking, and I really hope that we're all going away from this and getting on with things as well. We can reflect on the defence space portfolio, £1.4 billion worth of investment. We could say space and defence did pretty well in the last integrated review with that new money, but challenges and delays in delivering against that funding have persisted. And we need to ask ourselves why that's happening. Is it a lack of industry understanding about what government wants? And we certainly speak a different language sometimes. Is it expertise in government? We've heard about that already, that there are challenges and process blockers, but it's certainly not a lack of effort on behalf of everyone in this room. But the fundamental and urgent need, and we've heard about it already, is to respond to the threats in space. We've heard about that already, and I'll come back to it in a second. But resilience of capability in the UK for protecting and defending our assets and with our allies is really important. The pace of delivering that can only really be driven by government, where we're looking at delivering national capability. The end-to-end process to deliver these capabilities is far too long, and we must be looking at ways we can shorten that process. Having government as an anchor customer can unlock growth and accelerate capability as well, whether it's from private equity, venture capital, internal R&D. And we heard from Josh earlier as well about supporting exports. We heard about the new CISPO nations as well. How are we going to work across those partner companies? I come back to the threat, though, and Deanna Riles, who I'm sure many of you heard speak this year at various conferences, has always just come back to the threat is real and it's got to motivate us. The US do talk about their clock, and by my calculation, there's now 750 days on that ticking US clock out to 2026, which has been talked about very often, and that should galvanize us to move quickly. So what are the solutions? What do I think we need to do? We've got to move at the pace of the urgent need. We're pretty good actually at doing urgent operational requirements. And if we believe that the threat is real, and I think we all do, that means we absolutely need to act now at the pace of operational need, not just developing capabilities for the next 10, 15 or 20 years. And we've seen this discussed at many of the conferences over the last few years. I think Alice Bunn summed it up really well at the Space Conference a few weeks ago now. She talked about the myth of competition in the US and in Europe, that the procurement rules that we operate against are perhaps just plain wrong, and maybe we're a bit too British about the way we go about doing things, where other nations maybe do things in a slightly different way. We heard from Josh and Mark that Mod and government are working on this, looking at the UK Space Agency BRICE procurement study. There's new procurement bill going through, the sector plan, category management. We haven't heard anything today about the Defence Space Capability Framework, but we know that's coming down the line as well. But will these things be fast enough to mitigate the threat? Will that pace endure into 2024 when we're going to see political turmoil and further defence reviews going on as well, potentially over the next 12 to 18 months? We can't necessarily wait for those things to happen. So how are we going to get after these things more quickly? So just to close, fixing procurement and working out how we get after the operational need faster is absolutely critical. And one point that was kind of agreed on a number of conferences this year was that also government anchor tenancy in order to deliver and drive these national capabilities is absolutely critical and drives investment as well into the sector. And it's great to hear from Mark that those things are hopefully coming next year. Everyone that I've heard speak this year agrees that those things are a multiplier. And I agree with that too. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Well, let me get the perspective now from David Northrop Grumman, Space Systems. So how do you think the UK should approach collaboration? What could we do better, particularly in taking this international perspective?
Sure, absolutely. And it's always the danger of going forth on a panel. Other people steal your sandwiches, so I'll pick up on a couple of points. So I think first, and as we're coming up to sort of the Christmas season, we need to celebrate. We're always really hard on ourselves, I think, in the UK, that we've got a great space industry. We've got space capabilities that our allied partners look at with some jealousy. We heard earlier that so many countries come to Space Command to ask for those, to look at those capabilities. And Skynet, the capability of Findingdales are two examples of that. And certainly as a big US prime, we employ about 1,000 people in the UK, but the most of our space business is in the US. We see great innovation in the UK. You may have picked up recently, I think we announced at DSCI our work with Space Forge. So Josh Weston and the team down in Wales are doing world-leading work there in the UK that is getting a lot of attention about manufacturing novel materials on orbit. And it's something that I think a number of the prime contractors are looking at as absolutely world-leading capability, and that's being led out of the UK. So I think coming back to collaboration and just sort of broadening it out a little bit, industry and government absolutely need to collaborate. But there's also the other players in there. So investment. A lot of the new space investment at the moment is coming from the private sector. So that's an area we need to work on. Academia, we've got some colleagues from academia in the audience today. Again, another area which needs to be part of that collaboration. And equally, looking at space as a global business. Mike's mentioned we're teaming with Airbus. That's not just a UK thing. Space really is a global industry. And again, working with Josh from DBT, who spoke earlier, we've carried out a number of supplier events in the UK and in the US this year. And that's about finding suppliers, partners who can join with us in a global supply chain and really, as a network of allies, make our capabilities more competitive, so we win more business, absolutely, as Mark mentioned. That's what we're in business for. But also to make us more competitive against the threat. And it's a defense conference, and we should be looking at the threat. And as Mike mentioned, that's what we need to focus on. So this is about, yes, collaborating to do better business, but also collaborating to be more agile, be more resilient, and really address those threats that are facing us.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Well, we've got lots of questions to get through, not that much time. So I'm just going to go through in popularity order. Would DSTL consider driving an effort to loop together all frameworks and calls for a single portal, for example, a UKSA landing page, rather than a scattergun approach that we have currently? Matt?
This was kind of discussed yesterday in the previous panel in terms of the single front door approach. I mean, it's really, really hard to do across government. It's even hard to do within DSTL because of the nature of the commercial arrangements we have, the nature of the vast array of different work we do. And again, the most successful way we've done the single front door across Space Agency and DSTL is the DASA call. The Space Agency have co-sponsored that activity since 2013. That's before we even had a space program. We've been working in collaboration with the head of technology at UK Space Agency to shape those calls and co-fund those bids with the explicit instruction that what we do is exploitable in a dual-use context. So we don't fund things that we don't think we can exploit for the growth potential of the UK, but also for defence and security use. And as the command and DNS have matured over the years, that's become more and more closely aligned with the programs as they emerge and the requirements as they emerge and the R&D tech demonstrators as they've emerged. So I think that as a technology front door is a really good example. DSTL can't cohere the rest of MOD in terms of capability terms. That's not our role. We're kind of at the technology level, the S&T level.
Okay, and there's a follow-up. Some capabilities are operational now and with collaboration can be adapted to quickly. What is the risk appetite for government to use these?
Adapted, can you just repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, so some capabilities are operational now and with collaboration can also be adapted quickly. I mean, these capabilities are, they can be used straight away, but why is the government, has it got enough risk appetite to take on board these capabilities right now?
I don't think it's risk appetite. I think this is a really good question. This is where usually I've got a UK Space Command colleague next to me I can slope shoulders this question onto, but I can't do that right now. I don't think it's a case of risk appetite. I think it's a case of knowing what the capability vision is for the future and where specific solutions fit into that vision. I don't think it's a case of the appetite of just buying a solution now and doing it in an operational context, because I don't think we do that in other domains. I don't think we do that in other operational domains in terms of the physical domains of air.
What's your take on this then, David? Do you think that there is capabilities that are there right now but not being fully exploited, and why?
It's a difficult one. I mean, looking internationally, there are lots of capabilities out there which could be exploited very quickly. But I guess coming back to sort of the reference to the UOR system, and some of this I think is there are some challenges we could get after straight away, but it is that balance of risk, balance of priorities. When we go to sort of the UOR situation, the risk appetite does change in government, and people are willing to place contracts very, very quickly, but equally are willing to make mistakes. We're seeing in the COVID inquiry the same sort of thing. Government had to go and act. And yes, they made some mistakes, they made some successes. And those things change when suddenly we swap to a proper sort of operational tempo.
And sorry, just on the UOR thing, just to come back on that, as you'll be aware from previous services, the issue with the UOR type approaches is the whole issue of bringing it back into core. Yes. They're done to do a very specific solution for a very specific problem. Then trying to integrate them with information systems and allied specifically was very, very challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where there are a number of paces of change. Yeah. So there's absolutely that pacing threat, but equally there's a longer term program where you've got to take that more holistic view. Absolutely.
I guess, it depends. It might not just be talking about the UR approach in its per se, in terms of it being an urgent need and that issue of bringing it back into core, but what can we learn from those kind of rapid acquisition processes if we are fighting, in a high threat environment against an operational need? I think, if I look to our US partners, for instance, they have ways of rapidly pulling through R&D into acquisition that, are not mechanisms that are necessarily feasible today or exist within the UK system, but what can we learn from those? Hopefully we're learning from those other approaches. I think just a point on risk as well and buying in existing solutions, I guess it all comes down to what we're actually buying those particular solutions for. And there's been a huge amount of discussion this year about capability resilience, I would call it. And if we're just buying something because we want access to it quickly, then that's one thing. If we're buying something because we want a UK national capability or to provide resilience across allied nations, then that's perhaps a different angle. And we heard about the highly assured capabilities list that's been published. That gives us a pretty clear-eyed view about what kind of capabilities the UK really wants to hold on shore, some of which don't exist today, which is a good steer as well.
Mark, what's your perspective on this?
I don't really have that much to add. I think one thing that I would say, and I'm going to make the sort of carry-on cry from the SME perspective, is that there are things that are happening in SME technology world that we know government wants, and I can think of a few, and it is fantastically difficult to get government engaged. And I'll give you an example. Hypersonics is, we know this is an area of real interest at the moment. Very, very difficult to get engaged in it. So, and that is a risk-based issue, in my view.
Okay, thank you. Another question's coming through, very popular. The success of Serapis was highlighted. Can DSTL explain why it had virtually no funding into 23-24?
So the success of?
Serapis.
I think, I'm not sure about the commercial arrangement for Serapis, but I thought the ceiling on Serapis was lifted in terms of the budget available. I'd have to go back to our commercial office to verify that all through BAE systems, so I don't think I can answer that from a commercial perspective.
Okay, thank you. Another question that's come through from Paul Mason. What kind of institutions or organisational structures would be the best forum for collaboration, and how do our competitors do it? Do you want to take that one, Mike?
That's a pretty difficult question in terms of the ways in which we collaborate. I guess it comes back to that point I made earlier about the driving, what drives the pace of collaboration. And, quite often we find ourselves waiting for, government to release, their requests, their asks about what they're after to try and understand that. And that really drives us forward in terms of how we want to build collaboration to kind of, answer those specific needs. But until you get to that stage of understanding what the end requirement is, it would be quite difficult to kind of put those teams together. So I think, working as early as possible with government, with MOD, to understand specifically what they're after, that allows us to then look at, okay, what kind of technologies is this going to require? What kind of solutions is this going to need? Will help us kind of shape how we put those teams and those solutions together in the future. In terms of structures that can bring it together, we already heard about things like the Space Partnership, for instance. Now, that isn't a commercial vehicle to deliver any of these solutions, but it's those kind of open discussions about roadmaps, about where we want to go in the future, that brings together expertise from government and industry that can really help. I guess the challenge is, and I think I saw Joanna here today, is kind of the challenge is, okay, that's really great, but how do you take that to the next stage as well and start delivering against some of those priorities?
Okay, thank you. Matt, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I mean, you'll remember from your previous life, we'd actually looked at different models of collaboration about how we might do the space programs. And there are different models across government. For example, one I've had a lot of success with is Missile Defence Centre is how industry and government collaborate in almost an equal contribution share to understand the issues of missile defence. You've got Team HRSA from a directed energy perspective, Tempest looking at different models of collaboration. So the models are there. They're very different in how they're focused and how they're approached. And I think they're much more bounded than space. So I think at the end, we looked at some different design options for how we take it forward, and those models weren't necessarily appropriate, but they could be looked at in future as the enterprise matures going forward.
Okay, thank you. Healthy competition for contracts should be the norm, but does industry accept that there are occasions when single source procurement may be necessary? David?
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen that through procurements both in the UK and across the globe. There's always competition gets certain things certain times, but there's always a case for sole source for certain capabilities. We've seen, and I think Matt's sort of mentioned some of them. If we look across MOD at the moment, things like complex weapons pipeline, national shipbuilding strategy, there are certain things which are linked to national capabilities, assured capabilities, which may need to go sole source. There are other areas where actually there's a really healthy industry base in the UK and globally where we can compete. To me, it's very much horses for courses. We shouldn't always jump to competition. We should consider all of the options out there. And equally, there are procurement routes with allies, where we might be better to go down an allied procurement approach, where we all compromise a little bit to get something because we can put more funds, more resources against a requirement. So it's very much, you've got to be open to them all.
Your perspective?
I mean, I probably agree pretty much with what David said, and I think it's, absolutely there are, strong occasions and reasons why going single source for something makes complete sense. I mean, it comes back to, the point I reflected on from Alice. Actually, there was another point made at the UK Space Conference about, an urgent and pressing need in some cases to, for government to look at, okay, who is the best team to deliver against this particular requirement? But equally, that's got to be balanced against, open procurement for other parts of the system. And I think, when it comes to, the DSCL side of the house on R&D and science and technology, for instance, looking at the whole range of solutions, gives government an idea of what's actually possible and those kind of options. But when it comes to delivering operational capability, and we heard, Mark's talked about, bringing SMEs on board, etc. You mentioned the hypersonic program, for instance, and I've got absolutely no doubt that there are some really great technologies coming from small and medium-sized companies that can deliver, whether it's hypersonic detection or other parts of that program. I think, the notion that a small or medium-sized company is going to be delivering a hypersonic detection system for MOD on its own, I think that's probably something that's going to be pretty unlikely. And would carry a huge amount of risk. So I think, for some of these larger programs where we're trying to deliver, an end-to-end operational capability, no one company is going to be able to do it on their own. Even within Airbus, I talked about our community for space prosperity we're putting together and what we're doing in Stevenage. And again, it's recognising the need to bring the best of breed technologies together, whether within our own supply chain or within the community.
And kind of on that point, Lewis Danborough has sent through a question. How would the panel overcome the challenge of navigating a route to bring novel innovations useful to defence that haven't been outlined in requirements? Is there a danger that if you don't fund these new innovations that you could potentially get shut out further down the line?
I think we've got to always be really alive to really disruptive technologies coming in from left field. And, I think, all companies and in government have ways of scanning the horizon, being involved in things like Seraphim Space Camp, for instance, which look in early seed stage investment funds, or, working through the Space Agency or DASA as another great mechanism for unearthing these innovations. And I guess it's making sure that, we are able to share what some of those things are and start to look at the implications of some of these disruptive technologies. And, it's incumbent on all of us to be open-minded about that, I think.
David?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Mike. I mean, as a large company, we're constantly looking for new technologies, new capabilities, new services. And equally, it's incumbent on us to lead industry in certain areas. So the work we're doing on space logistics, which is servicing satellites on orbit, we're leading industry panels on that to try to grow the market. It's not about trying to lock it down and monopolize. It's trying to grow a new market segment. new capabilities for the warfighters and for our customers.
Matt?
Yeah, for me, we have a history of investing quite in novel technology, low TRL type stuff. For me, it's about pull-through. It's about value death type stuff. And there was a comment in the first panel that said the perception of space is that it's difficult. It is. You need to get to Mach 8 in a hardened radiation vacuum. It's difficult if you want to do TRL-6. You can't just bolt a piece of armour to a tank, test it on Salisbury Plain, bring it back and make it better. So I think defence has to do a better job on offering technology demonstration opportunities, in-orbit demonstration opportunities. We did it in the 90s. We did it on the civil side through Tech Demo Sat. I think we can offer something like that in the future to pull through. And that's a really powerful message for small and medium enterprises. If you have a defence contract and you have an opportunity to get flight heritage, that's a very powerful leg up for SMEs.
Okay, so leg up for SMEs. Mark, is that a leg up you can take?
Great to hear. As and when and if it happens, then there is a smorgasbord of technologies that's in SMEs in the UK at the moment that will excite defence. I'm absolutely no doubts about it.
I'm going to finish on just a final question, which is, it's pretty popular. This optic is UK only, even by this panel with Airbus UK, Northrop Grumman UK on the panel. How will the UK space sector repair this optic with international industries? Do you think it needs to be repaired, first of all?
So I think I sort of tried to touch on that before. I mean, for me, the opportunity for industry in the UK is not just in the UK. The space market is global. The US will always spend far more than the UK does on space. We've seen it before. It's going to continue. So for me, it's about let's get out there and show the world-class capability from the UK to the other markets. And certainly at Northrop, that's what we're trying to do. We're building our global supply chain. It's not just focused on the UK or the US or the other countries we operate in.
Mike?
Come back to partnership, how can we, partner to bring some of those best innovations, and marry those up with UK capability and, bringing that kind of joint approach, I think, is one way we can maybe accelerate and get ahead of some of the threats that we talked about earlier.
Okay, and from your perspective, Matt, is there too much of a UK focus?
I really like this question because I think I've got a really good answer for it, which is, as a programme, we currently have 30 different projects across 9 different memorandum of understanding within the DSTL programme, and industry is right at the heart of that. So whereas the technology might be difficult to have a conversation on an industrial basis internationally, certainly in governmental terms, we have 5 Eyes activities, we have 13 Eyes activities, we're doing new things with Japan and JAXA. So from a DOD, MOD, around the world perspective, DSTL and the industry people supporting DSTL are extremely well positioned internationally.
Thank you. And from an SME perspective, how broad are your horizons?
Very broad. I would say that the majority of our future customer base is overseas, and I would say that the majority of our supply chain, very sadly, is overseas, certainly by value. So, even as a very small organisation sitting in the middle of Norfolk, our horizons are pretty broad.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all of your input to this panel. It's been great. Thank you for sending through all of the questions. It is all we have time for because we have another panel before lunch, but please do give a round of applause to Mark, to Matt, to Mike, and to David. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go out that way. So we're now going to be moving on to our next session before lunch, and we're focusing now on diversity in space. And we're going to be hearing from academics about how a diverse space workforce really is crucial to securing the best security outcomes. And we're going to be hearing from examples from a gender perspective and about the lived experience of women in the defence space industry. We'll take the temperature from the panel first before we go to lunch, and then when we come back from lunch, we'll have a Q&A. So you've got plenty of time to reflect on what you've heard from the panel. And I'd like to introduce that panel now. So please do, first of all, welcome Carissa Christensen, who's the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Bryce Tech. She previously co-founded defence contractor the Towery Group, which was acquired by LMI in 2019. And she is an internationally recognised expert on the satellite space industry and chairs international forums and is on many boards globally. So welcome, Carissa. Great to have you here on the panel. Also welcome Julia Baum, who's a PhD candidate at the Freeman Air Space Institute here in London. the School of Security Studies at King's College. Her research focuses on space power theory in the new space age. A warm welcome, Julia. Great to have you with us. Also welcome Wing Commander Sass Duffin, who's a qualified space instructor and develops space training, education and awareness for defence. She's a UK Space Command Space Fellow, and her PhD research considers the contribution of national cultures and international behaviours in space, international relations, and how it really does affect alliances, norms and responsible behaviour. So welcome, Sass. Great to have you with us. And she's moved to NATO Space Centre as branch head of enablement and deputy director. So we'll get perspectives from Sass on NATO as well. And welcome Melissa Quinn, who is the Managing Director of Seradata, Slingshot's aerospace industry-leading space database, tracks every launch since Sputnik. So warm welcome, Melissa. And Melissa was previously Director of Spaceport Cornwall and was instrumental in the first launch, of course, from UK soil earlier this year, as we've heard about. And Melissa is part of Women in Aerospace and is a Fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society. So a great panel. Really excited to hear from you all. But first of all, Carissa is going to give us her thoughts because she's been taking the temperature right across the industry.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk about the diversification of space. We've talked today, we talk at every conference, about how space capabilities are valuable for our national defense and for that of our allies. So if we think about space capabilities as assets, maybe we can think about those assets, like we do financial assets, as generally benefiting from a diversified portfolio. So diversification in finance helps reduce risk, improve returns. It stabilizes results. By owning multiple assets that perform differently, you reduce overall risk on your portfolio and you're safer. In the last decade, space capabilities and the ecosystem that creates and delivers them have become massively more diversified. And that's generally a good thing. And so from a global perspective, here are a few examples of what I mean. And I was going to say slide, which DIY, okay. In the last decade, new investors have delivered more than $50 billion US to create more than 500 new space companies around the world, bringing new founders into the space ecosystem and driving disruptive innovation across all space markets. About half of that investment went into launch companies. Combined with next generation vehicles in development by long-standing providers, the result is an unprecedented breadth of launch capability, dramatically lower launch prices, and a record-breaking number of orbital launches in 2023. We've already exceeded 200 this year globally. New satellite form factors are at the heart of many of these venture-funded startups, enabling incremental funding and growth. It's hard to start a company with $10 million if your satellite would cost $250 million. But if your architecture relies on hundreds of small sats, you can start to prove your concept with just a few relatively inexpensive satellites and expand from there. And that's really been enabling for venture funding in space. And of course, small sat constellations in LEO are delivering new imagery with global insight and short periods between images, allowing for change detection. Large and even massive constellations like Starlink, OneWeb, and Kuiper are planning for ubiquitous global broadband with low latency, augmenting existing geosatellites to provide a more robust, resilient future suite of commercial capabilities, and also, of course, flowing into national security architectures as well. We're seeing government acquisitions taking advantage of new products and services offered by these and other companies to do things like extend satellite life, support resilient LEO architectures, and manage debris. And finally, we're seeing a transformed on-orbit population, with now, in 2023, close to 10,000 active satellites where there used to be 1,000, delivering these new capabilities to users globally, along with some potential challenges that go with growth, notably debris threats and issues for science. Overall, the space ecosystem has diversified significantly in the last decade, and so new investors, new firms, new architectures, new systems. The benefits from that include enhanced manufacturing, rapid innovation, the ability to achieve greater space effects than a decade ago, and that diversification has generally reduced costs and increased our resiliency. I do want to take a moment to say at a national level, from a national perspective, we face a policy imperative to take action to preserve the most important elements of that diversified ecosystem to ensure we can meet future national security objectives. Aspects of that ecosystem, those commercial companies and providers that I talked about, are under threat due to factors like less available investment capital and insufficient non-government demand for some relevant products and services. So that's a topic that I hope we have an opportunity to talk about a little bit more. The driver of every aspect of our space portfolio is, of course, our workforce. So how are we doing on diversification of our workforce? We're seeing an increasing diversity of skills in the space workforce, given the increased number of space firms and their various business areas, new commercial applications, and investor attention and media coverage. Space jobs encompass a wide range of skill sets. It's hard to think of a discipline that doesn't have some potential relevance. My company has a space artist on staff, for example. Looking, though, at what the main jobs that we're hiring for are, we did an evaluation last year. We assessed the job postings of about 60 representative US companies. These are the most common job postings from most to least. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, the top position being recruited for was aerospace engineer, but overall, the top category of jobs was computing and information technology related. The hardest jobs to fill, by the way, based on time to fill, were skilled technical positions not requiring a university degree. Those took longest to fill. So a workforce area where the industry still has challenges is gender and race diversity. There are no reliable, comprehensive statistics on diversity across the space ecosystem. I'm showing here some data from the US Defense Department, highlighting the Air Force, and which is indicative of, it's not a full picture of the broader industry. The general view, in my experience, is that government and private sector organizations have improved diversity in the last decade, and that nevertheless, women and minorities remain underrepresented, especially in technical and leadership roles. So what's the path to getting closer to full representation? As you will have gathered from the slides that I presented and the topics I'm discussing, I'm not a diversity expert. And so in order to bring some meaningful insight to this group, what I did was I reached out and I talked to a dozen senior leaders. These are people who have run the largest space agencies, served as general officers, headed major defense firms, led key industry associations, and held eminent positions at very elite universities and think tanks. And I talked to a dozen people who happened to be women and minorities. 10 were women, half were Black or people of color. And I asked them this question. So based on your experience as a leader and as a member of an underrepresented community, what practical thing do you think we should be doing? What one thing do you think might help, small or large? And they talked about 3 general topics, and I'll sort of tell their stories to you. So one, they talked about career on-ramps, advice, day-to-day advice to managers, and leadership. So several people talked about getting young professionals into the industry through internship programs, especially when they're connected to other programs that provide next steps. One respondent who's now on the faculty of a world-class university talked about NASA fellowships and internships, some of which no longer exist, that provided her with what she called a no-gap path forward. So she came in as an intern and then had next steps available to go forward. She said the first internship at a NASA field center is why she switched her major to aerospace engineering. Another mentioned outreach to historically Black colleges and universities. And people talked about not just raising awareness, but creating a sense of welcome. making it clear that the industry had a place for people. Several mentioned the Brooke Owens Fellowship Program, which is uses an in-depth process to select highly qualified women university students. It places them in summer aerospace jobs. It provides them with mentors, and it connects them with their cohort of fellows as well as the fellows that have gone before. The advantages of that program that one of the people I talked to pointed out, she said, look, it demystifies access to leaders because leaders are in there acting as mentors and giving talks to the fellows. It provides, I thought this was really interesting, her perspective on this. She said, it provides a cadre of peers that helps these young women combat imposter syndrome. That was an interesting take. It hits as these young professionals are entering the workforce to create that sense of welcome and due at least in part to that innovative selection process. They're perceived, these young fellows, as perceived as high performers and have become a very desirable pool for companies to recruit from. As I said, the program is oversubscribed with companies that want to participate. So in addition to those career on-ramps, people talked about day-to-day operations and management, and quite a few talked about getting rid of things that do not work. They mentioned, of course, tokenism, hire one person and sort of check the box and move on. Several talked about the mistake of putting the wrong person in the wrong job for the sake of diversity. Somebody who does not have the appropriate skills, somebody is too junior. They emphasize that as something that just does not work. One person said she'd seen diversity awareness video training that not only wasn't effective, she said it just made people mad. She didn't care for it at all. They talked about creating an environment where it was safe for women to be unlikable or say hard things, and about the importance of vocal allies. One said when a woman is maybe given less time to speak, or perhaps her input isn't fully considered, it's powerful when a man points it out and objects because that makes the point that this is a workplace issue that affects everyone. I think most consistently, the leaders I spoke to talk about leadership. They talked about representation at the most senior levels and how important that is. And they talked about the importance of a commitment and a belief in the power of diverse organizations by organizational leaders. Many commented that representation is poorer at senior levels, and they emphasized the need for women and minorities to hold senior positions, particularly in technical career tracks. One woman said when she became when a woman became the CEO of the Fortune 500 defense prime she worked at, she decided not to leave as she had been planning and stayed, and her career trajectory actually achieved a very high level. She talked about the value of celebrating and highlighting diverse leaders so people can see themselves. Another woman who herself was the former CEO of an iconic aerospace manufacturer commented that to get her first management role on an engineering project, she had to fight her way in. She said, they didn't want me, but I knew I could do the job. And other people talked about that as well. I thought this was very interesting. Board roles came up, and one person said, if boards simply adhered to good governance processes by rotating board members every 6 years, that would create new opportunities for new board members, including women and minorities. She sat on a number of boards, and she said board members are motivated to kind of keep those jobs, and companies don't enforce those good governance practices. And I want to close with a story about leadership. When I heard this, I said, oh, I want to share that, but of course I won't attribute it. And the person telling me the story said, not only can you share it, but you can absolutely say it came from me. So this leader was involved in a study for the Commandant of the US Marine Corps to understand why of 587 jet pilots, 3 were Black. And that number was lower than it had been years before. The study included interviews with organizational leaders. The person I was talking to said, we talked to every 3-star that was available. And the ones that weren't Black or female said, we don't have a problem. The Marine Corps is a performance organization. And if we divert our attention to diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're going to lose the next war. And so the person I was speaking with and his team conducting the study felt that that attitude had contributed to the decline of representation in the organization. They felt the most senior leaders in the organization really need to believe in the value of diversity. They really need to believe that seeking talent from the whole population will improve performance. They need to believe in the benefits of diversity of thought, culture, and experience. And if they don't have that belief, it was their view, that organization will miss out on brilliant contributors to success. So, and the person telling me this story added a personal note. He said, that he felt the attitude of these Marine Corps generals dismissed his own accomplishments and contributions. He said, I never thought thinking about people like me would be a diversion. And I want to tell you who that person was, who felt that his peers through that perspective did not value what he had done. That was Major General Charles F. Bolden, U.S. Marine, aviator and test pilot, NASA astronaut with 4 trips to space, pilot of 2 shuttle missions, commander of STS-45 and 60, and of course, administrator of NASA from 2009 to 2017. That's the person who felt his accomplishments weren't valued because leaders didn't see the importance of diversity. And that's the talent, that's the kind of talent that I think is at risk. So with that, I'll close, and I very much look forward to our panel discussion and Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you. Carissa, great to hear from you, not just your own thoughts, but certainly those perspectives across the industry, and what a powerful story to end on. I want to bring in Julia straight away because you've conducted quite a lot of research into this. And what has it thrown up about just why a diverse space workforce is just so critical?
Sure. So as an academic, I suppose I'll start with definitions. So diversity at its core is really about people who are underrepresented. And it's about making sure that we are more inclusive, but why? And research shows time and time again that we're making better decisions, we are more agile, we are more cohesive if we do include more diversity. So with an academic hat on, my argument will be there's more impact if we have more diversity. So from a research perspective, regardless of which field that you're researching, in the academic pipeline, in the education process, you have to consider the role between impact and diversity. So impact being the provable benefit of research in the real world, and benefit, I suppose, could be debated, but the point is that this is assessing meaningfulness and sort of output and solutions that are tangible. And we have to consider how diversity fits in here because, like military in its most ideal form, academics and researchers should be representative of the population of which they serve, but also of which that they're studying. So being an academic and looking for impact statistics or evidence of impact, it's kind of like detective work, going in, looking for stats, looking for data, and then cohering that into singularity. Making sure that the data that you're researching is representative of the population writ large, but also you and your team are diverse, not only in sort of age, gender, sexuality, race, etc., but are considering your own diverse backgrounds, your personal experiences in that which you are researching. So in academia and in universities, there's sort of this movement about being interdisciplinary by design, which is a great step towards that. And that's applying for grants not only across your department and looking for those that are diverse, but looking for grants across different departments. So for more studies, applying for grants with an engineer, or a roboticist applying for a grant with an ethicist, or co-authorship between humanities and astrophysics. Because so often in universities, single authorship is the mark for career promotion or advancement, or sort of taking another step up in your career. But actually, if you are able to do co-authorship and to integrate multiple views and multiple disciplines and be diverse in your approach, your impact is far greater. So from the research that it shows time and time again, if you are more diverse and you're able to bring back your different backgrounds and different researchers together to provide that level of engagement with the space sector, with any field really, because if we're talking about an education process in university, it's not just war studies, it's not just astrophysics, it's not just a single degree, it's also soft skills, but we can get into that. We need to use our diverse strengths to gain that impact. And if I can just make another point specific to the space sector, we throw around the term space-mindedness quite a bit, but what does space-mindedness look like? What do we want in a space-minded cohort? And so space-mindedness is really just about being innovative and having creative solutions at hand and being able to achieve that innovation. What is the cohort that we want to be able to unlock that? And that is fundamentally space-mindedness. That's taking advantage of our assets, that's divergent thinking, that's being able to ask questions regardless of how naive they may sound in a setting that maybe is not your own expertise, and then sharing those ideas to come to a better conclusion. So yeah, I could go on and on, but I'd rather pass the torch. But just the point would be, we have to bring these perspectives together in universities and research and to gain impact if we are going to achieve that space-minded cohort that we really do need for the new space age and the next space age.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia. Let me bring in Melissa. I mean, you heard that diversity of opinion from Carissa, the frustrations, as well as the opportunities and the benefits of certain approaches. What's your take from your own career about some of the best approaches, and also just why diversity of thought in particular is so crucial to progress the industry?
Yeah, well, thank you first, and yeah, exactly what Carissa was saying, and many of you in this room probably know that I'm quite passionate about this, and I'm quite vocal about this because of my own experiences. But I think going back to one of the points that was on that list at the end of Chris's talk there was about leadership. And so it's one thing that we're in the industry, I think we're around the 20-24% mark of women in the industry. That hasn't shifted too much in the last few decades. But then when you go into the leadership level, into the C-suite level, and it's less than half of that. So there's a big gap there. And for me, it's really important because I go to a lot of these conferences, and I have been since I started this industry now about 12 years ago. And a lot of the same challenges are still there. And a lot of the same topics come up, and we talk about the same things over and over again. And that's because we're not bringing different people to the table with their different ideas and their different approaches of how we can maybe solve some of these problems. So diversity is key. We've got to start to have some of these different people having a seat at the table, making these decisions, having a seat at the table, but then using a voice at that table is really crucially important. And I think another point is really interesting is that female-led startups, for instance. So we talked earlier on Doug's panel about government contracts and a lot of them going to primes. And then if you think about the primes, a lot of the leadership level is a certain look and feel. And then a lot of the supply chain elements, a lot of the SMEs, that they might get a smaller piece of that pie. The SMEs themselves, there's a smaller level of female-led businesses. And there's a stat that came out from the OECD that government contracts globally in the space industry, only 1% go to a female-led business. So if you're a woman leading a business and wanting to do startup in this sector, I mean, that's a pretty big disadvantage to even start with in the first place. And then another thing I'm massively passionate about is having a high profile in this industry. And coming from a diverse background is fantastic because if you do get a platform like this to have a voice, then that's great, because another issue we have in this industry is communicating why space is powerful. And if I get to tell my community that, and somebody from a different background gets to tell their community, that spreads faster and wider, fantastic, that's great. But you do get put a bit in a spotlight. And my experience through launch was pretty special when it came to the media exposure that I had, and the pitfalls and the downfalls of being somebody that doesn't look like a director of a spaceport would, for instance, and the amount of abuse that I had to take because of just that alone. And you get this with female politicians and female leaders in other industries as well. This panel got it. When it was posted that we were speaking on this panel at this conference, it showed a picture of our faces. And if any of you saw it, the tweets, the abuse that we got as individuals was disgusting. That is normal. That is what you get online from being from a different background. So I think acknowledging that that's happening is really key, because I go out there and I tell girls, my 2 daughters included, that you can be whatever you want to be, and you can be in the space industry, and you can be a CEO in the space industry. But we have to be very aware that they will be facing challenges, and maybe we can talk through how we might.
And what should people in the room, people listening wider, what could they do actually to help support those women and other minorities going through the challenges that you've experienced? call it out?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really hard when you're a woman or somebody from a diverse background, a person of color, to defend yourself online without getting more abuse. And it will take the status quo, the white men in this room, to stand up and be like, no, hey, that's not okay. And I am so lucky that I've had incredible, male supporters over the years that have really championed me and have stood up for me. But you do need that. We still need that. We need that allyship. And Chris mentioned that earlier. Is so important. It's so crucial. And it's so important for women and, for us to stay together within this as well. So that's definitely always going to be my call out. Is I don't think a single person stepped into that conversation that was going on in a very public way about the women sat on this panel. And that's disappointing.
Okay, Melissa, thank you. More from you in a moment. I'm just going to pass over to Seth now, and I'd really like to get your view on this, especially with your NATO hat on. Just how crucial is diversity of thought, diversity of background in decision making?
I'll give you a fairly traditional defence answer, bottom line up front. Very short answer. To expand on that, in preparation for this conference, I'm ashamed to say, thoroughly read through the defence diversity strategy for the first time. And I was really taken by a phrasing that they used where they refer to harnessing the power of diversity. And that for me was a real recognition of how much other, whatever that might be, can contribute broadly. I think in defence, we have the potential, if we're not careful, to be probably slightly blinkered towards visible diversity. And while I'm not saying that that's not important, I think more diverse perspectives from different backgrounds, different life experience, etc., can only help in developing, for me, the space domain. When I first started in space, I was told by a senior officer at the time, I was like, I feel like a bit of a fraud. I've come across I've had a slightly random space career. I came across after 13 years of being a personnel officer, stumbled into space, got absolutely bitten by it, and I was like, that's what I want to do. And then had the inevitable sort of imposter syndrome surrounding that. And this senior officer said, I don't see space domain or space power as being any different than air was in 1918. We didn't have a whole load of SQEP. We didn't have a whole load of people that knew what we wanted to do with air power at the time, just knew that it was something that we needed to get involved in. And from his perspective, he was like, I will take anybody that has an interest in it. I don't care where they've come from, what they are. And that has kind of stuck with me throughout. At the beginning of this conference, AVM Godfrey spoke about the rapidly changing defence context, the speed at which space itself is developing, and the need to avoid groupthink. And therefore, for me, I think that having that diversity of thought, having people who look to problem solving with a different perspective can only be a benefit to us. Again, in that first panel, Juliana looked out threat scanning sort of 10 years plus. If we have groupthink, we are in danger of responding the same way to the same things. And I think the more that we can do to make sure that we are bringing different perspective into the rooms where we're looking at what threats are and how we might counter that, again, can only be a good thing for defense. In the course of my space career, in sort of the last 6 years or so, when I started, there was no Space Command, wasn't even a twinkle in people's eye. It was a Space and BM force, and it was very RAF-centric. Nothing wrong with that, because that started the foundations of how it moved on. But that evolution, when it became Space Command and it became joint, and then all of a sudden you have perspectives from, I'm Air Force, my background up until now had been very heavily Air Force. But it meant that I was sat in the same rooms as Navy, land, and civil service perspective, and really thinking differently. Like I hadn't considered that before. So for me, it became very a personal way of developing that. And then I've moved on again now to NATO Space Center. And if you want diversity, you take 4 other domains and 31 nations, and you have got a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions about how you can do one thing in the space domain. But I think it is brilliant for that, because again, I have I have a Spanish fast jet pilot who looks at my policy and planning and brings a very different perspective than if it had been left to myself to look at. So that the nature, but then when we look at, the representative diversity, we're a very small team over in NATO space, but in that small team, we've got a pretty good balance. We're probably running at about 25 to 30% female representation, which would be something that the Air Force in general would strive for, definitely. But then when you take out that small pocket of people and you look around the entirety of the headquarters that's there, my rank as an SO1, as a wing commander, is the highest that a female goes to. But a lot of that is because where NATO, as with anything that it does, is reliant on what the nations contribute towards it. So if those nations don't have a particularly diverse background within their own makeup, then you're going to reduce the amount of diversity that you see across in NATO. So yeah, I think for me, it goes back to that, the bluntness of diversity is very important because of the fact that if you have a room full of, they might even look quite similar, but if you've got a room full of very different backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences, then you have a different approach to problem solving, you have a different approach to development, and you have a different approach to understanding the threat and how you counter that, which ultimately is what defence is all about.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Carissa, going back to you, having gone through that kind of study of international and cross-industry perspectives on diversity, has it made you think your own policies within your own company and think about the action that still needs to be taken, not just within your own firm, but also wider across the industry?
So I've always felt that I've run several companies. I am a founder, dispositioned a couple companies. I've always felt that the path to success was hiring the best person for the job. And I'm an analyst. I've got a very efficiency mindset. The idea of not recruiting the best person for the job from over half the population just seems fundamentally inefficient and flawed. So that's always been part of our goal, is to reach broadly and then hire the best person for the job. With regard to diversity of perspective, my company blends assessment of technology portfolio management, forecasting, so relatively deep engineering and technical backgrounds with economics, with market forecasting, with trend analysis, with policy. And so that's that blending of diverse perspectives really has been defining for the businesses that I've run and the services that we provide to government agencies around the world, as well as commercial clients. So I think that my view on the value of interdisciplinary perspectives continues to remain strong. As I said, I'm not an expert on the right policy, the mechanics of doing this well. And what I, as a company leader, can do is different from what a government agency can do. There are different rules of the road. There are different objectives and standards. So I think that a really important part of the answer is there's no one policy, there's no one pathway that is going to work for every organization and in every circumstance. And I really was so struck by what Charlie Bolden said, and I'm so grateful that he was willing to share that with us, that belief in the value of an organization with different perspectives, different thoughts, different backgrounds, that drives positive outcomes, that's really the linking principle across all of those different mechanisms and approaches that different organizations might use.
Okay, Carissa, thank you. Melissa, what initiatives would you like to see more companies employ, the sector as a whole really employ, to try and move the dial here and prevent more women and people from diverse backgrounds actually getting the same type of flack that you got?
Still get. I think for me, it's not just one thing. I think I like to call it my toolkit. So I mentioned earlier, like I love to go in and speak to young people. I think I've been into about 150 different schools, and I feel like it's our personal responsibility to be honest about what it is like in the industry. And I can sit there and say, you can be whatever you want, but here are some of the challenges you're going to face, because it's quite shocking when you do face them and you don't know what to do. You don't know where to turn. You don't know what's okay and what's not. And I think a lot of people from diverse backgrounds might be able to kind of, we heard the story. So telling our stories, and not from feel bad for me, pity me, because actually the stuff that has happened to me in my journey in this industry, some really awful, awful things has happened to me just because I'm a female. But for me, it's made me more resilient. It's made me really determined to be the leader that I am, and it's developed me into the leader that I am. But I'm so lucky because I am privileged. I'm white, I'm educated, I'm from a safe country, I have a great family around me. So I've come from a great starting point. And so I do fear that if we're not careful, that even the truthful hurdles and challenges that anybody from my diverse background is going to face, the attainment of them once they're in the industry is so important. So I guess that toolkit for me, and when I'm talking about this more widely, it's recognizing that, whether it's in your HR processes and ensuring that you've got the right ones that fit the people that you have at the minute, but also that you want to attract next. And then we talked about mentorships and allyship is crucially important within your industries. And even my early days, Carissa was one of the first person I met in the space industry, and I was just like, wow, she's incredible at what she's achieved, and she didn't take any proverbial, and that was great for a young woman in the space industry to realize, oh no, I don't need to be spoken to like that. That's not okay. So that kind of whistleblowing, where do I go when I get shouted at on the street with my children there telling me how I've done an awful job and how I almost killed a bunch of people? Like, what do I do with that? And unless you're supported, and I think a lot of people think I left Spaceport because unfortunately our satellites didn't get to where they needed to go, but it wasn't that. There's only so much that you can take and not have an employer that's supporting you. So from an attraction, but then also an attainment point of view, you want to create and hone these incredible individuals and talent, and then not lose them as well. So for me, it's creating a toolkit for whatever fits the business to attract, but keep them, set up the processes so that if something is going sideways, that there's a route into that, and they don't feel like their job's at risk if they start to call stuff out.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Well, let me bring back in Julia. What has your research thrown up about the initiatives that really could move the dial here?
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with what Chris has said about top-down changes that have to happen, and on a board structure, absolutely. But I think that it would be a mistake to be doing all of this top-down, and so much of this has to happen bottom-up as well, and making sure that we have the education process to support it. We can't have a conversation like Melissa brought up about talent retention without talking about diversity and inclusion. And so, funnily enough, on this stage alone, you've got 3 UK visa holders. We have to talk about graduate visas. We have to talk about the skills and the education that we are training in our universities here, and talking about the space sector being strong, but how do we keep them? And how do we make sure that has a longer term vision in mind? Because Juliana also brought up that we tend to have this sort of shorter term or shorter timeline for especially democracies, but how do we make sure that our planning and our strategies can be longer term? How do we keep talent? And barriers to entry are not going to help support the sector being strong. So it's quite hard to legislate diversity, and I think so much of it is just about making sure that our minds are open, and that at every opportunity we are trying to be more inclusive. But it is about decreasing those barriers to entry, making sure that from the bottom up, and tasking those at the top to consider the needs from the communities and those at the bottom, what do they need? And to also ask them and offer that support, because it has to be sustainable. Otherwise, changes that are made are futile, to put it quite bluntly.
Thank you. And Sas, just to close before lunch, we talk a lot, don't we? But what actions do you think could be taken in the future that actually would have made a difference to your own career in military space and those women who've gone on the journey with you?
So I think for me, because I haven't had a standard traditional career by any stretch of the imagination, but before starting to talk about things that we could begin to do, I think it's worth noting that certainly from the defence perspective or the Air Force perspective for me, there's a few things that were done that they should absolutely continue to do, because it got me onto this stage here today. So as far as I'm concerned, it worked. So I was given the chance when I first looked. I had a little bit of a mid-career crisis. I was telling somebody earlier, I spent several months walking around with 3 coheres in the back of my book, pros and cons, and I had no timeline. It was my own timeline. And I just was talking to people and fell into space by accident because of another job that I was doing, got talking to a few people within space, and I was like, this has really, really bitten me. And I was incredibly fortunate that at the time, there were 3 people in 3 very key positions who were like, she's gone out, she's got herself some space training and education, so she's motivated. And actually, we're at a point where we need to look at how we're going to develop space and defense for the next sort of 10 years, and we need some different thinking. So it was not we need some more women on board, it was, we need some fresh thinking. And she's already proven that she's keen, etc. So having that ability to be open to bringing in something that is other to you, I think is really important. And I would want to see defence broadly continue to do things like that, particularly now that we've got a joint space command that has to be echoed across the other services. I think that the ability to cross trade and branch, as I did, the Air Force management will probably not be too keen on me saying this, but I think the value and the perspective that brings when you allow people to take the knowledge that they've already developed over a career and take it into somewhere else, and you naturally go in with more questions. So having processes that allow that to happen, instead of saying, no, this is what you joined as, this is what you must stay as, I think is really refreshing, and again, something that needs to be maintained. I would like to see the opportunity, and I know that there are some people that agree with this and some people that will not, but I would really like to see the opportunity in the years to come for service personnel such as myself to be able to forge a career in space and just do space. I understand that it needs to be broadened, because otherwise I've just shot all of my other arguments out of the water. You need to have some diversity to it, but for this to grow, whether that's for UK space broadly, across defence and industry, you need to be able to have some level of concentrated depth of experience and knowledge and training. So I would like to see that developed in the years to come. It is a slightly cliched, probably overused phraseology, but you have to see it to be it. And there are while I think space does better than some areas in defence for having female representation, because that's what I am, that's what I'm interested in. It had, up to a point, there was no opportunity for anything beyond sort of OF5. Now that opportunity, although we don't have any female starred officers who have a space background and experience now, what we have developed with the opening of Space Command is the opportunity to get to 2-star. So you can at least now see something that you can aspire to. So that has increased the ability for people to have a progressive career within space, within defence, and I think that's super important. And I think just the last point that I would make, I started my career in defence knowing that I would walk into a room, and if I was lucky, I was going to be 20%, more often than not 15, 10, maybe even less than that. That is improving. It's slow moving, but it's improving. But I do think that space broadly is in a slightly better perspective than defence is, and I would want to see that continue, because I think it brings the best for everybody.
Okay, well, thank you so much to Sass and Melissa, to Julia and Carissa, and we are going to be coming back to take your questions. They're coming through thick and fast. There's some really great questions. So do have a think over lunch. Do post some more through Slido, and you can put your hand up when we come back as well, because we've got another discussion to have. 30 minutes. Will we get through it all? We'll have to see. But thanks very much for engagement so far, and a warm thanks to the panel.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space developments.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cybersecure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on Cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS T-Dress.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents, before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS TDRS.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
LOS drift.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS T-drift.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
An 8 spot.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS T-Drift.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
An 8 spot.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on Cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS T-Dress. Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
welcome back, everybody. If you could just take your seats, I'd be really grateful so we can get on with the programme. We've got lots to get through this afternoon. Thank you. So welcome back. I'm pleased to say we're going to renew our discussions on diversity in space. So let me welcome back the panel, Carissa Christensen, CEO and founder of Bryce Tech. Also welcome back Julia Baum, PhD candidate at the Freeman Air and Space Institute. Wing Commander Sass Duffin, who's a qualified space instructor and is currently working at the NATO Space Centre. And Melissa Quinn, the Managing Director of Serra Data. So welcome back. Do come and take a seat. So we have lots of questions which have come through via Slido, but we're also keen to take questions from the floor. The question that has actually had the most likes, so I'm going to put it to the panel first, is that a number of attendees stepped out prior to this panel. Should we be worried about our priorities? Two attendees used the panel as an opportunity to hold a sidebar chat in the audience. I didn't actually see that, but I'd like to get your reflections on whether we can make meaningful progress when our community acts like this. Carissa, do you want to go first?
Well, this is going to require me to make a confession, which is I am notorious for having approximately a 20-minute attention span at conferences, at which point I get antsy and I need to go have a sidebar or leave or so I am going to assume that the people who left the panel were leaving for good reasons. And I'll tell another story on myself. When I was in graduate school, I and a person who went on to become a flag officer in the US Air Force were scolded for being a bit disruptive in class by a person who went on to become the US Secretary of Defense. So I also cannot be super critical of people occasionally having to have sidebars. And I say these things because the tone of that comment, I think the intent is admirable. I think the tone is a little adversarial. And this is not an adversarial topic. We are all trying to get to the same goal, which is high-performing organizations achieving mission goals, protecting our national security. And so that's our shared goal. This topic is one topic to grapple with to move toward that goal. And so I think that taking the frame of reference that says we all have a shared goal, we all are trying to solve the same problems, some in different ways, is a more productive approach to the conversation. And it gives us more agency than to say, oh, those people who are having a sidebar, we're doing it because they don't care about diversity. The people that left because they don't care about diversity. I think that's really unlikely. So that would be my take on that.
But how important is really listening and listening to experiences, Melissa?
Yeah, and I think, as I said earlier, I think hearing some of the experience is really important. I think I've had about 10 people come up to me just in the break and say, I had no idea stuff like this was going on. Just even mentioning one tweet that was so negative. And I was like, that is literally just the tip of the iceberg. But in a way, it's up to us to also tell our stories. And definitely not in a way to accuse people or to say, everybody's bad if they're not, helping us out. But it's just to raise awareness that, look, we face different challenges as individuals, but then some of us face a little bit more. And we can use that, and I'm using it, and I've become more resilient. And like I said, I've got a bit more grit to me now. I've got thicker skin, and that's made me become a better leader. But it's also made me more aware of what some of my team might be facing as well. And so I think by listening, you can maybe understand, listen to our stories, go, oh wait, I have somebody on my team that has seemed a little bit off, and maybe they are, something has happened. Or when somebody comes to you and they're like, look, it's great that you put me up for that award or that panel, but, I had a weird comment online, and you might go, oh, actually, yeah, I need to do something about it. So I think for me, it's just raising awareness so that we can achieve those goals that we all want to achieve. And one of the things I really struggled with is not having that support when I turn and say, hey, look, like I can handle a lot now, but sometimes it does go over the line, and I do need to talk to somebody about it. Where do I turn, and who will listen, and who won't just say, oh, gosh, if you're going to put yourself in the media, you better get used to it. Like, So for me, it's just that awareness and by listening to what we have to say and share some of our stories. And I'm sure many of you of all different backgrounds in this audience have a unique story to tell, and I think it's important that we share them.
Are you concerned, though, that stories like yours might put off people from joining the sector?
I haven't told my stories on purpose for a lot of those reasons. I did actually, that when I left Spaceport and I was allowed to kind of speak more openly, I did a speaking slot and at an event, and I told some of the more scary stories. And actually, no, it did the opposite. I had a lot of it was women. They came up to me and they was like, "Oh, that was really empowering of how you handled it and the support network you put around you, and it's given me that that toolkit to see what I might need to do in that." But I do think that facing even the comments that we've had, facing some of the stuff that I've had, if I didn't have that support network, if I didn't have the confidence in myself, then yes, 100% it would put people off. If you even had a glimmer of some of the negativity that some of us have faced.
Well, let me move on to another popular question. Looking at the people in the room, it feels like we have a very long way to go. The last panel was all men. What can we do to significantly accelerate progress? Sass, do you have a view on that?
Well, this panel is all female. So it's, I think, going back to the unfortunate social media incident that Melissa was talking about when this panel was advertised on social media. And there was an awful one, but there was also one which, to be honest, had a valid point, because it was like, where is the diversity in this? Because again, people look for and reach for those visible diversities. And there was one gentleman who'd put, where are all the Pakistani men on this panel? And then somebody else had gone back with a return over, well, I'm assuming that most of them are probably in Pakistan. But it was just like trying to make light of it. But then it was, you have that. So I would have had a similar reaction if I was looking at a diversity panel and it was all white male. I would have been like, oh, they probably could have worked a bit harder, because I am as guilty of looking at, you have the face value of what does diversity look like, and it's always what it looks like as opposed to what it is. And I think, we, the four of us, the five of us on this platform now, have very different backgrounds and very different experiences. And I will continue to kind of put that focus on that's where the diversity needs to be. I do think it needs to be better visibly represented, absolutely. But I think the more effort that is put into making sure that you have some form of diversity, which allows people to see that the door is open to them, for them to walk through if they choose to, can only be a good thing.
And picking up on that point, there's another question that came through. This is titled as Diversity in Space, yet all we've spoken about is women diversity and not even diverse women. Will space diversity be covered? Carissa, I mean, you did actually talk quite a lot about wider diversity in your opening speech.
Yeah, so speaking specifically to the topic of the views of people of color, the dozen people that I spoke to and shared their thoughts, half of them were people of color. So I think that the topic has come up. Have we covered the topic in sufficient depth? That's a reasonable question. A couple of people I spoke with commented that while there has been some level of measurable progress in terms of representation of women in technical arenas, particularly engineering degrees, and in certain kinds of leadership roles, that the progress of minorities, racial minorities, has been much slower, and even in some instances seen some erosion. So, there are certainly different topics and worth talking about. So that's what I can offer.
Okay, we're talking about different topics. I know there was a question from the floor. Do we have the microphones available? Yes. Paul Sanger-Davies, I know you wanted to ask a question about wider diversity.
Thanks, Susanna. The question, I think, was mentioned, the answer was mentioned by Sass specifically, but what about the power of neurodiversity? I think about 40% of people in military uniform in the UK have got someplace on the spectrum, especially the Director of Defence Studies, who's a penchant for wearing red trousers. I think the only one in the audience. But if you watch Ender's Game, that's the way to win future war. Over.
Thank you very much, Paul. Julia, do you have a perspective on that? You know, the importance of really optimizing neurodiversity within the sector.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a whole host of things that are not visible. Like Sass mentioned, we're talking about what's visible, but there are so many things that constitute diversity that are not necessarily put on a CV or, you know, worn out frontally. So I think when we're talking about diversity, we have to be cognizant that there are things that we're not seeing represented on someone's skin or gender or background. So these soft skills also, and everything that makes you good at your job or be able to bring a different perspective to the job is critical and is important. Neurodiversity is absolutely a part of that, and as is cognitive diversity. There are so many things that are hard to measure. There's not enough research done about cognitive diversity or neurodiversity at all, and there has to be more done on that, but it's sort of like, you know, research on the impact of people who are able to read music, for example. There's a lot done on that where you can sort of measure those who are able to read polyphonic music. The hemispheres in the brain are able to synthesize better. There's a stat in an academic paper where those who have experience in orchestras or can read music or have experience with music are 10% quicker in decision making on average. And these types of skills are incredibly difficult to put on a CV and say, oh, this is something that's really important. And so that's neurodiversity, that's cognitive diversity, that's the whole skill set and backgrounds that we're trying to bring to the conversation, as well as that which we actually do see represented. It's also, you know, empathy, that's leadership, that's teamwork. We talk about those skills, but it's also, you know, what kind of hobbies do you have? What's your background? What's, you know, what is inside of you that you're bringing to the table? And we have to consider that as well. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. And actually that ties into a point that Jenny, who's posed a question, has made when talking about diversity and inclusion, has shown the tendency is to talk about either race or gender. In what other ways can we bring increasing diversity into the sector? Melissa, do you have a view on that, of making sure that really the sector's reach is much wider and you're able to access bigger pools of talent?
Yeah, I think it comes back to, well, from my experience, it's going into the schools where we are in Cornwall. It's one of the poorest parts of Europe. We have some really hard-hit, economically deprived areas, kids from many different backgrounds down there, and almost prioritizing going into those schools. And for us, it's, you know, taking, when we had the Virgin Orbit team over from, again, very diverse backgrounds from California, we got them out into the schools because we needed to show them that what a rocket engineer looked like, and it wasn't probably what they had in their head. And, you know, that seeing, believing that we were talking about earlier. And so getting, you know, as many people out there who have different jobs that look different than the stereotypes, but also that have jobs that a lot of young people don't ever think are space jobs. And I think that's really important for us. And I think I said earlier, having those different communities come and be part of this industry, they then go and tell their communities about what the space industry is doing and how it can benefit humanity as a whole, I think is really important. The SDGs and how space can empower education and you know, and raise up lots of different diverse backgrounds as well. So space has this ability to, not just from inside the industry with the workforce, but actually using the technology to go and to communicate what's going on in the wider world to help to raise that up as well and to highlight some of these. And I'll just end on, it's quite interesting working with Sir Richard, and I think Sandy's in the room somewhere, but you know, he's publicly very proud of being dyslexic, and now he's, you know, going back to what we were talking about a second ago, and how we can optimize, you know, for the workforce now. It's like, oh, actually, dyslexic people can do this really brilliantly, so let's optimize our workplaces for them and working environments for them so they can go and smash it for us. So it was great to see how Virgin Group was developing from that point of view. It was great for my leadership going forward.
Thank you. Carissa?
So very practically, space is losing the competition for certain kinds of critical skill sets. Students, young people getting degrees with an AI focus, computer engineering, coding, cyber skills. These are highly competitive fields that are driving space capabilities, driving space companies. And space is challenged. Government salaries are not competitive with private sector salaries. Contractor salaries are not government contractor salaries focused on space are not always competitive with the private sector. So the awareness that Melissa is talking about, the communicating about space opportunities is highly relevant, not just for a long-term investment in a more diverse workforce, but to meet some near-term skills challenges. And we do have an advantage. And that is, and you all know it, it's true, space is cool. And that it's motivating, it's engaging, it's exciting. So, that idea of welcoming and bringing people in terms of diversity, it is absolutely a workforce diversity question too. It's absolutely a skill set, jobs, and training question. And so very pragmatically, in the very short term, we need to be thinking about programs to expose that pipeline of students to space as a career pathway and try to engage them with the subject matter, because we're not going to win when we fight them when we fight the battle with money.
Yeah, and Carissa, that draws on another point made on a previous panel, that actually there's a real shortage of non-graduate technical positions. And this ties into another question that's come through. Is the industry too graduate focused? What is the appetite of the space industry to properly invest in apprenticeships to make space more accessible to more people? Do you think there is enough done in the apprenticeship sphere? What more should be done?
So as I showed the data, those jobs take a very long time to fill. That's indicative of a shortage. There are multiple programs that we can point to looking at creating technical training on a path other than university. Are they enough? No, because there's still a shortage. But I don't think it's something the industry has completely ignored or is unaware of. I think there's certainly been progress made there.
Okay, and Sas, let me bring you in here. You were talking earlier about how you really wanted to see, an opportunity to join the Space Force. Space is cool, as what Carissa's just been saying. Do you think that actually really would help with recruitment?
I think it would. There are caveats to that, obviously, because we have a finite amount of money, we have a finite amount of workforce resource, and we're all fighting for that same money and workforce. So it requires a conscious sort of decision to make sure that defence is really focusing on space. And obviously the stand-up of Space Command a couple of years ago has gone a long way towards doing that. But now we're probably at that point where we need to think of next steps, and then it becomes about longevity and ensuring that we do it to the best way possible. So have we got the right people working for us? Have we got the right blend? And right people, I think we spoke about this earlier today, but right people in the right jobs. Because there are some people that would sail through certain very technical jobs, but maybe are not people that you would choose for day-to-day engagement, contract management, that sort of thing. And so I think, but to do that, you need to know your workforce. And to know your workforce, you need to understand the skill set that you've got with you, which is where I think you really need to be looking at, open that door to as many people as possible, look at what they're bringing in, look at where you want to go, link it with that strategy and drive people forward and really put resource behind it. And that is both money and people.
Mm-hmm. And Melissa, you were talking about the fact that you go into schools, you might get pupils, really interested and invigorated about the space industry, but where's the pathway for them if they don't want to go to university, they can't afford, don't want to take on the debt to go to university? How do you see apprenticeships?
Yeah, and that, when we started the outreach program down at Spaceport Cornwall, it was totally ad hoc. I didn't even go to school over here yet. I was leading it, and I was like, oh, okay. But, like Carissa said, you go into school, you're like, who here loves space? And everybody puts up their hand, gets all excited in primary school. Suddenly you go to secondary school, and you see less hands go up, especially girls. And then you also get the well, there's no role in it for me. So it's all great saying, oh, who here loves space, and you get some excitement. But unless you're like, okay, great, and here's your way into the industry. What are you interested in? What are you passionate about? And it's, breaking down those. You don't have to be an astrophysicist or an astronaut anymore. If you're into art, if you're into fashion, if you're into agriculture, there's lots of different paths. And then working with the colleges and universities, apprenticeships, other companies. We set up kind of that grassroots program and pathways and worked with the ones around us that we know that because of restrictions on some of the ability to send young people away in Cornwall, you had a lot of people going into college, and you hear from Heidi, who was running the Truro College kind of Space Institute that started up out of our need to get that pathway in. So it's got to be that collaborative approach, but it's got to be planned out, and then it's got to be effectively communicated. And we're talking about that one kind of door into the industry. It also needs to be the same for young people when they, where do they go to find that one source of what can I be when I grow up if I want to work in the space industry? That's fun and engaging and cool, and it's not just like, oh, go to this one or this one, and it's confusing. So I think it's got to be, the pathway's got to be there, but also we've got to communicate how to find them and be aware of them ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Another question is that, well, posing this is that the UK has used up our pool of skilled space enthusiasts, have we? I mean, the sector needs to be more attractive to a wider range of people. How would you approach this? Julia, can I bring you in and get your thoughts on perhaps how to stimulate that interest across a wider section of the population? Do you think we've used up our pool of skilled space enthusiasts?
No, absolutely not. I think that it's a bottomless pool to draw from, so to speak. But I think we could do a lot more in terms of mentorship. I think so often pastoral care and mentorship is seen as superfluous to a job or to a role, when actually it's critical. If we don't have representation, if we don't have ethnic minorities, for example, in leadership roles, then students might not see themselves in the position to career advancement or eventually take over that role themselves. To give a statistic on that, in 2020, only 1% of UK professors and only 3% of first-year PhD students in the UK were Black. Now, it takes about 3 to 4 years if you have the tenacity and strength to get through a PhD. So I think in 2024, it's important to evaluate that statistic and look at what change has been made and really what mentors do we have, who is in that position. Sass mentioned see it to be it. But it's true, if you don't see that career for yourself and developing the skills to get you there, or investing in something that is 3 to 4 years long or even longer, then it's going to be increasingly difficult. And we talked about barriers to entry, but it's very real.
Okay, Julia, thank you. Sass, do you have anything to add?
I was just going to add that I think and I know that this has been a government initiative for years as well, trying to get more people involved in STEM, which is obviously fundamental to a number of aspects to space, but I'm arts and humanities, and the practicalities of the physics around doing delta V calculations nearly blew my tiny little mind the first time I did it. But I knew that I wasn't going to be doing that all day, every day. And I think part of the trick in, as you say, like trying not to, have we emptied that pool? For a lot of people, I think there's still getting them to understand what space means to them. And that's not just from a military perspective or people that are already involved in the space industry. But I think as a general human being functioning on this planet nowadays, there is so much that is space enabled that is just, it's become such a norm that I don't think people think through where it comes from. And I went, a few years back, I went on a course and there was a US general that came in to finish off the course. And we had the discussion about how to get more people to really understand what space was giving them, and therefore why it needed a focus of effort, because if we didn't have it, where would we be? And he literally said, we have 2 options open to us from the space military perspective right now in trying to get people to understand the domain better. He said, one is we get a really good Hollywood movie made out of it that is very realistic. He said, and the other is that we let the world know what 24 hours without space would look like across the world, and then get people to pay a bit more attention. And then it becomes, what's the bit about space that you can become passionate about? And for me, that has been talking to people about it. It really was, as I say, an eye-opener for me many years ago when I started. And that is part of the sort of the translation work that I do now, taking the very heavy technical speak that makes no sense to anybody other than another person that can do the technical speak, right the way through to somebody who's sitting there saying, why does defense need to siphon off some of the people, some of the money, etc. for space. And for me, that's part of it, is we create something for people to be passionate about in space.
Okay, thank you. Another really popular question that we're really coming to the end of this Q&A now, but I'd like to put to you in particular, Melissa, is what can everyday white male employees, i.e. not leaders, do to help, especially when we're not necessarily exposed to the problems or issues? Have you got any guidance about what allyship looks like? If you have, it would be much appreciated. Melissa.
I think it's pretty practical, and there's a few of you in the room that have done it for me for many, many years, and it's just listen, but actually listen, and believe in the person that you're listening to, and ask them, how can I help you? What can I do to help you out of this, or to get you into that position that you really want to get into? Like, we still need that help, and I've been lucky enough to have those champions, and I think when you do see, so that's one thing. Is listen. And then the other thing is, call it out when you see behavior. I've been to many quite large conferences, the big exhibitions overseas, where, the environment there can be quite interesting for people that maybe aren't a white male. And when the alcohol starts coming out, and I've seen and witnessed things, and I've had things, happen to me in those occurrences, and I've had a lot of men around just watching things happen, or taking part in it, or not doing anything, or not stepping in when they should. And I think we've got to just stand up for each other. Like, this space is a small community, and I think if we want it to grow, we got to look after one another, and we also to obviously keep it safe. So those are a couple things. Call it out. I mean, it's not okay anymore, and I think you're going to start to hear from a lot of people are finding it not okay. So listen.
Thank you. Allyship, what would you say it looks like, Sass? What good examples have you had?
I think it's an ability to be open-minded to what somebody else is confronted with. Again, regardless of what that person might look like, the challenges that they face. So just having that ability to sit there and think, well, if that were me, how would I feel about it? What would I do about it? If that were my mother, sister, wife, whatever that they were talking to, would I tolerate it? But I think, again, just being open to those differences and encouraging them, and making sure that when you're sat in a room, has everybody spoken that wants to speak or feels that they have something to offer? And I think anything that you can do to make that a more natural process, because there's nothing worse than you might have something to say, but you're feeling a little bit nervous about it, to then be like, Sass, the woman in the room, please say something. Which is not the best way to go about it either. But it's just, you have to be able to facilitate conversations, I think.
Thank you. Julia, what's your best take on this?
Yeah, I think primarily, as you grow up, you don't get a sticker or a cookie for being a good person or for sticking up for others. This isn't something that's passive. If you want to build the world that you want to live in, then you have to be active about it. And so, like Melissa was saying, if you see something, say something. To quote the TFL, but this is the world that we live in, and I hope genuinely for those that are listening that there's a curiosity to make it better.
Thank you. And Carissa, your thoughts to end?
I think that we're all on the same team. So trying to, the situations I've been most comfortable in my career have been those where I was not othered because I'm a woman. And I've had, I think, quite good experiences throughout my career. To be in the room and be able to, contribute my expertise and be part of the conversation and make things move forward, fundamentally, that's what we're all here for. That's what we're all looking for. And I have had many, many, many experiences. The vast majority of my professional experiences have been along those lines. So I think that we would all like to, again, achieve our mission goals, see the best possible team doing that, which recruiting from and bringing in the best people from a broad array of candidates, and get on with the job. And creating an environment in which we can have a conversation about that, that's not adversarial, that's not blaming the people in the room for being in the room, trying to open the door to bring in other people is the path forward for me.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And it is all we have time for. Some of your questions will actually be quite suited to the next panel, so do repose them if I haven't got to them, because we'll be looking at how to develop and retain and attract the UK space workforce going forward in the next panel. But for now, let's give our panel here a really big round of applause. It's been fascinating. Thank you so much. So yes, the next panel is really going to be focused on how to generate and maintain a skilled space workforce. So we are going to be focusing on attracting, training, retraining skills right across the sector. And our speakers will discuss plans as well for the UK Space Academy and discuss how defence skills may differ from the civilian sector. So please do welcome, first of all, Group Captain John Hetherington, who's Deputy Head Space Enablement at UK Space Command. He has the responsibility for RF flying tails and training workforce, engineering, safety, and through-life capability management. Welcome. Great to have you with us on the panel. Dr. Joanna Hart, Space Partnership Director, Space Partnership. Her role is to bring together industry and academia and government to identify shared priorities and agree collective action to deliver all of this ambition that we have in the National Space Strategy. Great to have you with us, Joanna. Also, Dr. Heidi Thiemann, who is Director of the Space Skills Alliance. This is a think tank, a consultancy, and really is a backbone organisation addressing the space skills gap. And previously, Heidi led the Cornwall Space and Aerospace Technology training program, developing the first national HND curriculum for the space sector. Please welcome as well Charlotte Petridis, who is Director of Engineering for Viasat UK, where she leads a team of diverse engineers. Hello, Charlotte. Great to have you with us. She aims to create a future talent pipeline through strategic workforce planning, graduate schemes as well, and communities supporting female engineers. And Andrew Ratcliffe, who is the Chief Engineer for the UK Space Agency. Welcome, Andrew. He also represents the UK as Head of Delegation at a number of international forums, including at the UN, on committees focusing on space debris and the uses of outer space science. And prior to joining the UK Space Agency, Andrew worked for Airbus Defence and Space. So an awful lot of experience and expertise to dig into here. But first, let's hear from John about his thoughts on the talent landscape ahead of us.
Good afternoon. I'm the second person with a people background on the stage today from the Royal Air Force, so the People Ops branch is doing really well in space at the moment. So good afternoon. I'm delighted that the next panel discussion will focus on attracting, developing and retaining the UK space workforce. The skills challenge is a strategic one faced by the UK and indeed many other nations, and there are no easy fixes. The Space Sector Skills Survey recently stated that the fundamental issues the sector faces around skills haven't changed, but the scale and significance of the problem have increased, with significant numbers of companies reporting skills gaps in their workforce, difficulties with recruitment and retention issues inhibiting company growth, productivity and quality. If the UK is to meet its potential in space, we must unlock a pipeline of talent to address the skills gap. Space is a domain that offers vast opportunities and challenges. The future of the UK space enterprise will rest in the hands of the workforce we must recruit, retain, and develop. Attracting talent requires a compelling vision of what the space sector offers, an avenue to push the boundaries of human knowledge, contribute to cutting-edge technology, and engage in groundbreaking exploration. I actually think we're doing quite well in this. This is the first job I've had in the Air Force where my son actually is interested in what I do, and I think it's the word space that attracted him. To develop this talent, education initiatives and partnerships with academia are essential, but scholarships, apprenticeships, and hands-on experience are also vital. Attracting talent is not enough on its own. retention really matters. Creating an environment that nurtures creativity, encourages diversity, and rewards innovation is paramount. Offering opportunities for career growth, good pay, supporting work-life balance, and providing a collaborative culture are all necessary ingredients. Moreover, we must foster a culture of continuous learning, encouraging ongoing skills development and adaptability, investing in research and development, promoting cross-disciplinary collaboration, and embracing new technologies will keep the space workforce at the forefront of innovation. The panel today will likely hit upon three primary themes as we explore this topic. Firstly, coordination. The need to increase coordination in skills-related activities across the sector to deliver impact. Secondly, awareness. The need to engage beyond the space sector to increase awareness of space career opportunities, the benefits of space, and from a UK Space Command perspective, why defence in space is important. And thirdly, attraction. The need to attract people mid-career as well as at the start of their careers, either from other sectors or enable zigzag careers across civil and defence to target current skill shortages. In Space Command, we are working hard to develop the defence space workforce and contribute to the wider skills challenge. It's almost 12 months to the day that we held an industry day at RAF High Wycombe to consult on options for the UK Space Academy. It's been an exciting 12 months since then. We formally visited Shrivenham for the first time in the Defence Academy in February, and things have moved quickly since then. The new UK Space Academy Foundation Operations course was completed in May and is now live in the Defence Learning environment. This was the first new UK Space Academy course. The Space Academy held its first in-person course in autumn with the delivery of a dual-use space awareness course at Harwell Space Campus. The course was a great success, with people from across government, industry, and academia attending. Feedback has been analysed, and the next version of the course will be rolled out early in the new year. The Qualified Space Instructors course design work has been completed and is currently being evaluated by my team. And the Intermediate Space Operations course design work is ongoing at the moment and will be followed by the Advanced Space Operations course design in the next few months. Each of these courses will become Space Academy courses on completion of that redesign. The aim of this work is to create a new space professional pathway for space professionals in the UK Armed Forces and in support of allies and the wider UK government. An assessment study of the chosen location of the Defence Academy has been completed. The design phase is due to start in early 2024, and the Space Academy will be sited right next door to the Cyber Academy and embed space in the heart of multi-domain learning and experimentation at Shrivenham. We are hoping work will start in late summer. We already have students from across allied nations seeking to attend our courses in 2024, and next year will be even more exciting than 2023. The growth and upskilling of our people are vital to Space Command, but we must also play a part in ensuring skills growth is at the centre of the wider UK space enterprise. The Space Academy will play an important role supporting the wider UK space skills agenda through space education, awareness, coordination, and inspiration. Thank you.
This yet? I mean, what needs to be done?
So I think we've got to face facts. Skills is a complex challenge. Why? Well, there's so many different points at which you can intervene, whether it's convincing the general public, whether it's primary school children, secondary school children, all the way through early career, and then maybe actually recruiting people back mid-career, as John was just talking about. So there's lots of different points. And I bet if I talk to any of you, you've all got brilliant examples of initiatives or programs that hit on different points that are doing amazing things. We heard from Melissa earlier about how she is reaching out to so many of the school children in Cornwall. All of those things, they're brilliant. But what they really lack is a bit of coordination. How do we line them all up so that they can have much greater impact? And that's really picking up on the point that John was just making. We've also found that the funding is quite piecemeal for all of these different opportunities as well. So we've ended up with lots of things going on, not really brought together, not having the impact that it could have. And this isn't just in the space sector, it's right the way across the STEM sector. So what do we do? Because clearly we all want to solve it because we're space people and we like solving things and making things better. Well, that's what the Space Partnership is trying to do. As Susanna said, it's about bringing industry, academia, and government together around shared priorities. Skills is clearly one of those shared priorities. And so we're helping to support the development of the Space Workforce Action Plan. This is going to build on that space skills survey that we've just heard about, and I'm sure Heidi will talk more about. It's going to say, what can we do at what different levels? Who is responsible for what? Because no one of those stakeholder groups can do everything. We need to all come together. We need to have some quite difficult conversations because there needs to be a bit of, if I do this, will you do that? Because that's the only way we're going to line some of those things up. And that's what I'm trying to help through the Space Partnership, bring industry and academia and government together to start to have some of those difficult conversations. And we'll be hosting a set of workshops in January to do just that. And hopefully, eventually, we will get some coordination because I think we're all pretty clear. We don't want to be at the same stage we're at now in 5 years' time.
Thank you very much, Joanna. So Heidi, where do you think we've got the biggest skills challenge right now? And what could be the solutions? I mean, do you think it's partly security clearance that is the issue? I mean, that was one of the questions put forward during the last panel that I thought I'd save till now. What's your take on this?
So I think there's a lot that we know of where the gaps are. The skills survey, thank you, did highlight that we have gaps primarily in things like RF engineering, software engineering, systems engineering, and the buzzword that everyone likes at the moment, AI and machine learning. My mum's a vet, so AI means a very different thing in that world when I talk to her about it. So we kind of know where the gaps are, and we have a lot of data about the skills gaps themselves. Something we don't have much information on at the moment is the impact of security clearance, which is required in this sector for many jobs. We don't know whether it's holding people back or holding companies back from accessing talent, or whether it's not actually an issue. So it's something that I'm really interested in having conversations about later. But I think what illustrates this as a concern really well was a conversation that I had last week with a lecturer at the University of Bristol. And she said that the reasons, or because of the way that university degrees have changed in funding in the last 10 or so years, means that universities are currently facing a shortfall of cash. I think it's something that's not a secret. Now, to fill that gap, they are primarily recruiting from foreign students. They're trying to get foreign students in who can pay much higher fees and they can fill the funding gap. That means that at the moment, a student applying to an aerospace engineering degree at the University of Bristol, a kind of British national student, has 16 other students competing for that place, kind of a 16-to-1 kind of competition there. But it's different if you are coming in as a foreign student and paying. So what this means is about half the students on courses like that can be foreign students. And that's great. It's brilliant for diversity. It's brilliant at bringing in lots of different people. The problem lies in the fact that a lot of the students then either leave and so they go back to their home countries, and great, they share their knowledge. They share kind of the UK's soft power of education. But they then cannot often get security clearance and work in some of the roles that we really need them to. And this means we're training a lot of people that we can never, ever recruit from. And that is possibly a challenge that we need to look at, kind of some of the problems there. I think also another issue, I don't want to just focus on students, so we'll talk about other things later, but is around the perception of young people, or the defence kind of perception from young people. And I think it is changing. But as an example, UK SEDS, if anyone's heard of it, it's the UK Student Space Charity. They do a lot of conferences and work around the UK. When they have had sponsors from defence, like BAE Systems, they have received lots of vocal complaints from students that how dare space gets involved in defence, how absolutely dare they, it's awful. I think we can probably all appreciate the irony of that. But what this means is actually the talent pool is then becoming more narrow. And we all know students can be kind of quite activist about it all. But it's just thinking, how can the influence of social media, some of those discussions, influence where we can recruit from and who we can recruit from? I think there's just a few points we want to be aware of there. I think there's lots of points I can pick up on later on, so I'm going to save some of them for later, and hopefully that provides some of the answers.
Yeah, thanks very much. Real food for thought there. So, Charlotte, how crucial are industry efforts to support STEM in early careers, and how can we move the dial as far as graduates are concerned? Because a question has come through to say, I've recently graduated, and it was very difficult actually to find openings in terms of the opportunities being available. They were very limited. What more can companies do to facilitate early careers? Because clearly there's some kind of disconnect. You need the staff, but they don't know where to find you.
Absolutely, and I think the gap that we've all spoken about today of the rise in tech company and the growth in the tech industry, not just the space industry, is only growing. So the rate of graduates is actually not growing with the rate of jobs in this sector. So we need to make sure we not only focus on those graduates and those late career entries, but also on the early careers, which are often overlooked when we talk about STEM activities. But we need to have a multi-tiered approach. So we need to talk to those in primary schools and make sure that they're inspired and know about all the different types of jobs there are in the space industry. And also talk to the secondary school students about the types of STEM activities they need to follow and routes into careers that aren't traditional engineering. We've heard a lot today about all different types of routes into the careers that we've all got today. So I think those types of early careers talks are even more important. And when they do choose graduate STEM degrees or other entries of routes into the industry, then we absolutely need to make sure we retain those good skilled people. And to do that, we need to offer those graduate schemes, give them those entry routes from graduating into industry and make them interesting. Don't just give them gradmin. And that was a term I heard from a graduate from an unnamed graduate scheme about the type of work they often get given when they come into these industry placements. I think in partnership with other people, we could talk to different types of end customers, having placements not just within rotating around your company, but other types of rotations, I think would really help move the dial in terms of graduate schemes.
Okay, thank you. And Andrew, let's look at this from the government perspective, because of course you really need to kind of have the education and skills up so that from a government perspective that you have staff with the right technical skills who are going to be able to ask the right questions when they're involved in procurement, for example, so that they're informed customers. And how much of a challenge is that at the moment?
Yeah, no, thanks very much. As mentioned, my name's Andrew Ratcliffe. I'm Chief Engineer at the UK Space Agency, and my thanks to the team for inviting me along today. To set a bit of context, I work for the UK Space Agency, and as many of you know, we deliver, along with the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, the National Space Strategy. Within the agency, we have 8 priorities, so working from everything from launch, so establishing the first launch from the UK all the way to sustainability programs. And then within that, I lead and establish the Office of the Chief Engineer. So we're a group of engineers that work at the heart of the agency to really advise on the technical readiness of our programs, so particularly on our national programs. So we're providing that insight, that informed customer role to ensure that when we're specifying work or when we're developing policy, it's evidence-based. So some of the challenges that I've faced, having grown the team from myself and bringing engineers to the agency, I first say finding system engineers, so engineers that have a broad set of understanding of the space domain, who have an understanding of a wide set of subsystems. And it was highlighted in the Space Skills Survey recently that was obviously the second area of significant gap. But also alongside that, within my role, as was mentioned in the introduction, I work a lot at multilateral forums, so at the UN and with other agencies. And so beyond the engineering, there's that need to negotiate, to communicate, to influence policy positions, which is not necessarily something you see or look towards when you move into the engineering domain. So that diverse skill set. I'd also say the other challenge, particularly within government, is leveraging resources flexibly across government. So there's pools of engineers and understanding and skills across government, whether that's in Space Command or DSTL or the agency or the CAA, but accessing that cross pool of talent and bringing them onto programs and striving towards delivery together and collaborating is quite hard. We've been quite successful in bringing secondees in from DNS into the agency, and that's been brilliant. But I think there should be more collaboration to have that wider pool of talent. And then lastly, and it's great to hear about the academy starting, it's about joint training. So there's obviously a need across that engineering resource, across that pool of technical SMEs within government to have that joint training capability. So that access to that is critically important.
Okay, thanks very much. Heidi, I wanted to pick up one of the points that you made, specifically kind of about social media and how space is perceived. How could there be better communication about the benefits of working in space to overcome some of those issues that you raised?
I think a really easy one goes back to the case study we had earlier about the kind of illegal war from Russia on Ukraine. When people saw, and when the public saw those images from Planet Lab on the front page of newspapers, and they could pinpoint atrocities that Russia committed, they really got the fact that satellite data can be used in kind of active war zones to really benefit people. And when you get that evidence in front of you, that is a fantastic way of saying, look, this is the real impact that space has, and this is the real impact that defense has, and we can do this in real time. I think otherwise, everyone loves astronauts and rockets, and it's all fun, but that's so detached from everyone's day-to-day life that actually we need to be communicating what impacts them now, what impacts the actual security of where they live, and how we can do that with just a simple satellite image. I think that's probably the simplest way of sorting it.
And do you think that kind of moved the dial in terms of the ethical considerations of some of those students who didn't want to pursue a career in space because of their concerns about the crossover into the military zone?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it also builds on the diversity point as well. So I think I'm not going to say that there's good or bad evidence on this, but I think the general idea is that, for example, girls at school are much more likely to want to do geography or things like that, where they can see a benefit to helping. It's kind of that maybe it's a stereotype, maybe it's evidence. I'm not going to completely claim it right now. But when you can say, hey, look, satellite data is being used to help in the war zone or to mitigate the risks of flooding or actually search and rescue, that's where people who maybe aren't so interested before actually become quite interested, because in their eyes, it's a different way of interacting with defence than it kind of maybe is the stereotype in their mind.
Thank you. So Joanna, from your perspective, what's limiting recruitment? Do you have kind of evidence of this kind of ethical concerns coming through? And what other obstacles are there?
So I think we've got to unpack this recruitment issue piece, because it's very easy to talk about inspiring more people and bringing more people through. But if we look at the data, when I was working at STFC, we had 25 applicants for every single apprenticeship. We had 40 applicants for every graduate role. And if you went to the RAL space roles, sometimes they got into the hundreds. So there is plenty of demand. And I think like the question said, there just aren't enough opportunities. I would challenge this audience to look at their organisation themselves. How many people have you recruited at apprenticeship and graduate level this year? How many mid-career people have you, or roles have you advertised? And if we're not bringing enough people through at the early stages, giving them that experience, in 5 years' time, we still won't have all those mid-career people that have that 5 years of experience. And when we look at the data from the Space Skills Survey, it's mid-career where everybody is hurting. And I mentioned with the Space Workforce Action Plan, we're going to have to have some quite difficult conversations, because industry's hurting at mid-career. That's where they can't replace. That's where their focus is. That's where they want interventions. Yet actually, the only people that can really give that experience is industry. So there needs to be a bit of quid pro quo, a bit of a conversation with government and academia about how we can bring all of this together so that everybody does their bit. And that's where that Space Workforce Action Plan will hopefully come in as we go through next year, have those discussions and hopefully publish at some point next year to move that forward and have that debate. But on the ethical point, I did host the graduate stream at Global MilSatCom, and there were quite a lot of questions. And I think it's being a bit more proactive about that messaging, getting out there and saying, this is about protecting your family, talking to people more. We heard about the MOD Space Academy, and I was lucky enough to join it, actually, it was brilliant. But the great thing about it was really understanding John's objectives. I didn't really understand, I met lots of defence people, but where were they really coming from? What did they think about? How did they come at it? The skills, the knowledge, behaviours, all very similar, but the application is very different. Putting those people in the room through the Space Academy, you could see people going, I just didn't appreciate it. It was really good.
Okay, thank you. Charlotte, what's your perspective on the need for this broader education? Will it help perhaps recruitment from a wider or a wide diverse network?
Yeah, absolutely. And on the back of Heidi's point on education in space, Viasat did a survey recently with 20,000 attendees, and 8% of those attendees said that actually space is associated with communications and connectivity, whereas 21% said it was associated with aliens. So I think we absolutely need to make sure we educate everyone to know the importance of why connectivity and communication is needed, and how space plays a really important part in that. And I think to our points earlier, in Clarissa's talk earlier in the diversity piece, she said that early careers was the number one of those 12 leaders in space that she spoke to. So I think it's absolutely necessary in our education.
Mm-hmm. So drawing on that point, early careers, internships, graduate employment programs. What other schemes, Andrew, would you like to see? Obviously, those are absolutely crucial, but they're not those alone, perhaps.
Yeah, so I think just touching on internships first, I think they're obviously critically important. I think generally to bring individuals into the workplace to understand how to interact and engage. And they also provide that opportunity to see how their skills can be applied in real life and real life situations. So against that, the agency funds a program called SpinTurn, so space placements in industry, and that's really to provide opportunities for undergraduates to get into the workplace. But I think it's also, and Chris mentioned it previously, there's other programs which are done internationally. So Chris mentioned the Brooke Owens Fellowship, which is other approaches to bring in that diverse approach into those internships and promote that as an opportunity to broaden the pool of engineers and people within the industry. I think within the graduate programs, again, I think they're very important. I think that one of the key things is obviously they can establish a way to find mentors within the organisation to rotate around. But I think one of the things that I've seen on many graduate programs is a bit of, well, we've got you in and we keep you in one role for 2 years, and we think that's sufficient. We put some training around it, but I think it's really an opportunity within those graduate programs to widen horizons of these graduates. We're very keen. So early on in my career, I was fortunate enough to be on the Airbus program, and I got to visit other sites. I worked for SSTL, I went to Bremen and worked on MPCV at that time, and that was a fantastic opportunity to establish those skills early in my career that would set a foundation to then move forward. And I think other things that are missing, I'll just close, is that it's practical experience. So again, I started my career as a propulsion engineer. And I think one of the key things is that practical application of those skills. So there's competitions now emerging, such as Race to Space, which are being run by University of Sheffield, which is giving opportunity to students, undergrads, to build engines, to hot fire engines. And it's in those experiences that really you can develop your skills that will see you for the rest of your career.
Okay, and John, what do you think the space sector can learn from the use of reserves? I mean, I was a reserve earlier on in my career in the Royal Air Force for a decade, and it really showed me how you can use your skills to parachute into positions where you're really needed and that your skills are super transferable. I mean, I didn't know that my skills within the media and the military would then be employed in financial services. But do you think there's not that agility enough in the space sector right now? And how could we learn from some of the strategies that the RAF have been employing for decades?
Yeah, well, I think your example is a brilliant one, actually. Before I touch on that, I just wanted to pick up on the point, actually, about space and how it's seen. The first movie I saw about cyber and cyber attacks was in the 90s. I think at the same time, Independence Day came out about an alien invasion. That might explain the alien fascination with space. I think that popular culture has got about a 10-year head start with cyber and the cyber threat, and movies that show everything being taken down by some dude with a hoodie. We've all this image in our head of a guy in a bedroom with a hoodie. We don't have yet that imagery for space. We see space as being Star Wars and Independence Day. And I think that we're on a journey to educate so that people do understand space and its impact on Earth. So just on that point, I think there's a popular culture bit there that we're just a little bit behind cyber on, as an example. In terms of reserves, yeah, it's a brilliant example. So we're at the start of our space reserves journey in Space Command, and what we're seeking to do through reserves is to target skills gaps that we have in the UK military space workforce. So it's been able to identify people that have unique skill sets or backgrounds that can come into the organisation as a reservist and use those skills to give us an advantage, particularly in areas where we don't train our own people to do it. And many of the people in defence will join, we train them, and they come in bottom up, and then we train them through the organisation, they get their experience, and then they subsequently get posted to different roles. What reserves allows us to do is to take somebody that's got a level of experience that we don't have, or we don't have the capability to train our own people to do, bring them in at the appropriate level, pay them appropriately, but give them an exciting opportunity to do something in a different field, but linked to what they do in their profession. We've set up a Space Reserves unit at RAF Leeming. We've got our first recruits coming onto that at the moment to provide support to the command. We're also talking to a unit up in Scotland so that we can have a similar opportunity up in Scotland to recruit reservists. And we have everything from space weather to intelligence and that wider skill set, actually, that you mentioned earlier, that my team's a really good example of that. We're all space semi-professionals, but none of us came in as space professionals, but we have finance, we've got cyber and safety, we've got training expertise, human resources, project management. All of these things are critical to delivering space power, but you need to have space awareness to be able to do them to the best effect. One of the things actually I think the Space Academy will do very well, and this is where I think we can support that wider agenda, is develop space awareness, whether it's for reservists that are coming in with, say, a different skill set from space, but we need them to understand space, or perhaps even across the wider government space agenda, where that's other government departments, where understanding the space context will make you develop better policy. So yeah, reserves absolutely is a critical way that we can fill some of our gaps, but also build resilience in our space workforce.
And where will you be kind of selecting these reserves from? Would they have to have space industry expertise, or again, are you recruiting them from a much kind of wider pool that you can see that they've got individual skills that could be employed in that unit?
Yeah, a really wide set of skills. People in the space industry, fantastic, because it's maybe those skills that we're actually really interested in. But we've got a current example of somebody at the moment that's going through their phase 2 intelligence training as a reservist, but actually works in the space industry. So there's a really neat crossover there where actually intelligence is something that we're really interested in, building our resilience and the numbers of people that can do space intelligence. This individual has got some civilian space background, but they're actually getting trained as an RAF intelligence operator. So that's a really neat package. So there's lots of good examples out there, and we almost work case-by-case example to bring those skill sets in.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Now, these are very much the kind of opening thoughts of this panel. We are going to go break for coffee now. I know you've sent through some questions already that we'll get into, but do have a think over coffee. If there's anything specific you'd like to ask our panellists, and do come back and fire up the Slido and send those comments through. But for now, I'd like to thank our panel, and do take the opportunity to network and chat. Thank you.
Secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on Cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS T-Dress. Contact. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's so much that gets me excited about the future of space. There's a goal at the end of the road, but there's so many different avenues to get there.
The possibilities that we're able to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is so exciting.
So now we're kind of in this new phase where we're really leaping into a lot of new technology, and it's really exciting to be able to work on that next generation of new space development.
There's so much more to explore. It's exciting to be a part of right now.
Across the industry, we've been seeing really incredible ideas. A lot of what we do supports increased knowledge of what's out there to really help defend our nation.
3D printing in space, permanently manned moon bases, asteroid mining. I mean, there's an incredible opportunity. It's like living inside of a science fiction novel. It's incredible.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. To create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. We are Babcock.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
Seconds to LOS Tidris.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit. Go for deploy.
Moments. Thanks very much, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We're now going to resume the Q&A session for the panel about how to best attract, develop and retain the UK space workforce. So please do welcome back Group Captain John Hetherington, Deputy Space Enablement at UK Space Command, also Dr. Joanna Hart, Space Partnership Director, Dr. Heidi Thiemann, Director of the Space Skills Alliance, Charlotte Petrides, Director of Engineering at Viasat, and Andrew Ratcliffe, Chief Engineer of the UK Space Agency. So we've had lots of questions coming through, thick and fast. And John, I'd like to put this one to you. It's got the most likes so far. Current rank, pay and promotion structures mean that defence is simply not flexible enough to retain talent. How does UK Space Command propose to change this?
So I disagree slightly with the premise of the question, although I think there is an element of truth in it, is that some of our structures in defence are quite long-standing and they are designed that way for a reason. I've already talked about the fact that we're an organisation that's, bottom-fed. We bring people in, we give them their basic foundation training, we train them in the profession, and give them the skill sets that they need to deliver an output, and then they progress through the organisation. I've got to say, I happen to think that in some areas our pay is actually still quite good. There are other areas where clearly, we don't compete, but then the wider offer is really important there, and that's something I think that defence gets. The first thing is, I think this stuff is actually quite simple. You need to give people a role and a career that they feel is doing something important and they can be proud of, and it excites them, it makes them want to get out of bed in the morning. So that's the first thing. Then you need to pay them fairly. And I don't think defence will ever compete with the best paid organisations. But then if you give people enjoyment at work, if you give them the freedom to innovate and to excel, if you give them opportunities to do things that are interesting, that are outside of their comfort zone, like adventure training and sport, something again that we do really well in defence, and if you give them the opportunities to test themselves and really challenge. The other thing inbuilt in defence, people talk about zigzag careers, but I'm sat here, and if you said to me when I was an air cadet, I think often called space cadets, ironically, that I was going to have served in Iraq looking after prisoners of war, that I was going to have looked after the infrastructure of RAF Lynham and maintained the runway, that I was going to have served in Afghanistan and looked after all the contracts on the base there, that I was going to play football on every continent on Earth, that I was going to skydive, and that would end up in Space Command as a space semi-professional, sort of Vauxhall conference level, I think, then I probably wouldn't have believed you. So actually, by being in defence, you get a zigzag career because there's a huge variety of things that you can do, and they don't have to be within your chosen profession. And we've already had that today from Sass, who is a personnel officer by background and is a qualified space instructor. So I think there's a lot that we do well in defence already, but it is acknowledged that there's elements of that we need to modernise, and some of that is flexibility. One of the things in the Air Force we've recently introduced is professions, which is where we've tried to look at all of the kind of legacy trade structures and officer branches and create a series of professions that are much more flexible in terms of how you can progress through them, to give people professional qualifications that go with them that are relevant to their potential future roles in Civilian Street should they choose to leave, but also gives them much more flexibility in employment, where you look at people's key skills rather than necessarily, to use the Army expression, the cap badge that they wear. I know the Army and the Navy are doing similar things as well, where we're trying to employ people much more flexibly. But when we have the same issue as has already been discussed already today, which is there is a strategic issue with skills and employment, I'd say across the Western world, actually. It's not just a UK problem. And we're not immune from that. So we have got big challenges alongside everybody else to deal with. But I do think that we have some inherent structures that are actually quite good that could potentially help us deal with that challenge going forward.
There's another comment really about the fact that there's a very top rank heavy number of personnel in Space Command. So are you attracting the right talent across the board?
So again, Space Command, and it's easy to forget this, is still a very young organisation. And we've come a huge amount in a very short amount of time. Now, sometimes to build a structure, you need to build the actual structure itself and then plug the elements into it. We are recruiting I am inundated. I've recruited 5 reservists since the first part of the panel. It's true. We are bringing people into Space Command, and I'm inundated in my day job with people that are asking the question, how do I get into space? And we have regiment officers that are coming in and doing jobs that traditionally were air ops. We've got personnel officers doing jobs that were traditionally air ops. Excuse me. We're looking at people's talent and the skills that they bring, and we're employing them in space. And the variety of professions that are across Space Command now is absolutely huge. The command has gone from a small number of people in one office to over 150 people in the space of a few months, essentially. And so I'm really confident that we're building a really diverse, but also a really nicely structured workforce.
Okay, thank you. And you brought to mind the cartoon image of cyber a little earlier, and there's a question come through. Space is finding itself in the same place as cyber 15 years ago. The industry resolved that via certifications, not degrees. Would this work, do you think, for the space sector? Let me bring you in, Joanna. Do you think that certifications, rather than degrees, would actually help overcome some of the skill shortages we have?
I think the big piece is, going back or following on from John's point, is what are the actual skills that we need? Because the challenge is often we're trying to replace somebody, and over the time they've added so many extra things to their role. I mean, we all know it. We go in for one thing, but then you quite enjoy doing that, and you add it all in. And then when it comes to replacing them, your job advert has some grand title and then has this long list of requirements. What do you actually need? What are the core skills? What are the core things that come out? Do you need somebody that has really been in the sector for 10 years that's done exactly the same thing before? Or could you bring somebody in from another sector that's done something similar and then put them through an MOD Space Academy course or other to add that piece? And I think that's really the point you're saying. Do you need to have done a degree, a PhD, all of those pieces, or actually could you do an on-the-job apprenticeship? Could you do a short-term top-up course? And I think where we're struggling at the moment as an industry is agreeing what those core skills are and then building up enough demand to make it financially viable. Just talking to somebody in the break about MSc courses. If we tell them what needs to be taught, they can design the course. But they will only do that if it's financially viable. So there is a minimum number of people that need to actually sign up. As I said, that Space Workforce Action Plan is about having some of these difficult conversations. We can magic up the great courses. There's loads of providers out there that can do it. But how many people are really going to go on it? How many people in your organisation will you put on it? Can you release them for 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, whatever it is? And can we actually give that clear demand signal? And I think we've got to be honest with ourselves. What are those skills? What extra is needed? What's the delta?
Okay, thank you. Andrew, I wonder if you could answer this one. What do you believe, it's come from Alex from Astroscale, what do you believe are the specific defence space skills challenges as opposed to the wider space skills challenges? Is there a branding education issue?
So I think there's, to be honest, I think there's a lot of commonalities in terms of what's needed. So in terms of, I think we were discussing beforehand, I think Joanna mentioned about, Charlotte, did you become a system engineer from get-go, or did you train to become a system engineer? So I think there's elements which are common across both sets, but I think there's areas that need to be trained on the job or through lived experience to become good at it. And I think system engineering is one of those elements. So I think you need to really develop that experience. And I think that experience is equally applicable to civil and defence. I think there are nuances. So there's specific applications, but there's a lot of crossovers in terms of the type of payloads and what's used in both sectors.
Charlotte, would you agree?
Yeah, I think to Andrew's point, on systems engineering, I trained first in space and then defence, and they are very different skill sets because of as Heidi was saying earlier, the thoughts behind what defence means to certain people. And I think it's just that awareness piece behind what defence and specifically space and defence can bring to the industry and why the differentiation between the two isn't as negative as some people perceive it.
And Heidi, what do you think the sector could learn from the experience of cyber?
I think something that we've seen other sectors like cyber, nuclear do, and some have been really successful and some less so, but they've recognised that, yes, we've got this issue where we don't have enough people, we don't have enough diversity, or we have too many of this type of skill and not enough balance here. And many of them have gone out and specifically set in place initiatives and coordination. I'm not saying it's absolutely perfect, but I really quite like the idea that Nuclear came up with, was this National College for Nuclear, where there's 3 or so colleges across the country which are training a similar curriculum specifically for nuclear near nuclear sites. I think that's a kind of really useful way of looking at it. And similarly, I think the challenges that GCHQ faced and NCSC faced, and then went out and created Cyber First, and they go into schools and they actually educate young people about what cyber actually is, not what we see in the films. I think that's been really useful, especially in terms of recruiting people from non-traditional backgrounds. I think PA Consulting, somewhere in the room, maybe not at the moment, but they've done some really good work around that and actually taking people who, I think they give an example of a hairdresser became a cybersecurity expert because she had the right skills, but just hadn't had the background before. And so maybe that's just a kind of quite extreme example, but it's a way they went out and sought skills from places that they weren't looking before. I think it's something we can learn from. Maybe we can have a space kind of version of NCSE, Cyber First, even Space First.
Thank you very much. I know there's a question in the middle on the floor here. If the microphones could come down. Are the mics available? Yeah, there we are. So just down at the front. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. It's mostly been answered, but I wanted to say that I went to the Women in Defence Networking by Avril Jolliffe recently, and some of the leading ladies of that were, one of the ladies had 10 years in hospitality, and then she's now a leader in the space sector. And I just want to say, like, we've had a lot of talk around grad schemes, apprenticeships, and I was saying, what is the appetite to actually bring those in mid-career? Those people that halfway through their career, they've got those transferable skills that we're talking about. And I know you mentioned, actually, we don't know what those skills are. So I think it's something that industry would, I think it'd be really good to think about. There's loads of people out there. The pool is endless, as you've said. And yeah, I would say that I think you've mostly answered it, but yeah, just to comment on that, I think, sorry. I'd say my question was, in your opinion, is there a willingness to fund that training, to bring that new knowledge and the experiences into the industry? I think the willingness is needed.
So what is that then? What door do they go through? Where's the point of contact?
So I am a mid-career joiner. My first career was in finance, like yours, Susanna, or switched around, actually, different order. But so I was in finance, had a big career break. I came in at 10 years ago now. How did I get in? I got talking to somebody at the Satellite Applications Catapult, and they were looking for new and interesting people, and they weren't looking for this set, long skill set, because I'd never have ticked all the boxes. And I think that's what we've got to start to change, is actually looking for those skill sets, looking for those people with different thinking, bringing different people into teams, and then actually reaching out to them. And also, you are all struggling on mid-career recruitment. You must have worked with some people who have perhaps, for whatever reason, taken a break. When you reach out to them, it might have been 7 years ago, but they do come in. They are a little bit rusty, I will assure you. But we get back into it really quickly. And once your confidence rebuilds, you can make a real difference. Hopefully I'm making a difference, but yes.
And I think that's a fantastic example, and it's good that you joined. But I think something that I found interesting, almost looking at the other way, and maybe more kind of quite relevant to this conference here, is in many other sectors, there's a lot of kind of support for ex-service personnel leaving forces and actually entering specific sectors. To my knowledge, there hasn't been anything for space at all. And actually, there's loads of people with really great skills coming out of the armed services, but telecoms, for example, is a really good one. I'm not a sponsor of this. I don't know quite how the programme's working, but I've seen that UK Space have partnered with Redeployable to help people leaving the services enter the space sector. It's really new. I don't know much about it, but I think it's something that we could consider using more and actually investing in more to make sure that we do have the right skill set. We know people are trained up with the right sorts of skills, and we can very quickly use them in the kind of civilian space sector. I think another point as well is just we did a space census a couple of years ago looking at the demographics of the workforce. And we know that at least a quarter of people entering the space sector join after the age of 35. We have absolutely no idea how on earth they found out about space in the first place, or what makes them want to join, or how they kind of found out about it and got a job. So I think we do need to talk to people who joined in the mid-career and say, well, what did you do? How did you find the process? And what can we do to make it better for people like you? Because actually, that's the gap. You're saying we've got the gap at the mid-career. We need to try and fill it.
Okay, thank you. Another question which has come through, very popular. Are there plans to run the academy courses for industry to align thinking and create a path from military to industry while maintaining the knowledge and skills?
In simple terms, yes. So the first Space Academy face-to-face course, which we ran at Harwell back in September, had a selected audience, but it was a cross-section of civil servants, people from commercial enterprises, military personnel. There was some foreign military on it as well, and people from academia. And we picked that audience precisely to get the feedback that we needed to then fine-tune that space awareness course in the spirit of it being a dual-use course, so that we could support skill development across government, but also across the wide, with a broad understanding together.
Andrew, what's your take on this?
Yeah, no, just extend, so not specifically on the academy, but one thing that we're working through at the agency is understanding how flexibly we can deploy our workforce. And one of the things that we're looking at are secondments. So traditionally bringing industry into the agency and seeing how we could embed them on programs. So obviously there's challenges around IP and what projects that people work on, but that's an opportunity to really embed industry in the activities that the agency are performing, to learn about how government works, all the things that happen on behind the scenes, and then hopefully we can extend that also the other way. So bring agency employees and embed them with industry again to learn how projects are delivered through industry partners.
And Charlotte, how would opening up the academy to industry help your business?
Absolutely. So I saw the brochure for the academy, and I said, "Oh, can I go on one of these?" to my boss, and he's like, "Yeah, why not?" And that was part of the attraction of the courses. There's lots of different material in there, and I think it would definitely help put education into the industries, because I don't think we know the same subject matters, the strategies we've heard today, and it'll be great to instill that into some of my employees and some of the people around different industries.
Mm-hmm. And drawing on what Andrew said as well, the very fact that it could be a two-way street, there's a question here: is it possible to retain space expertise within UK Space Command and still reward personnel with career opportunities, progression within air, land, maritime focused services?
Yes, absolutely. We're not yet in a position to look at a unified career management structure, although that is something that we absolutely have firmly on the radar for consideration. But what we do is we really carefully manage people's careers. So we're quite lucky in UK Space Command in that we have a personnel function which works with the single service career managers to try to identify the best people to bring into the command, but then also to track them through key skills, so that what we want them to do is to go back into their perhaps into the Army or through the Navy or elsewhere in the civil service, take that space knowledge back with them, inculcate it into their organisation, and then have a pathway back into space and a full career pathway. And I think it was alluded to earlier, there is a pathway clearly to 2-star now through Space Command, and it is truly a joint command. So absolutely there's a clear pathway. We're still quite small and we're growing, and that pathway will become clearer and better defined over the coming years. But we have started to build Space Command with that thought process in mind. So we have got the opportunity to build something from new for the first time in many, many years. And the structures will be designed and are being designed in order to allow those really good career pathways. But we're trying to individually manage people as well. And I think that's something unique about the way we're doing things in Space Command.
I mean, there does seem to be some frustration coming through in these questions. This one, which is a popular question, is the strategy recognised skills were an issue in September 2021. The Workforce Action Plan is due sometime next year. Is government taking skills seriously enough? I mean, that is more than 3 years. Joanna?
Yes, it's definitely taking it seriously enough. And I think what has been really good about Department for Science, Innovation and Technology coming together is they are not just looking at skills just in space, they are looking at it more broadly and across the piece. But you're right, the progress is slow. And obviously, what I'm trying to do from a space partnership perspective is speed that up. How quickly can we get this workforce action plan out there, But, you know, the only way we're going to have a successful action plan is if it brings everybody along with us. So there is no point in just putting something down on a piece of paper. As I said earlier, it's not one set of stakeholders that can do it alone. We've got to bring everybody together. So it will take a bit of time early next year. But hopefully we can then really move forward. But I do think that ability now to look across government, and we got that message earlier about how, yes, the National Space Strategy has been out for a while, but it is starting to have an impact on the inner workings of government, albeit it does take some time.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, and I was just going to, obviously there's broader work in terms of the action plan, in terms of the broader strategy, but just to pull back in terms of some of the initiatives that the Space Agency are leading on at the moment, and more on the facilitating undergrad skills. So I mentioned earlier the space placements in industry. So we this year funding 650k, working with satellite applications catapult to leverage these placements to allow students to come to companies, many of which in the rooms are Astroscale, and do work at looking at small debris and others, to really do tangible pieces of work and really showcase their skills both to the companies they're working with and more broadly. We're also investing in R2T2, so this is the Rocketry Research Training and Teaching program, which is going to fund 30 PhDs over the next number of years, and that'll be at over £4 million to really target those skills into developing propulsion skills within the industry. And then also a program that Jenny from my team is leading a lot of work on, a nanosat program. So we're funding Glasgow University to develop a 3U CubeSat, develop the hardware for flight capability. So again, there's the sort of macro work which needs to be done to look at the strategy and how we cohere skills both through the sector, both for undergraduate and along. But there are targeted programs ongoing to sort of try and develop those skills, which hopefully will benefit industry and government in the long run.
And Andrew, I don't know whether you could answer this question if you have a view. How do we reform UK vetting so that the necessary due diligence is undertaken, but in a timely manner? You know, is this delay a problem? Are you finding this within, have you found this within your past career as well?
So I'm probably not best placed to answer that one. I do know the vetting takes a long time, but my work is more on the civil side, so I'm probably not best.
John, what's your take on this?
I can have a try. I mean, vetting is a process that does take longer than we would want. I mean, it takes longer for us to vet military personnel. One of the issues in space is that many of the roles do require a high standard of vetting in order to be able to do them, and that's a challenge for us in terms of our career management. We want to bring people in and we want to be able to get straight on with the job and ideally come with that vetting already complete so that they can get straight on with the job. That's not always possible because of the time it takes or because of the fact there just aren't the numbers of people already in the system that have that and develop vetting in place. So I can't really solve the problem because it's not within my gift to do so, but I think it is recognised by the wider agencies and resources going in to try to speed up that process. But I can understand that it's frustrating for everybody that's involved if you need that vetting to take place in order to be able to take forward a venture or in order to be able to complete some work.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to this question. In an enterprise approach to growing the talent base, should we be funding an academy in the heart of a military base, or should we be taking a national inclusive view? Do you think you can still be inclusive at Shrivenham?
Well, Shrivenham takes students from all over the world, from pretty much every country. So it clearly is it is an academic institution that is used to dealing with a variety of people. It trains civil servants. It regularly has commercial people that go there to learn on sometimes on courses up to a year and longer, 2-3 years. It has university and academic institutions embedded in it. Why did we choose Shrivenham? Well, there's some really simple reasons. First of all, my first priority is to train defence personnel, and I have to do that up to above secret, and there are facilities at Shrivenham that give us access to that above secret training facility. So there is a clear cost benefit there. Shrivenham has real life support, so it has accommodation, again, which is available to civilians, military, overseas students, etc. And it's also close to places like Hartwell, which give us access to the Space Agency. But importantly, from my perspective, and I've had a conversation actually with somebody in the audience about this, it gives us access to multi-domain training with the Cyber Academy being right next door. There's obvious synergies there. And also all of the officers that go through their continuous staff training go through Shrivenham. So in terms of a defence perspective, it allows us to put space training into that staff training from junior officer all the way up through to senior officer. So that is a defence perspective. But we were asked to consider how we could make the academy dual use. We work really closely with the Space Agency and with the National Space Academy. And as I've noted, the site itself doesn't in any way restrict our ability to have students from across the whole space enterprise come and use those facilities. So I'm really confident that it's the right location. It's the right location for defence, but it is also the right location for the wider space enterprise.
Okay, thank you. Heidi?
Yeah, I was going to pick up on that, and I think it also links to the previous question around space agency and whether skills are being taken seriously. So it's probably a little bit contentious, but I do think space agency take it seriously. Absolutely do agree with that. But whether the funding is being put in the right place, I sometimes question. I think an example of this is actually, well, yes, I think it's good that we've got training facilities and they can be used for defence and civilian. That seems like quite a sensible use of funding. But, and actually I think launch is brilliant, but I kind of question why we're putting 44 million into 30 PhD students when we spend maybe $500,000 trying to reach out to hundreds of thousands of people to try and promote space. I think sometimes we might need to consider where we kind of balance the funding. And I would kind of raise questions about, is it the best use of funding to fund PhD students? Do we need that? Versus actually, do we need to fund other areas which are possibly more useful right now? So I'll just let you
John?
pass over.
One thing I just forgot to mention, actually, that course we first delivered was at Harwell. And we also are looking at the prospect of the space awareness course being done on the road. So we may well do a course up at another space cluster elsewhere in the UK. So I should have said that, you know, just because the physical location of the Space Academy will be at Shrivenham, it doesn't mean that we can't deliver training across the country, which is something that we've already done at Harwell.
Okay, and let me bring in Andrew. So, you know, should you be funding the 30 PhD students? I mean, it's, you know, how crucial is that need for that research, and could the money be, you know, used in a more efficient way?
I think actually Heidi mentioned the right thing. I think it's a balance. I think we need to ensure that we're supporting research and feasibility studies and fundamental areas that will push new technology and new applications for space, as well as a lot of applications in terms of roadshows that we do in terms of launch activities to promote the sector in general. So I do think it's a balance. I'll defer to my colleagues in terms of how that balance is set.
Okay, well, let me go back to Heidi now with this question. Then, do you think the money would be better deployed for a space science A-level to help get kids hooked? This question from Stuart Eaves.
No. Sorry. No, I think actually we need, and this is a point for the wider UK economy and defence, I think actually we need to make sure that our engineering and maths and science base is good at up to A-level age, whether that's vocational or whether it's A-level. And then I think we build in space capabilities after that. But I think the education system in the country is struggling at this point, and I don't think we could even feasibly think about getting teachers to put more space in the A-level curriculum until we've kind of sorted the crisis with physics teachers that we have at the moment. So I think if we've sorted that, I would consider physics A-level, but until we've got enough teachers that actually have a physics or maths background, I think we can't even start thinking about it.
Okay, thank you. Let me get your perspective, Charlotte, from an industry point of view. How difficult is recruitment?
Yeah, recruitment, especially with the pool of talent that's shrinking with all the constraints that we put on it, whether that be clearance levels or location-based, because those clearance levels mean you have to go into certain areas. So it's about where you live and what you know. And, you know, it isn't just the pool that have done those degrees. It's that mid-career network that we need to pan out to now and just say, we just want people that are enthusiastic, want to do the best job they can, and then we'll teach them the rest, because actually there isn't a pool out there big enough within the constraints that we have.
Okay, so lots of solutions coming through from the audience. Should we have an exchange programme between MOD, space personnel and space industry to share and develop knowledge and skills in support of the defence mission? Is that a possibility, Joanna or John? Both of you.
It's the zigzag career.
Yes,
isn't it? It's about sharing these skills around, and I think it's also about optimising that skills resource. There are some very talented people across the sector, many in this room today, and it's just how do we use the resource most effectively? Some of those that are nearing retirement, how do we make sure they're passing on that knowledge? How do we make sure we're sharing all of that experience? What are the different ways we can do that? But it's about identifying what is it we need, being really clear on what that demand signal is, and then I think we can find the solutions.
Yeah, completely agree. So zigzag careers, embedding people. There is a track record across defence of people being embedded in civilian organisations already. That has worked vice versa. We've got some embryotic schemes in place in UK Space Command already, but absolutely open to that.
Another potential solution, the US Space Force operating model relies heavily on a brain's trust of contractors to provide long-term consistency and resilience. Could a UK Space Command follow suit?
Again, yes, we are open to all innovative ideas to bring in skills. We are, like all elements of the military constraints, and have to follow the kind of wider personnel policies. But as I said earlier in my answer about military terms and conditions of service, those things are under review at the moment. There is a recognition that we need to be more flexible in the way we employ people, that we need to be more flexible in the way we manage people's careers. And it's about finding the appropriate mechanisms to do those things. Reserves, as we've already discussed at length earlier, is a really good way of harnessing some of that talent, but that seems an equally good scheme that we should consider.
Okay, and looking at the kind of perception of the industry, there's a question that's come from RMM Space. People in the past chose space for pride in their nation, with Gen Z now more about cool, money and work life. How are we tackling the national pride piece? Do you think that's fair, Heidi, that it's not seen as cool? Earlier we were talking about space being cool, but has that perception changed in your view?
I've got a 17-year-old brother, so I feel like I've got some insight into this, and he was entirely swayed by the fact he wanted to go into the RAF, fast jet pilot, then watched Breaking Bad and decided he wanted to study chemistry. So yes, I would say the media is quite a big influence, but I think space still is cool. I don't think it's maybe got the sway of kind of Apollo and kind of the right stuff that maybe it had in certain ways, but I think it's got different impacts. And I think if we kind of go for the Gen Z tropes of caring about the environment and all of that, they are concerned with actually a lot of kind of climate anxiety and how can we use satellite data to help that. And I think that's something that we can use and actually communicate. I think rockets and astronauts, we've kind of seen the issues, and Mel did a fantastic job with Spaceport Cornwall of kind of countering a lot of the stereotypes of actually, is it just billionaires blasting off to space for joyrides? And I think we've got to be careful we don't lean into that too much, but Spaceport Cornwall have done a fantastic job actually communicating and kind of changing perceptions down there. So I think we don't need to worry too much, but I think we need to be aware of it and make sure that when kind of younger people do have stereotypes, we are able to challenge them in ways that we kind of think are useful. Actually, space can be used to benefit life on Earth. Space benefits the kind of security of the country. You don't just have to be a rocket scientist.
And Stu Moore from Lockheed Martin has added into this discussion, really. Careers provision in the majority of UK secondary schools is woeful, with most without a dedicated careers lead. What does the panel propose to influence change? Because, of course, you may have the spark of interest, but you might not know how to ignite that spark if you don't have the right direction when you're at school. How could this change, Heidi, first of all?
I think it's really hard. I think I go back to the point around having teachers who have a good background in physics and maths. Another stat, I think, is that last year there was a net gain in the UK, or no, of England, of 1 physics teacher. That's how many were leaving. And actually physics teachers and maths teachers are going to be the ones that probably are the best at communicating or have a knowledge of the space industry. But we also can't let teachers entirely shoulder the burden, and so provide them with support, I think.
So Joanna, do you think really that we should be leaning into programs like Speakers for Schools, set up by Robert Peston, for example, to ensure that industry and lots of different walks of life actually have an opportunity to get in front of pupils? Are you going to liaise with those types of organisations?
So I think everybody has got a role in communicating out, whether it's communicating to policymakers, schools, and different areas. I think that it's not just space. There's fusion, there's quantum, cyber, all of those. What we've got to make sure is that cyber, fusion, all of those aren't all going to the same school. What we need to do is spread it out, because they're all really impressive careers, and we shouldn't be fighting over the people. We just want to make sure that they're coming in to one of those career opportunities. So how do we make sure that we coordinate this a bit better? Going back to one of John's initial points, how do we sort of say, well, actually, cyber, you really focus on this particular demographic or this particular area in the country. We're going to do something around here because that's where we've got facilities. Whatever it might be, we just need to make sure that we are coordinating. Every single child across the UK deserves to have some insight into one of these amazing careers and opportunities there are here in the UK, but we're not getting that out. There are some schools who do have dedicated people, they can bring all of that in, but how do we make sure we're reaching everybody and everybody has that opportunity? You all know where your nearest schools are you linked? Decide which bit your company is going to do. You as one company cannot do internships, apprenticeships, reach out to every school. You can't do everything. So pick one thing, do it really, really well, rather than necessarily trying to do everything.
Okay, thank you. And Charlotte, let me bring you in from the industry perspective. What's your take on this? And also, there was a question that came through about, being more active within the careers fairs as well.
Yeah, so on the back of that, actually, in partnership, actually with Lockheed Martin, Viasat are running space camps that are targeted at younger and secondary school ages. And when I told my nephew I was going to space camp, he was so excited. He thought I was going to become the next astronaut. But unfortunately, I had to tell him that no, I was just with the National Space Academy. We were running a program to inspire those in underprivileged schools up in the University of Sunderland and later in February down here in London. And it's partnerships like that I think you do get to link up and share that, not a burden, but a need to go into schools and really facilitate all the different careers you can have in the space industry.
Okay, thank you. Heidi, and then I come to Andrew. Yeah.
30-second, very silly one. You walk down the high street, how many kids do you see wearing a NASA hoodie? Loads. They can all get it from Primark or whatever shop of your choice. If you ask people, do you know the UK Space Agency or do you know the European Space Agency? A lot of people say no. Can we get those logos on T-shirts? Because honestly, I think it might help with the awareness point.
Thank you. Andrew?
So I'll take an action to
Excellent. I want to keep myself head to toe in Space Agency merch.
I'll discuss that. Well, we have them internally, so so I'll see if we can do it externally. So I was just going to say just briefly, just in terms of 2 points in terms of secondary schools and schools in general. I think Joanna made a great point. I think we're all ambassadors of the space sector in general, so we should do as much as possible, either individually or through our companies, to try and bring that to a diverse set of schools. I think Melissa mentioned it earlier about when the Virgin Orbit team came over, that they took the team out to the local area and showed that the rocket scientists were very diverse in terms of their backgrounds, but also the type of roles that they were involved in. I'd also say there's a lot about moments in time. So a number of years ago, I was at the Science Museum for Tim Peake's launch, and just seeing the number of school kids who were watching the launch live and seeing the excitement within them. And there is a real benefit of having those moments where we can really try and inspire the next generation.
Okay, well, thank you so much to all of you. That is all we have time for, I'm afraid. I wonder whether next year we'll be having that merch out in the foyer. We'll have to see. But really, very warm thanks to the panel for this really fascinating discussion. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're shortly going to take an overview of all the main themes that we've discussed during the day. I'll be bringing back the lead panellists of each of the panels and get them to share their views about what are the key takeaways of the day. They've all been listening to the different panels. So it'd be really fascinating to get that overview and really present some key takeaways for you all to go away with. But first, I'm very, very delighted to welcome back Air Vice Marshal Paul Godfrey, Commander of a UK Space Command, who's really going to lay out the progress of the UK space strategy and the roadmap for 2024 and beyond.
Brilliant. Thanks, Susanna. Ladies and gents, what a great day. It's official. Space is cool. Heidi told us that. And I'm not, despite 20% of you in the room wanting me to talk about it, I'm not going to talk about the aliens. You'll be glad or sad to hear. Just a huge congratulations to Roberto and the team at the Air and Space Power Association for another excellent defense space conference. I think we can all see the value of this and, you know, given the conversations that we're having outside, how good this has been. It is what has created the dialogue through the day. And I genuinely, I really did think those panels were fantastic. And thank you to Susanna for chairing them so well. It would have been carnage if I'd have been up there. It really has shown what an exciting time, we just heard that, it is to be in the space sector. And it is genuinely a real honor to be working around all of you. As John mentioned, we're kind of semi-professional at space. You guys are the professionals. You know, to have you mentoring us, talking to us, telling us where we're going wrong is what it's all about today. Now, I think, I'm not going to get a thumbs up from anyone, but we're going to play the video that we played at the space conference for the first time, just so you can see a little bit of what we do.
There's a hidden thread that binds together the fabric of our lives. A web of silent signals sent from space to power our connections, protect our infrastructure, and help us find our place in the world. But the satellites that watch over us, keeping our lives in time, exist in the harshest of environments. From ion clouds to solar flares, natural forces have the potential to wipe out entire networks. While human-made space debris hurtles around the globe, threatening the satellites we depend on. And at worst, creating a cascade that will irreversibly damage our lives on Earth. Our way of life is threaded together by what sails among the stars. If we take it for granted, everything we know could untangle. This is why we have a force to watch over and protect our interests in space. And where necessary, to work against those who wish to threaten our national security. This can only be achieved through a partnership that brings together all our military services, to work with our allies and partners and be a meaningful space power. UK Space Command will nurture the brightest talent the nation has to offer and collaborate with the most innovative partners in industry and academia. Together with our global space coalitions, we will create a future for us and our children, where space is safe, secure, and sustainable, where our service personnel can operate to the best of their ability, and our way of life is protected.
Formed to watch over and protect our interests in, from, and to space. But as we all know, and there's many people who've worked for a long time in defense, in the space domain, it's not new. As Dave Keeley mentioned earlier, Fylingdales in September celebrated its 60th anniversary, and it was just last year we celebrated 30 years of that iconic radar that sits there on the North Yorkshire moors. Since September 63, Fylingdales has provided constant missile warning service for UK and US governments and space domain awareness in more recent years. As many of you know, it's the only radar in the space surveillance network with 360-degree coverage. We're very proud of that, clearly, and can detect objects the size of a Coke can several thousand kilometers away, and other cans are available, clearly. In 1969, Skynet 1A was launched, our first geostationary satellite communications satellite, making the UK only the third nation on Earth to operate one. Today, the MOD is procuring the Skynet 6 program, while Skynet 5, the most recent generation of the Skynet family, continues to provide hardened satellite communications to defence and other government departments and allies. The UK Space Operations Centre was established in 2008, an evolution of the UK's Missile Warning Centre. Today, it's also the operational level command and control unit for space, providing space support for UK military operations across all domains. And I'm hugely grateful for the outstanding UK Space Agency analysts who work in the UK Space Operations Centre, shoulder to shoulder with UK Space Command personnel, monitoring the safety of UK satellites and tracking orbital events. But it's safe to say that in recent years, there's been a seismic change in the role played by space within Allied defence. NATO declared space an operational domain in 2019, in December of 19, in recognition of the importance of space to the security and prosperity of the alliance. Earlier that year, the US Space Force was founded, the world's only independent Space Force. I know we've got a few Guardians in here today. No whooping? Okay. And that year, earlier in that year, US Combatant Command, US Space Command, was formed after almost 20 years in abeyance. For us, it was the 6th of January, I remember it well, 2021, the Vice Chief of Defence signed the order for us to form UK Space Command, and we opened our doors just a few months later on the 1st of April. We've come a long way since then. Just 23 people worked for UK Space Command in April, and we grew quickly, taking responsibility for RAF Fylingdales and the UK Space Operations Centre from number 2 group in the Royal Air Force. As you just heard from John, workforce growth remains on track and is one of our key priorities. And I'm really proud of the fact that today, having started with 23, that we stand at 561 personnel. Our status as a joint command is central to our ethos, and I'm honoured to work alongside sailors from the Royal Navy, soldiers from the British Army, aviators from the Royal Air Force, alongside our brilliant civil servants, our reservists, and our contractors. And Sass mentioned the diversity of thought that the joint organisation brings. UK Space Command's greatest asset is its workforce, and we discussed in the earlier panel, diversity isn't a nice to have, it is a must have. And it was a proud moment for all of us when this year at the Royal International Air Tattoo, I signed the Women in Defence Charter, committing UK Space Command to be the very best at driving diversity and inclusion and providing fair opportunities for women to succeed at all levels. And we got loud and clear from the panel today that it's not just about gender diversity, it's about diversity across the board. And frankly, we need to do more, but it's a good start. And as John Hetherington just highlighted, we're working hard to grow the workforce even further. It's been a busy year for the UK Space Academy, and we're really proud of what they've achieved. You heard about the Foundational Space Awareness course offered online, the Ballistic Missile Early Warning System course that we've delivered to personnel at RAF Fylingdales, and you heard about September when we delivered the residential course at Harwell Space Campus, and it was brilliant to be able to be there and address the students, although most of them knew a lot more about space than we did, with Paul Bate, the CEO of the UK Space Agency. And with these important steps forward, and as John mentioned, the UK Space Academy declared initial operating capability in September, and just a couple of weeks ago at the UK Space Conference, that's where we announced that we'll be siting it at Shrivenham in Oxfordshire, in the building next door to the Cyber Academy. It'll allow us to train the professionals of the future alongside, and that was a question at the end there. John said exactly the right thing, in that it is about training industry, it is about training defence, it is about training academia and international partners as well. So all are welcome. The growth and upskilling of our people is vital as UK Space Command seeks to develop the cutting-edge capabilities and technologies we need. In July, we established the Joint Commercial Operations UK cell. This is within the US-led JCO Global cell. This comprises 3 regions spanning the planet in a follow-the-sun model. Each region, Pacific, Meridian, and Americas, provides 8 hours of coverage each, giving unclassified indications of orbital activity provided by the data of over 800 commercial space domain awareness sensors and analytical tools. The UK is now the regional coordinator of that Meridian cell, which includes Brazil, France, Israel, Poland, Ukraine, and the NATO Space Center at Ramstein. JCO UK are now issuing notice to space operators on a near daily basis, and crucially tracking over 700 high revisit rate targets or objects and building crucial pattern of life information. We can now call out our potential adversaries in the unclassified environment when they deviate from these norms. And as outlined in the national and defense space strategies, space domain awareness remains as one of our top priorities for space capability. Just over a week ago, I'm sure everyone in the room noticed, the defense secretaries of Australia, the United States, and the United Kingdom unveiled the Deep Space Advanced Radar Capability Program, or DARC. Under this program, 3 space radars will be built in Australia, the United Kingdom, and the USA, and provide 24/7 all-weather capabilities to characterize, track, and identify objects in a geostationary orbit 36,000 kilometers away. The first DARC site in Australia is already under build and is expected to be operational in 2026, with all 3 going live by the end of the decade. Corridor Barracks, or RAF Brawdy as I knew it back in the day, in Pembrokeshire in Wales has been identified as the UK's preferred site for DARC, the final siting decision being conditional on the results of the ongoing comprehensive and funded by us environmental impact assessment and the subsequent town planning application. And at the Space Conference a few weeks ago, Paul Bate and I announced that the UK Space Agency and UK Space Command had awarded a contract to SpaceFlux to build a new space sensor in Cyprus through Project Nix Alpha, a win for SMEs there, and Doug was talking about this earlier today. And SpaceFlux will build, maintain, and operate the system, which will also monitor objects in geostationary orbit, with our primary focus being the protection of our Skynet satellites. And all of this has been supported by the recent procurement of commercial SDA data from SpaceFlux and Raytheon, providing us information from low, medium, high, and geosynchronous orbits. On SDA, we're deepening our collaboration with the UK Space Agency, fulfilling the direction from the National Space Strategy for a joint civil and military approach to space, as we've discussed today. Crucial to this is program Asteria, the development of a joint National Space Operations Center, the NSPOC, which will launch next year and coordinate civil and military SDA capabilities to enable operations and protect UK interests from space threats, risks, and hazards. The software backbone of the NSPOC is being delivered through Project Borealis, which is currently out for pre-qualification questionnaire. So you can't talk to me about it. With invitation to tender planned by January 24, and initial operating capability by this time next year. And under Asteria, we're also delivering Project Panoptes, our system of systems approach to sensors and data supporting space object detection and characterization. Our SDA efforts will help us monitor and protect defense's satellites and systems in space, which will be, and the threats of which will increase in the coming years, as will our satellites be increasing in coming years as we look to enhance military operations. Through program ISTARI, we're delivering a constellation of satellites supporting ground systems for space-based ISR, multi-sensor, wide-area Earth observation capability. The first of these satellites, Tyche, which clearly shouldn't be here, carries an electro-optical sensor as the final stages of build by SSTL, and will launch in summer next year. I'm looking for Phil and Martin for nods on that particular one. Tyche is followed by Titania. Doug, I'm looking at you, designed and built by In-Space Missions and will be launched in early 2025. I'm looking for a nod. And we're looking to contract for Oberon, a cluster of synthetic aperture radar satellites next year for launch in 2025, followed by Juno, another electro-optical system, not necessarily a single satellite, in 2026. UK Space Command has never been busier, and we're incredibly proud of everything we continue to achieve in what has been termed that dangerous decade that I mentioned at the beginning. A European war sparked by Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine rages towards its second anniversary, and the shocking events of the 7th of October by Hamas terrorists killing over 1,400 men, women, and children has reminded us that peace should not be taken for granted. In our first year, our priority was forming the command. In the second, it was establishing our operations, training, and capability processes, goals, and milestones. And this year, I gave the team the priority of operationalizing the command, and they've done an outstanding job. As a command, we continually adapt and better enable the integration and coherence of a wide range of activities and capabilities with clear ends, ways, and means. Our priorities for this year included integrating new and existing space capabilities into defense, developing simple and effective command and control that allows the UK and allies and partners to benefit from our growing space capabilities. A continued focus on agile processes and procedures to allow us to add maximum value to defense, and the broader space coalition through informed capability choices at the speed of relevance. And we've talked about that today. And finally, another thing that we've talked about, championing space within the highest levels of defense and government itself. And we all have a role in that. And in recognition of the growing importance of space and the outstanding contribution of our personnel, I'm proud to be able to announce that we will be awarding squadron status to 2 of our operational units. The UK Space Operations Centre will be renamed No. 1 Space Operations Squadron and will form the military contribution to the Joint Civil Mil National Space Operations Centre. Analysts working side by side for the military assessment and with civil space analysts from the UK Space Agency. RAF Fylingdale's Operations Squadron will become No. 2 Space Warning Squadron, the next step in Fylingdale's 60-year unbroken history of providing missile warning and space surveillance to the UK and its allies. Now, we thought long and hard over the terminology we'd be using as a joint organisation. Squadron is common to all 3 services, and we wanted to renumber rather than reuse previous squadron numbers to demonstrate the importance of the space domain in its own right. And so what for the future? Right now, we're considering what space may look like in 2035, some hints of it today on stage, and how UK Space Command is going to have to evolve to succeed in this fast-changing space environment. As the video mentioned, space is the hidden thread that binds us together. We know that. Almost every aspect of our daily lives is governed by space, and it supports an estimated 18% of UK GDP. That's £370 billion every year, and directly employs nearly 50,000 personnel across the sector, and further supports in the wider supply chain over 130,000 jobs. The global space sector is eye-watering, worth over 469 billion estimated, with 77% taken up by commercial space market. As we know, space is already critical, congested, contested, competitive, and complex. And by 2030, with the growth of proliferated low Earth orbit, an estimated 100,000 satellites could be operational, increasing the impact of the space sector even further. And of course, there's the things that grab the headlines. In the next decade, we'll see humans on the moon again. And as early as the 2030s, we may see the first people on Mars. By 2035, we'll see more and more humans in space, to include increases in space tourism. Certainly, I'm counting on the lottery win in the early 2030s to fund a long weekend in space. Maybe I'll crowdfund it this afternoon. And just consider competition on the moon as a case study. By the mid-2030s, the USA, Russia, and China will be looking at permanent lunar bases. All are looking at the South Pole, where lunar ice may well be the key to sustaining life on another celestial body. Competition for resources will be part of daily life, especially with commercial companies looking for precious minerals and metals. The moon will likely have Starlink or OneWeb equivalent systems to enable remote systems, and space lines of communication will form as lunar space stations are replenished to provide material for surface and subsurface exploration. And so if that's a possible glimpse into the future of 2035, what will UK Space Command look like? Well, as we've heard, it's almost there right now, but our UK Space Academy will be an established training provider, providing space training and education to defence, wider government, industry, academia, and international partners. It will be providing trained personnel to operate UK Space Command's advanced capabilities as part of a cross-defence space profession. In 10 years' time, ISTARI will be providing assured and resilient multi-sensor ISR capability, both Earth observation and space domain awareness, with supporting digital architecture for tasking, processing, exploitation, and dissemination, and will be expanding through second and third generation satellites using agile procurement procedures that allow us to field the very latest technology through a mix of our own collaborate and access strategy. Our SDA strategy will have matured through the JCO Global Program. The National Space Operations Center will have been firmly established, and data will be fused at a central point to provide both an unclassified and classified common operating picture for a wide range of civil and defense partners around the world. Dark sites will be up and running in Australia, UK, and the US, tracking a growing number of satellites in that geosynchronous orbit and beyond, and policing activity that falls outside of international rules, norms, and behaviors, and providing safety of flight information through an embedded commercial integration cell. And with the exponentially increasing satellites in orbit, access to launch has to become critical to national ambitions. Orbital launch is outlined as a key civil and defence priority. And in the National Space Strategy and through the proposed spaceports in Scotland and Wales, by 2035, UK Space Command will have freedom of action with assured and timely access to launch to ensure our assets can reach orbit when we require it. The increase in potential threat systems to both UK and allied space capabilities mean that the protect and defend need will be stronger than ever. UK Space Command space systems will include enhanced protection in the ground, link, and orbital regimes, and our ever-expanding space control capabilities will allow us operational independence and freedom of access to space, deterring hostile acts from disruptive adversaries. Resilient and flexible command and control linked across multiple allies and partners will underpin everything that we do. And finally, I would like to think by 2035 that we'll have direct communications access to nations such as Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran to ensure the safety of an increasingly congested space domain and reduce the potential of miscalculation in this complex environment that Juliana actually mentioned at the beginning of today. Clearly, one thing won't change in the next 10 years, and that's the necessity for all of us to work together to successfully operate in space. The relationships we make and maintain at events like this, especially face-to-face, will be the difference between our success and our failure. We already have a date in the diary for next year's Defence Space Conference, the 24th and 25th of September. Write it down now, I'm watching. And I hope you will all be back to see how far we've come and how the security context is shaping our plans for the future. So, thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging. It's only by coming together and having this conversation that we can make space safe, secure, and sustainable for all generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like you to join the next panel. So thank you ever so much. And let me also introduce back on stage Doug Liddell, CEO and founder of InSpace. Also back on stage will be Carissa Christensen, CEO and founder of Bryce Tech, and Group Captain John Hetherington, Deputy Head of Space Enablement for the UK Space Command. So please welcome all of you. Thank you. Now, I'd just really like to get your thoughts, Paul. You know, you've listened to all of the panels. Obviously, you've outlined, you know, such a busy few years you will have in this dangerous decade. No wonder the command is expanding so rapidly, as John's been pointing out. But what really struck you from what you heard from these panels? What was the standout, would you say?
I think definitely the thing for me, because it's the thing that I don't think we have got right just yet, is how we procure new capability. You know, I could sense the odd smirk in the audience when I talked about what it's going to look like in 2035. And certainly when we go from that sort of single front door, bringing SMEs in, understanding what capability that might be the silver bullet that we need, and then rapidly procuring it. We're not actually, again, there might be some smiles, we're not eternal optimists, we're not actually that far away. Certainly, one of the big things out of this is that I wanted to mention, I'm working with Paul Russell and DNS team at the moment, so that we can have an industry day debrief of what has happened so far in terms of that procurement. And I do want to hear the tough stories from Della, from Maxar, or Anita from MDA, or Doug from InSpace, to see how dealing with us looks from the other side. Whether it is a rush to get a PQQ in, whether it is not having a conversation when we set our requirements in the first place, whether surprises plop onto the doormat or the email inbox, so that we can try and spirally develop this. And we're building that evidence, and already we've made a couple of changes to how we do things. It's kind of incremental at the moment, but I think that is probably the biggest thing for me, because I think we're doing a great job in terms of workforce. We are recruiting people. What Joanna's doing, and a range of different people are doing to just enhance the space workforce across the community is working. What we're doing in operations is working. For me, it comes back fundamentally to the capability and how we bring that on and keep it at the leading edge. That was a long answer, wasn't it?
No, that's great. Thank you. Let's ask Doug for his kind of key takeaway, really. You've been on the panel, you've listened to the other panel discussions. What struck you?
Yeah, I've got a few takeaways. I think it was clear, I guess, from the first session and also from the industry and innovation session with Mark Roberts, that we need to have that joined up collaborative approach. We have we can solve problems, but only...
Can we stop here? Because Mark is meant to be on stage. I am very sorry.
That's
Mark,
right.
come and join me. Come and join me. Sorry. My notes got a little bit mixed up then. And when we left Mark out, and his contribution is invaluable. So Mark Roberts, please do come and take a seat next to me.
I'm not sure about
I'm giving you a clap.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
So I'm really glad I
Thanks for
said
the
your
prompts
name.
there,
Yeah. So, but we can only solve problems if they're shared. The expertise at the moment is still, acknowledged as being mainly on the industry side. There's a lot of work being done to manage that and to create strong capability on the defence side, but not holding us at arm's length, I think, is key. Looking at the diversity, it's clear that and I think it was a really great analysis by Carissa, looking at we're not only reducing risk, but we're increasing resilience if we look at diversification of the workforce as well as the things we do. Some fairly harrowing statistics and anecdotes along the way. And I guess, for me, we ended up in there's the male, pale, stale people being allies, and that's part of it. But it's just full stop creating a safer space for people to thrive in the sector. So individuals can come in with different elements of diversity, and they can succeed in the environment. Because this then leans into the sort of John session with retention. There have to be opportunities for career growth. There has to be good pay. There have to be people that want to stay with those employees and with the sector, and not to go, actually, I don't like the space sector. It's full of old white men. I need to go somewhere else. So it's showing that we're an agile, we're an exciting, we're an interesting place to work. And space is cool, and we all agree that, because we wouldn't be in this room otherwise, I suspect. But it's making sure that people out there still realise that there's something about our sector that's exciting and attractive and offers a career. Great to see the Space Academy upskilling, and it leans across again to things my own company and other companies are doing around the sort of innovative approach to filling mid-career roles, bringing people in from adjacent sectors, or even from completely, from miles away, sort of sectorially, but you can pull them across because they have the transferable skills. And yeah, again, Heidi made some great points, that effectively we're about creating positive narratives about how space helps, that gives students the ability to feel they can make choices to join defence space and not just space. Finally, Goddard's, I think it was great to see the reinforcing the importance of space as an operational domain, the amazing growth of Space Command, if I sort of compare the growth of my own company in the same time, wow. And I think we sometimes forget that. We get frustrated because we're industry and we want to go much faster than everyone else. But Space Command is growing, and it's growing fast, but it is still young. And building in, baking in diversity is a must-have in the first place. The key role the UK is taking in space domain awareness, hugely important. Promise we will get to Tanya on time. Thank you for reminding.
Everyone heard that.
Yeah. And thank you for reminding us we've got a dangerous world. #1 space ops squadron, much better than when I started with Skynet in the 90s, and it was 1001 SU. I think #1 space ops has got a better ring to it. And you've kind of stolen my joke, I think, which is your vision of 2035 and beyond was fantastical and believable, but far-fetched as far as agile procurement.
Yeah, I could see you.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Doug. Carissa, let me get your kind of main takeaway really from all that you've heard today.
So those were a remarkably thorough summary, so let me not retread that ground and step back a little bit. The UK, it's extraordinary, even in the last 5 years or so, since I think the first UK Space Defense Conference that occurred, the degree to which the community has coalesced, institutionalized. We're seeing programs moving forward. We've seen UK startups. We've seen the enhancement of the industrial base. We've seen a more visible profile globally. So there are so many positive elements, I think, in terms of progress. I do have to say, though, I am struck by a continued challenge. And I think that it came out in each one of these panels in a different way, which is the fragmentation of the UK space enterprise compared to a vision of what it could be. The UK is it's not one of the largest actors. It is, by most standards, a reasonably homogeneous actor. Those are ingredients for the potential to have agility be a defining characteristic of the UK space enterprise in engaging with the massive market of the United States, in being a decision maker and a supporter of a growing industry, in being a participant in Five Eyes, working with the market in Europe. There are so many opportunities that would be enhanced by a more agile, more operational, functionally integrated UK space enterprise. And I offer that as a plea because I think there are opportunities that are being lost because that is not a shared goal. And I think that if it were a shared goal, it could drive success across commercial, national security, and civil space. And one final note that I'll offer there to just emphasize the point, we've seen this surge of venture investment, a large number of startups, including many UK space companies. The national security community has a disproportionate amount of influence on the success and outcomes of those companies over the next 5 to 10 years. There are challenges on the commercial customer side. There are increasing national security threats that are well aligned with those capabilities. And so government procurement policies, government acquisition strategies, government's vision with regard to those companies and those subsectors are really going to have a disproportionate impact on business outcomes. And I think that's something that a more integrated UK space enterprise could approach more effectively. So,
Carissa, thank you very much. And John?
Thinking about my own panel, I think my big takeaway, and I think all of us in the panel agree with this, is that we can't still be talking about the same challenges in 2024. We have to, I think we've understood the challenges really well. Now I think they've been articulated across this year in a number of different events. There are tangible actions that we've identified as a group, but if this time next year we're still talking about those challenges in the same way, we've failed collectively. So we need to move the conversation on to action and make progress over the course of the next 12 months. Having said that, it's clear that we are doing a lot of things right. And one of the themes was coordination. And I came into the forum today believing that we were doing good coordination because I see it. I see it all the time in my day job every day. But this has reinforced that to me, that there is a huge amount of coordination, there's a huge amount of joint effort, joint understanding. It genuinely does feel like people are all wanting to go in the same direction. And that coordination will be vital to achieving my first point, which is to try and to make a progress in some of those areas like skills and recruitment going forward. Space is definitely cool. I mean, we've all said it now. It is cool. We have that advantage, and we need to harness that inspiration you can get from space to then move to the next level. And it is on all of us to play that role in creating space awareness. I heard over the years many people talk about sea blindness, and people don't really understand the impact of trade routes and things on the economy and how things work. And I think space blindness is absolutely a thing. And it's been able to collectively as a group get that message out that space is critical to everything we do. And once that's understood, then we'll find doors much more easy to open. And that takes me on to my final point, which is the Gen Z thing that came up a few times. I don't happen to think that Gen Z is particularly, I don't think they're an alien species that we're being onto the planet. I don't think they're that different than we are. They are in some respects. I've got kids, I can see that. But in many other ways, they're not. They want the same things that we wanted, a good job. They want to have a good pay. They want stability. They want challenge, and they want the ability to get up in the morning and feel like they're doing something important. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we give them those opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And Mark, you opened the conference. You're here at the end. If you were speaking at this conference in 10 years' time, this is a question that's come from the audience, so I thought I'd put it to you.
Right.
What would you like to have achieved? What do you not want to still be talking about?
Most of the things that we've talked about today. I absolutely agree with Carissa on the opportunity that there is here. And I think you used the word in association with one of the questions, used the word frustration. I think my reflection is there are certain areas that we've been, I talked about SME access to MOD. I used to, when I was on the other side of the fence, tell SMEs that we are sorting out access to MOD, and that was about 13 years ago. So clearly that sort of thing is not, we're not getting it right yet, and I think I certainly wouldn't want to be talking about that in 10 years. I don't want to be negative about this though, because I think one of the things that's come out today is a real willingness. The fact that you're here, given the space conference fatigue that's going on at the moment, the fact that you're here, I think, is an incredibly positive sign. I think the questioning of the various panels has been extraordinarily positive. Everybody wants this to succeed, and I think it's important that we do. When I gave my remarks, I was pretty careful not to make the strategic thing about MOD strategy or necessarily government strategy, because in a sense I see them as slightly different. I see the government's ability to execute strategy as not particularly brilliant, but I see MOD's ability to execute the strategy as just articulated by Goddard, over what they've achieved. And what's coming up over the next few years is absolutely excellent. I don't think you could ever describe it as a hospital pass, getting the first command of space is cool. But that was a very significant challenge. And I think that we've seen some of the team here today, and Christ, they're impressive. And we know that the defence part of space is in good hands and is going to power on. So I think my last thought is we need to probably progress nationally without the need for exquisite knowledge and the skills thing. I'm really pleased that you're on it, Joanna, because the skills thing, I think we've sought exquisite knowledge before really making any progress there. That's ridiculous. You can carry on researching that forever and not actually achieving anything. So the fact that we're actually executing that is a really good sign for the future. So it's frustration was the first part of my answer, but real positivity about what we've seen today. And I thought the diversity panel was extremely powerful.
Okay, thank you very much. It certainly was. I'm going to go, we don't have that much time for questions, so the most popular one is, how is space likely to fare in the next spending review? And this is from Lewis Fielder from Deloitte.
Certainly from my perspective, I mean, the reason I talked about 2035 is because now that we're up and running, and I talked about the sort of 3-year focus that we've had, and Mark, you're not wrong about the carnage right at the beginning, when you open all the cans of worms and they disappear across, and you've got to try and straighten them all out and get them back into the tin. But if you look at the way cyber across government started off small and then started to grow, whilst we haven't yet got our capability demonstrators into space, actually an awful lot of the ground network, the workforce growth, everything else that we're doing has already given us enough ammunition to go into the next spending review, next integrated review, whatever it happens to be, with the ability to pitch for the next stage. And Carissa, you mentioned the sort of joined up approach. And I think it is only because the joined up approach has only really happened since now DSIT got a space directorate, since we had a space directorate, since there started to be that central government function, since we got a National Space Council. Now that we have those and we're gradually rolling through versions 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., I think it's a lot easier to be joined up as all of these things start coming together. And I see it with Space Command in terms of it always feels like slow progress. But when you look back at a year or 2 years or 3 years, you've come light years from where you started. So I think the UK is definitely on this journey now. And we're working through, cross-government, and I see it more in this domain than I've ever seen in the other domains, the maritime and the air domains that I've worked in. But that cross-government approach really is strong with Rebecca Evenden in DSIT, with Peter Hagan in MOD, with myself and Paul Bate, amongst a bunch of people in the room. And I think we are fortunate that the space industry is relatively small at the moment. And you mentioned space conference fatigue. It's all of us that get together on a sort of monthly basis. But that means there's really good relationships. And so for me, there are a number of things to be hugely positive about. And I think it puts us in a good place to go into the next spending review, integrated review, whatever it happens to be.
Okay, thank you. A question that's come through from Mani Shah. Given the increasing threats in the space environment, how is Space Command approaching allied interoperability when it comes to incorporating new capabilities?
So I'll kick off again. So interestingly, I mentioned CSPO, and I mentioned really how powerful I saw, and it's absolutely true. When I spoke this morning, when I sat around the room and the delegations from the Five Eyes, France, Germany, Japan, Norway, and Japan, especially when you hear some of the money that's being pumped into these things as well. A point I'll always mention, General Saltzman, head of US Space Force. If you compare budgets, where I had around sort of 60 to 100 million this year, nearer the first figure, he's got $30 billion. So all of us are in that room for a year. All of us are in that room working out how do we add value, how do we come together as a space coalition. And I think the value of that particular organization, and we're talking about it with NATO, where SAS works as well, is just setting the integration standards that we require. Because if we we do it within our own militaries, in that we'll buy stuff that doesn't connect. I think if we're starting in the ground floor, especially as new nations, upcoming nations are starting to build their capability, if we make it interoperable from the beginning and set those standards, then that's where we'll be winning.
Okay.
If I could add to that, I think a success story there is the extent to which industry is incorporated into that process, which is far different than it would have been even a decade ago.
And Carissa, I wonder if you could take this question. What should the UK's risk appetite be when it comes to defence space for new techs and full programmes? From what you were saying earlier, you think we should take more strides in this direction?
So that's such an interesting question. There are two areas, I think, where I guess an appetite for risk, I think, would be helpful. One is in identifying key industry capability areas, whatever they are, and targeting those as through government acquisition, through government programs, building that capability, I guess almost an industrial policy approach, but very focused on specific national security challenges. And I think the other area is to, and there's been progress made here certainly, think about not simply buttressing and augmenting broadly available national security capabilities, space capabilities, but targeting specific UK capabilities that are relatively unique, that provide an asset to allies not available elsewhere. That is potentially expensive, that is potentially risky. I think that is absolutely necessary for a successful, to achieve a desirable coalition position over the next decade.
Okay, thank you. And John has mentioned the need for action. Will the workforce action plan include clear deliverables and funding to turn words into actual skilled people?
Well, certainly the Space Command Workforce Action Plan, which we're in the middle of doing a review at the moment to look at what our priorities are for the next financial year and the financial year after that. And that's all about taking the resource we've got and pushing it into those priority areas such as JCO, for instance, or perhaps liaison officers, looking at where we need more personnel on the operational side or the support side, and that work is ongoing at the moment. And then as we bring new capabilities into being, there will be options that go with those that deliver workforce options. So those capabilities must come with that workforce to make them viable. So there is a long-term plan for that. I mean, I can only really speak for the defence workforce. I wouldn't want to comment on the wider workforce plan. But what I can say is that coordination that I spoke about earlier is really key. And there are forums, several forums that I sit on from a defence perspective with my civilian colleagues that look at this issue. And there's no doubt we're competing for the same people in some areas. So having an understanding of how you can use the resource that's there more wisely, perhaps through things like reservists that can operate within the space industry in a civilian sense and then provide skill sets to defence through reserve service or potentially through placements and shared training. That's how we, I think, coordinate this better.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to end the day, really, I'm going to end on this question from Sophie Antrobus to Air Vice Marshal Godfrey. If you could go back and give a piece of advice to your January 2021 self, what would it be? And do take this opportunity to draw this to a close.
I was about to say, don't panic. I think it would be to give yourself time. You know, there's an element of wanting to do stuff quickly that has forced us into things and forced us into areas that I didn't know that we were going to. But I think what I have done, especially in the last year, having, you know, the first year was carnage, especially in terms of creating relationships, going to see everyone, that sort of stuff. I think I would have still done that. But in terms of how quickly we did things, I would just say, relax a little bit. It's all going to be all right, you know, and the way that it has sort of come together. And the reason I mentioned, I think we know where we're going now, is because we've seen everything, pick the things that we know will probably add value to allies and partners. And I think we can really take that forward. So I think it would be that, you know, just relax a little bit. We've got time. You know, this is a long-term thing. You don't have to get everything done in the first year.
And final thoughts for the day?
For the day, been absolutely fantastic. I mean, I could never sum up as well as Doug has summed up. But it was interesting because we did have a conversation about, you know, do we do the conference this time so close to the UK Space Conference? And I'm glad we did. You know, having sat through some just brilliant conversations all the way through today and seeing the engagement from all of you, whether it's in here, out there, having done Susanna's job just for a little bit in Belfast, I said I had to stop the conference so that people actually put questions in there. But I've seen Slido is just rammed full of questions today, and that's what we wanted, is engagement. And hopefully, you know, all of you are walking out of here with just some little nugget of information that you're going to take back and try and develop, and, you know, at least have taken away that there is a lot of coherence in the United Kingdom. And I completely agree with Carissa in that we can do a lot more to make it more coherent, but we're definitely going in the right direction. So ultimately, it's a massive thank you for everyone who's put it together and for all of you. who've been here today.
Thank you very much. And just the final word to Mark.
I'm sorry about those, you weren't expecting this, but so I don't interrupt your drinks. I'd like to say thank you very much to Space Command for their part of this. Thank you very much to the Freeman Air Space Institute, brilliant. All our sponsors, partners, and so on. It wouldn't happen without them. So really, really important part of the day. Thank you very much for attending. I agree. It was we tried to do a slightly different thing, so we'll see how it validates. But hopefully it was enjoyable. The main reason I wanted to do it now was because I don't know whether she's coming to drinks. So I'd really like to thank Susanna for keeping us going through the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Hopefully you are.
Yes, thank you all very much. Thanks very much for your participation. It has been very fascinating. Thanks to the final panel here. And yes, I will be coming for drinks. I won't turn that down. And level 3, the Riverside Room. So see you there. Thanks again.
What does it mean to reach out? It's something humankind has always done. To discover, learn, and create.
For decades, BAE Systems has been reaching far into space.
Because we understand that space holds answers to questions here on Earth.
And because we know that when you reach out into space,
space reaches back. Space is more than just the new high ground. It's the pan-global domain that enables integration across cyberspace, sea, land, and air, and allows the secure and timely access to the actionable intelligence our military needs to keep us safe.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.